Check, check. Check. What's up, everybody? How's everybody doing tonight? We're gonna have some relaxed Harry Potter. A little relaxed Hogwarts Legacy. Chill stream. Maybe open up the Discord, see if anybody's talking about anything over here. I got this video pulled up from this guy, Noctis Straven on YouTube. Covers a lot of like a lot of the drama stuff.
Keys are back. Aren't they brilliant?
I'm seeing a lot of channels kind of emulating what quartering the quartering does. And this is about the quartering. Apparently, Matt Walsh and the quartering are having a bit of a beef. So we'll listen to this, see what's up in this game. I think I'm just gonna do main story quests. You know, Lodgok has asked me to meet him at the Goblin Mine, south of Hogwarts. Asked that I bring someone who speaks gobbledygook. Gobbledygook. Hold on. Echo's opening the door. He owns the place. He owns it. Barge in. Hold on. Echo, come here. He's just out of the camera view. Make sure he stays just out of the camera. He doesn't want to come on the camera. He's camera shy. Can you blame the guy? Alright. We don't really need to fast travel, but we will. Alright. Let's play this video. See what this guy talking about.
Off a little more than he can chew when he decided to criticize Matt Walsh over Matt Walsh's statements on Dylan Mulvaney, or rather his methods. Some people say that he was a little bit too harsh. Some people say that he wasn't harsh enough. Most conservatives, most people on the right are tired of playing softball. They're tired of not fighting back or playing by the same rules or lack thereof that the left does. And Matt is finally starting to realize, conservatives are finally starting to realize that you cannot be generous with these people. You cannot be civil with these people. You have to attack them, go straight for the throat with the same amount of venom and vitriol that they do, because you're the only one playing by the rules and they're not, which is why they have been winning. But make no mistake about it. I know it's discouraging to hear, but the left, the woke people, the liberals, they have won on every single front, every single culture battle. They dominate every single space.
They unite well.
They gather. Corporations, all of it. And the reason they
rally well.
They win by any means
necessary. They riot better.
Now, where this brings in the quartering is because Jeremy, he decided to kind of, you don't. I think what he said is here. I'm going to get to the actual tweets. I want to ask you guys to like this video if you like the video, share it if you feel like somebody needs to see it, and subscribe
pixelated, but you
if you feel like I've earned you as a follower. Now, getting over to the actual tweets and the little back and forth in question.
We're watching some drama.
Jeremy says, people saying being an insufferable asshole is somehow the only way to win are basing this on literally 0 wins. Oh boy, he regrets that, I promise. They are 100% convinced being kind has failed them.
I'll probably go in the Discord soon,
but hardcore dickwad is effective either.
I don't know if you want to.
So then Matt,
go in the Discord.
Matt Walsh of the Daily Wire of What
and
is a
deal
Woman.
with all the
Matt
crazies.
Walsh has been around for many years. Matt says, so you'll describe me as an insufferable asshole.
Look at this
but
telescope.
then whine when I used harsh language against trans activists. Also, if you think I have literally 0 wins on this issue, you really just haven't been paying attention at all. Amazingly obvious claim. Now,
so you'll describe me as an insufferable asshole.
It is.
But
His
then
name is
why, when I
Lovecock.
use harsh
He could use
language
your
against
help
a
with
trans
something.
He's waiting
activist?
for me near a goblin mine.
Also, if you think I have
Would you be
literally
willing
0
to
wins,
help?
dude,
Of course. How exciting.
quartering's been taking
I
a
mean,
lot of fails lately.
Well, might this be dangerous?
I think he simply wants to show me something that involves gobbledygook.
Well, nah,
If it
quartering was on the right
helps, he's a
side of
friend
the
of
Eliza Blue
Sorona's.
thing.
Good to
But
hear.
now quartering's
Good to
taking
hear.
Sydney's side,
If Sirona trusts him, then I feel much better.
at least from the video I watched in the Sydney versus, I don't know. I guess he took the right side in the Crowder thing, took the right side in the Eliza Blue thing. It's just the Sydney thing. But I feel like there was something else that he was getting some pushback for. But now you're calling out Matt Walsh. Oh no, you don't want to play with Matt. You don't want to play with Matt. I heard Hunter Avalon saying, "Oh, Matt Walsh is not a transgender activist, so he's not at this panel being or not an expert on transgender issues." And man, I'm saying that word in the first 10 minutes of the stream. That's dumb. But Matt is an expert on it. He traveled the whole world trying to find out what a woman is. That's pretty I'd say he's an expert on the issue at hand.
This, look, man, I'm gonna be real with you. Let's talk.
He made a
about
whole
Jeremy from the
documentary
Quarter,
about
okay?
it.
Let's
Makes him
talk
an
about
expert.
Jeremy from the Quarter. Now, full disclosure, I still support the guy. Okay, I still watch him. I have been watching Jeremy for many years, so I have been watching Jeremy probably a lot longer than many of you have. I'm talking way back in the days when his YouTube channel first started. You guys don't know this, but he used to go around and do like claw machine videos, like how to hack and win claw machines, and then it evolved into like Magic the Gathering, and then it evolved to when he was assaulted at a convention and his lawsuit, and then he started blowing up when Ghostbusters, 2016 came out and all that stuff, and then he just, when Trump got elected, he kind of blew up, right? And his channel's evolved several times. Now, Jeremy from the Quartering has had several failed business ventures, or I think a couple, I can't remember. I know one of them was at least the video game company he tried to start. And before you criticize me and say, oh, you're just a hater, no, I put my money where my mouth is. I was a subscriber.
Do I have to walk with this guy, or can I just fast travel
that inevitably failed.
I think I can just fast travel there.
But over the years, I have noticed what's happening
That's
to
1,880.
is that
Can I jump on my hippogriff right now?
It's turning into a tabloid. It's turning into like a gossip channel.
But so is your channel.
What you'll
there, Noctis, from what I've seen of it, this is a small channel, but
don't get mad. Don't start.
There's nothing wrong with that if that's what you're.
Myself or Matt Walsh or the Quartering.
That's the content you're making.
I want you to just look objectively at what the Quartering, what Jeremy gets into. First off, you'll notice that he always seems to be in some kind of Twitter beef with some kind of larger.
And he's kind of,
whether it's Ian
Moss he starts stuff on Twitter.
It's Matt Walsh, whether it's whatever.
I don't even know what Twitter is.
Elon Musk, whatever the post is, he's always in some kind of beef.
How's the audio, guys?
And this is something
my
that
voice
people do when they're trying
too
to grow
loud?
their channels
Is
and
it
their
a good
platforms.
bit
Now,
louder
look,
than him,
is it
but you can
slimy
still
and
hear
sleazy?
him?
Absolutely.
And then maybe just faintly hear the music
The hustle? You bet your ass
from the video
do.
game.
Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter
What's
if
the
you
levels?
have
What's the levels looking
people's
like?
respect. It doesn't matter. Now these are
Yo,
what
did
these
this
people
person
think.
follow me or not?
It doesn't matter if you have people's respect or admiration. All that matters is that you're growing your followers, you're growing your subscribers, and you're growing your bottom line, which is finances. And Jeremy has done a good job at that. I remember the days of him having 100,000 subscribers, and now he's almost at 2 million. The guy he employs people.
Is there a Merlin trial around here?
Coffee. But he's always in some kind of beef with somebody, right? And they claim to not like this. They claim to say, oh, I'm just trying to spread the truth, or I'm just doing this, I'm just talking about what I feel is true. But at the end of the day, it's great, because if you get somebody like Matt Walsh, a lot of Matt Walsh's followers had no idea who the Quartering is, but they do now. You bet your ass they do now, because if you get into a beef with a larger platform, somebody with a lot of followers, even if it's negative, it's still good. Because
all
now you have
a
lot of Matt's followers being like, Matt, who's this Jeremy from the Quartering guy?
I don't think that's always true
They're
anymore,
go over
though.
to his channel, and let's say
a lot of movies have bombed
5,000 people
they had
from
real
Matt
bad
Walsh
publicity.
go over to the Quartering's channel.
Plus, I think a lot of people
is
don't
that
have the
more
attention
traffic drawn
spans
your
to watch a
channel,
whole
more
movie
traffic
anymore.
drawn to your tweets, more engagement because they're hate commenting at you. their hate,
Some details surrounding
downvoting
its
or
plunder.
whatever.
He presumed
But
I'd
then
help
some of
from a
those,
witch
believe it or
or
not, may
wizard.
actually cross over and become
I'd
fans
had
of the
help
quartering. So
from a
he's
witch or
very
wizard in
smart
retrieving it.
at how he does this. And I've been watching him for a long time,
How
and
else did he
I know how to
expect
play that
Goblin
game
Folk to get the
myself.
helmet
I
back?
just, I talk
Seems
about
he has no
geopolitics
interest in
and
making
Russia,
amends.
Ukraine, and
I'm afraid
in
we
my
do not
opinion, I
have
talk
the
about
luxury
important
of
things.
rational
So I don't.
I've never
I don't
watched a
wanna
full stream of this
I don't
guy's,
feel the need to play
so
these
maybe
games
he
'cause I'm
does
not
talk
trying to
about other
report
stuff,
the
but all
exact
his
same
shorts
audience,
are
you know
always
what I mean? I'm trying
seem
to
to
court
be
people
drama
who want to
stuff.
know about
That's not
important
what
issues that are
And I don't-
probably going
I don't
to
have a
kill
problem
us.
with that.
However, it works, man. It
I'm
works.
watching
He's
it.
went from like no following to almost 2 million subscribers and hundreds of thousands on Twitter. And like I said, that results in bottom lines. And this is exactly why also with the quartering you find
What do you mean?
him doing 4-minute plugs out of every video. If you notice about this guy, and for all of
Ad
his
reads.
talk about not being a grifter, for all of his
But he's
talk
doing
about,
ad reads for his
you know,
own
one of
coffee company.
Jeremy from the Quartering's
And I don't-
biggest, his
I don't hate
kryptonite,
on
if you
people
will,
for
is
doing
Ian
ad
Miles
reads,
Chong.
man. You gotta make
This guy
money.
has such a hard on for Ian Miles Chong. Now I know people right now.
I got
are
an
like,
email
No, Ian's awful. He swatted
from
people
somebody
and all
saying
that.
they have a new
Okay, I
VPN
don't
program
know.
and they're looking
All I
for
know
people
is
on
he
YouTube
has like the
to
biggest hard on for this guy.
do ads.
And if you hate
But it
somebody
looks
so
like-
bad,
I don't know.
he's like he cannot help
A lot of these
himself.
things
If
are
he sees
scams.
Ian- I think
I don't
what really
trust
happens
him.
is
I don't trust
I
it. Maybe
think-
that's a problem.
I think Jeremy
Because I get a lot of
is
these
upset
emails
that
saying,
Ian
"Hey,
Miles
we
Chong
want
is so
to,
big on Twitter, like bigger
you know,
than him." I
advertise
think-
on channel. We saw
I
your
think Jeremy's
YouTube
upset
channel.
that
Contact
Elon
us."
Musk replies to him.
I never contact him because
retweets
I
him,
always
and he
feel
gets
like
like
it's a
he gets
scam.
all this interaction from like serious journalists, and the quartering is still in this area of like you're just kind of a culture drama YouTube channel. He hasn't crossed over to where he wants to be, which is like take it seriously. And I think that bothers him so bad that Ian is. But either way, if you want to piss the quartering off, just like mention Ian Miles Chong.
This
or
kid
just say
speaks
something like,
gobbledygook. Not
I'm
this
telling
guy.
you,
This
dude,
guy.
If you just like
Again.
get into his comments and you're like, oh man,
I,
Ian Miles
well,
Chong has great coverage.
yes.
You're a great channel. Check this
Perhaps my
out.
pronunciation
This guy
was a
will
bit
lose
off.
his shit.
I
He just
imagine
gets,
certain
he
dialects
cannot help
differ.
himself, man. It's like his kryptonite, 100%.
He's
But for
Ravenclaw.
all his talk of grifting and stuff, I mean, look, you've watched the quartering videos? How much of that video is an ad? The video starts, right? You got like a 30-second little like, hey everybody, I'm Jeremy from the quartering and all that, something we all do. And then it's directly into a coffee brand coffee or whatever. And then after that, it's a, after coffee brand coffee, it's a Raid Shadow Legends or a,
And it sucks because for so long, the standard was aim for 10 minutes. 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes. Unless you're doing long-form streaming content. With streaming on YouTube, streaming's gaining traction more and more over the last, 3-4 years. But 4 years ago, you wanted a nice, entertaining 10 to 15 minute video. Because much longer than that, people lose interest. And much shorter than that, you can't do ads on it as much. Once you get monetized, you can, at a 10-minute video, you can do a beginning and somewhere in the middle another ad, two skippable ads, and that's the goal because you want YouTube to run more ads on your videos, but still keep it as short as possible so that people watch it. They're short, they're entertained, and then you get the ads in there. That's how you get your revenue at first. But now everybody be making now with shorts, the goal is 15 seconds to a minute, which you can't learn anything in 15 seconds to a minute. Even if you speed it up. Nope. So, but even the videos, people who do video content, now their videos are like 7-8 minutes. And I don't know. It's just a mess. It's constantly evolving. The AI.
Sheath underwear, whatever the hell it is. It's some kind of other plug. And then
A
after
7-minute video
it's
with a 3-minute
make sure
ad
you catch
read.
my live stream with Sydney Watson, and like
20 seconds
later,
of end screen.
4 minutes later, out of a 10-minute video, he gets to his content. And then at the end of that content, there's another plug for everything. So for somebody that really likes to call out grifters, that seems like a hell of a lot of grift to me. I'm just saying. This isn't really negotiable, man. This is like what he does. It's not so much a criticism as an observation. Now, full disclosure, I agree with what he does because you got to get paid, man. Look, when you're living in this world of YouTube and all that, and you're censored, you got to get paid. Plus,
but you can't call it
at the end
out
of the
and
day,
knock it if you're doing
I respect
the
the
same
hustle because he does employ people, man. He's giving people jobs at Coffee Brand Coffee, so I understand why he does it, but it doesn't change the fact that I find myself fast forwarding through most of his video. I legit do. I've learned when I watch the Quartering's videos to just automatically hit. You can even see like most rewinded or most played, like most replayed on the video. It's always
Yeah,
after
if you go
his
look
ads,
at his
because there's so
analytics.
many of them. They're so damn long. So, excuse me. My point is, when you get into what this guy does with picking fights with larger accounts,
Horklum juice. We need more Horklum juice.
just like, for example, Justin Loss. Justin Loss is a great channel. He covers a lot of YouTube stuff, but it seems like, at least to me, he only covers YouTube drama. It's like the people on the right, the conservatives, they've gotten away from covering real issues, and now they just cover each other. And look, here I am doing it. But I'm doing
Here
it
I am
because,
doing it.
I'm
just
you
listening to a
stop
video.
falling for this stuff, man. I want you to. I know it's intoxicating. I know the Eliza Blue stuff is intoxicating. I know it's intoxicating for Tim Pool. I know it is, and it is important.
But I feel like this guy does the same thing. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he has.
Agree, because you need to know where you're getting your
he
news
does
from.
do
But
long
don't
streams.
become consumed with just
and
that.
I haven't watched
What
one
I
yet,
don't
so.
want from you guys, and at the end of the day, you can do what you want to do.
Maybe
I
in
don't
his
control
streams
you.
he
But what
talks
I
about
wish,
news
what
and
I
stuff.
pray you guys don't do, is you see like, ooh, a new Eliza Blue video, ooh, a new Quartering video, ooh, a
Like,
new
see,
Tim
if
Pool
we
video,
go-
right, like the beef and the drama, and then there's like a video about
Oh shoot! I didn't mean to stop it.
We need to break its line of sight somehow.
All right. Well, here we go. Is America under attack? Trump visits Ohio while Biden visits Ukraine. Okay. Maybe I was wrong. Another lying grifter exposed. We got Ohio, AI, James O'Keefe, PV. That again. Okay, I was wrong. Maybe I was thinking of the Justin Lost guy. Yeah, I think I was getting this guy confused with the Justin Lost guy, or Justin is Lost. Okay. Yeah, my bad. Noctis. But how much more is left? Are we gonna
a
get
video
to
about
the...
important news, right? Like what I talk about, Russia, Ukraine, or the Ohio situation with train derailments, and you're like,
And this
this
is 30
boring, and
minutes,
you're
so-
looking for that constant endorphin fix, because we all love to see people fall.
How do I open
You know,
the door?
it's just human nature for some reason. Someone gets to the top, they get too big for their britches, and they fall. Back on topic here.
Enter the
Hang on.
goblin thing. Oh, I don't have the spell to get in
Sorry,
here.
guys, when you try to run your mouth so much so fast, a lot
Is
of
it
people think it's
flipendo?
easy to do that. Just sit up here and like talk for half an hour straight. It's not. But anyway, let's get back to this because we're going to continue with
I don't have the spell
drama
to
with
get
Matt
in that
Walsh
thing.
and the Quartering here. So on your screen, Matt Walsh responded to that. Now in the comments, the Quartering here says,
Yeah, 'cause that
"For an
eyeball
insufferable
spell is
asshole,
the one
you
that-
seem really sensitive." And then here we got the Warhammer.
That
I'm just here to
eyeball
read the
spell
comments.
is the one that opens up the chest.
Yeah, so most of it is people going after kind of the Quartering, basically telling them to stay in your lane. And here we have now today, the Quartering woke up. These comments didn't really seem to go the way he wanted to.
Disillusionment
You know, he
spell.
got. I personally think he got a little bit too big for his
I
britches
gotta
here,
turn invisible.
and he
Well, I've been done.
he didn't think he was going to get as much pushback. Maybe he thought he was bigger than he, you know, he could pretty much win this argument. Ratio Matt Walsh, which was insane. And I just commented here. I said, Jeremy is turning into a tabloid. It's constant internet drama after internet drama. Let Matt be. I'm not even that conservative, but Matt Walsh did nothing wrong. Take the L and move on. I think Matt is hammering home the importance of attitude that needs to change on the right to defeat the left. I support it, and I hope he continues to rally the right. Jeremy, as someone who watches one half of your videos and will drink
One
coffee
half of
in
your
about
video.
10 minutes, I will drop the truth for you. Matt is right. You don't have to agree or like it. None of us asked for this, and it was forced upon us. He's basically saying, like, yeah, we need to fight back. Here we go. Another user says, drama again. Take the L. Matt is 100% right. Here, and I can't say the last part, but this Twitter user says, we get it, bro. You need another fight to pick now that Tim is done with you.
It wasn't Ann Coulter.
So people are realizing what's going on with the Quartering, man. Like I said, he has become a drama channel. he thrives on this kind of stuff. And before you just say, look, this guy's weak and pathetic, it works, man. People flock to this stuff. They flock to this drama. That's just how we're wired. However, here he is again. Oh, that looks nice. Here is Jeremy's legs, and he's propped up at the beach. This is what I want to point out to you. This is what his grift pays for. This is what the internet drama pays for. Look at that. That's nice. I never get to do stuff like that. Of course, I don't play the same game, so I'm never going to get the money. But yeah, this is it's very lucrative.
Man, don't say that.
So while we're all criticizing the quartering and we're like, oh man, this guy's pathetic and all they does is internet drama, he's got his feet kicked up. He's got a company with people that work for him. He's got almost 2 million subscribers. He's got hundreds of thousands of followers on Twitter. He is good. So yeah, it looks like the grift is very lucrative. I can see why he does it. So he's backtracking already. He says Matt Walsh had some real life wins helping push through legislation and shutting down a gender clinic. Here are some feat as penance. So after saying, you know, people saying that being an insufferable asshole is somehow the only way to win are basing this on literally 0 wins, all the way to Matt Walsh has had some real life wins.
Good job.
So that was quick.
I still can't believe we're inside
And
a real goblin
yeah,
mine.
so people are talking about his feet and everything, but yeah, he's backtracked already. And then here he is again apologizing. Sorry for being so petty at Matt Walsh blog. It's about winning, not stupid drama. I apologize. And I just said, this is what happens when you constantly involve yourself in internet drama. You become a flip-flop of whichever way the outrage blows person. Lesson here is, don't involve yourself. And if you do, plant your feet and stand firm. If people see you constantly backtracking, you lose respect, is what I said to that. And of course people are here's a user that says LOL, a full circle in like 2 hours. And the corner is like, it was a wild ride, huh? And you know why he jokes about this? It's the same reason Tim Pool jokes about this. It's because he knows that we have short attention spans. Look, all the stuff with Eliza Blue and Tim Pool, it's already over. Like, you know, it lasted for
Keep your wits about you, Amit. I'll get you through this mine.
Does he know his mic cut off?
Sorry about that, guys. I wanted to mute it while I clear my throat. So I have
Gotta get that
I have
cough
been
button.
near the burn pits in Iraq for a long time, and I have like this constant crap that builds up like a smoker or something like that, and I apologize for that. It makes my videos horrendous. Anyway, point is, all that stuff with Tim Pool, Eliza Blue, it's died down already. We have these attention spans where like we get involved in this drama, and it's so passionate. We love it. We're so addicted to it. But they know, people like the quartering, people like Tim Pool, Eliza Blue, they know if they just wait it out long enough, we'll be on to the next thing. We'll be on to the next outrage, right? It's exactly what the mainstream media does to us with the news cycle. They say whatever they want because they know that they'll just put the next story out there and we'll move on. So he's just kind of making light of it because he knows that next week no one's going to be talking about this.
A little more than you used to. Not me, sweetheart.
And that's just the way it is. It's going to happen. So yeah, he's apologizing, and then finally he says,
Goblin's gonna get
I'll explain
murked.
myself
That's all
in
it
the
is.
video. Twitter is not
That's
dead.
all
I
it
still really
is.
respect the body of work Matt has put together. It just gets lost in everyone's bases demanding blood. So the translation here is, the translation is, if I'm translating what Jeremy's saying here is, he says, I picked a fight with someone bigger than me, and I bit off more than I
And I
could
lost, so now let's
I
joke
gained a lot of
about it.
followers and traction and
Just
fame
look
off
the other
of
way, guys.
Eliza
Let's talk
Blue
about something else
situation.
in my show
I
tomorrow.
was a champion for the right and free speech, and I thought that I could just go and steamroll Matt, and I didn't. I got ratioed on multiple tweets, and things are looking bad for me, so now I better apologize and backtrack. That's what happened. Let's just be real. That's what happened. Now, outside of you know, Jeremy and Matt, we need to talk about conservatives being too soft, because Matt Walsh is absolutely right. Now, Matt Walsh is, you know, he has a lot of good takes. Somebody said today that he should run for president. I think that'd be a horrible idea because he's too out of touch with culture.
Matt Walsh.
Now, he's a great conservative.
No, I think Matt Walsh.
He's a great
for president.
you know, political voice and commentator, but he's also the kind of guy that I've actually heard him say video games are a waste of time. He says, "Oh, you
we
know,
don't need a
these
president
young people out
that's
there
telling
with
young
video
kids to play
games, it's a
video
waste
games."
of time, and it's you know, it's It's nonsense.
Culture. Horrible take.
The amazing thing is that
Horrible take.
the left
that makes him base.
does focus on culture. One of the things that conservatives always get wrong is they think that politicians are the ones that are going to change the hearts and minds of a country. No, it is culture, especially in America where we worship celebrities. We worship celebrities. You will get whatever your most popular political figure is on the right or left, even Obama. They're not going to have a fraction of the followers that someone like Ariana Grande will have.
Cruciatus, baby.
People are
Now he's
always
cursed.
going to be more attracted to culture and arts than they will politics. It's not people in suits in DC that choose the direction of the
Cruciatus,
company.
let's
no.
go.
It is television shows, streaming shows.
She's gonna be
it's
like, yo,
video
did you
games,
just
it's
use
music,
dark
it's
art?
movies.
Why are
That
you
put
doing that?
messages within them, right? That's
You
why
don't even care.
culture is so important. And conservatives, what I call boomer, and even though Matt's not a boomer, he has a boomer mentality. You can totally see it. He has like this boomer mentality.
We need to
And they
bring
have this
some of that
mentality
back.
of like
Not
culture
boomer,
isn't
but
important. Culture is the most important thing. Culture, politics are downstream from culture.
if I had
Culture isn't
kids, I
downstream
probably wouldn't
from-
be playing
from
video
politics.
games either.
It's culture that dictates politics because it reaches a way wider audience. So, how many people out there know
Politics
who Matt
is down.
Walsh is?
Did he say politics is
How many
downstream of culture?
Probably not many. You go to anybody in your family.
Did he just say politics is downstream of culture? I agree with that, and I was gonna say that in the debate with Freddie the other night, and say if we change our culture to a more Christian culture, then our politics will become more Christian, and because politics is downstream of culture.
And say, hey, you heard about Matt Walsh? You heard about Jeremy from the Quartering? Nah, nobody knows. How many people know who J.K. Rowling is? How many people know who Harry Potter is? How many people know who Tom Cruise is? How many people know who Ariana Grande is? How many people know who Justin Bieber is? You get my point? Culture is highly important. Highly important. So, the right long ago stopped focusing on culture. They never did. They said,
I see
these
what he's
kids,
saying.
the TV's going to rot your brain. Who
But
cares
I don't
about
think
this stupid
Matt is
music?
less
Who cares about
qualified
video
for being
games? It's just
president
a waste of time.
because he says something
The
like
left
that.
didn't. The left put their messaging in video games. The left put their messaging in movies, in
True.
pop culture.
It's true.
And what do you have 20, 30 years later? They control everything.
But Matt
Because
does work
more
with Daily
people are gonna
Wire
sit
that
down
is
and
making
play
a
a game.
whole
They're going to sit down and watch a
thing
movie, listen
around
to a
making
song with a
conservative
message in it.
movies.
Then they're going to
I don't
listen
think they're
to
doing a good job.
politicians or people on the right. That's just the way it's
Bunch of
always going to be.
female
Your most
empowerment
popular politician
movies.
in the world, left or right,
That's all
doesn't
they
matter,
are.
is going to pale in popularity to a medium tier pop star
How do I open this?
or a video game or something like that. That's just how it's always going to be, man. And the left, they co-opted that. They ran with it. Conservatives didn't, which is why we've lost on every front. We've lost in culture. We've lost in academia. We've lost in the judicial system. We've lost in politics. We've lost in Hollywood. We've lost in everywhere. Every facet we've lost.
I'm translating this correctly. And I
It is
think
what it
that
is.
I am.
So he makes some good
Because
points.
people see
and he's starting to realize that
conservatives
you have to fight
getting
back.
involved in this stuff, and they say
Because
that's
the one
gay.
thing that conservatives
That's
do,
gay.
and I blame the boomers for a lot of this stuff because they are a
Oh.
great generation. They're hardworking.
Why are you playing
know,
a
they
wizard
have
game? That's
fundamental Christian
gay.
values.
Why are you
They-
watching a hero
They
movie?
are
That's gay.
the offspring of the greatest generation. the
Oh,
World
you
War
want
II
to
generation,
see a
right?
Marvel
hardened
movie
people.
and then you're talking about
But
it? That's
because
gay.
the World War II generation created such a wonderful America for these people, the
I'm
boomer
in
generation
trouble,
was
I think.
soft. And that's the generation that decided to, let's hear the left out. Well, let's not be too mean, right? And this is what
Yeah, I'm in trouble.
This is
Yeah,
where
this is
kind of
bad.
Jeremy from the Quartering is. You've heard Jeremy from the Quartering. He always says things like, "Oh, I don't like curse words," and I think that people who use curse words think
Yeah,
that
this
they're
is
being
bad.
smart
There's too
and
much
all
going
that.
on.
This is the mentality of goofness, right?
I need
And I know some
something.
people say,
I
no,
need to
not,
do
it's just
something
decorum,
here.
You know, you don't have to present yourself that way, and I get it. But it is kind of a weak stance in saying that basically you're being an asshole to Dylan Mulvaney. No, I don't think Matt Walsh was harsh enough. I think that
Mandrake can be
conservatives,
used to stun and harm
Republicans
enemies
have
of
taken
radius.
the high road too much. So you'll hear the right say all the time, especially the politicians, well, I'm not going to get in the mud pit with them. I'm not going to get into slinging mud. We're going to take the moral high road and we're going to win on policy. We're going to beat them on policy alone. And then they get steamrolled because the left is willing to fight dirty. The left is willing to name call. The left is willing to tell you to go F yourself, to attack your children. The left is willing to attack your family members. They're willing to attack your looks. They're willing to attack the way you speak, the
I
way
need help.
you dress, all of that.
Ooh, I don't know how I did that at the time.
And they win. And meanwhile, the right is sitting there getting their asses kicked, getting their teeth knocked out, and they're like, well, at least we're taking the high road. At least we're not getting in the mud pit and name calling, and no one cares about that. Hey, newsflash from the
This guy is a
veteran
problem.
foreign war. No one gives a damn how you win, as long as you win. No one. There's an old saying. Look, it says the battlefield is filled with honorable.
Oh my
corpses.
God.
Right, I butchered that, I know, but it's something along that. It basically means like there's tons of dead on the battlefield that were honorable. It's the ones who are standing that matter. And Matt is starting to realize that. More and more conservatives are realizing that you need to get into the mud pit with these people. When they start talking nonsense, don't come at them with policy. They don't give a damn about policy. When you're talking to like someone who's trans and you're trying to give them scientific facts about why they can't have a period, and they think they have a period because they squirt ketchup in their panties, once a month.
Whoa.
They don't care about that.
No, they put
They are
popsicles in
already
their butt.
actively denying reality. Like Dylan Mulvaney, he's already actively denying
So
reality.
then they can feel what it feels
He's
like.
already actively denying
True
science.
story.
So trying to come at them logically with science and facts
didn't
doesn't
make that
work.
up.
No, you got to get petty like them.
I'm not that
You have
creative.
to talk about their looks. You have to just basically. It's almost like a bullying tactic, man. You have to like, excuse my French, but you have to like shit on these people so hard, and in the language they understand, that they just don't emerge. They don't come out again. Because they don't care about policy. They don't care about facts. They don't care about logic. That's why every time I see conservatives trying to debate these people, and conservatives are like using logic and giving statistics.
That
and
doesn't
points,
work.
And the left is just like, huh, you're a racist.
It's the
You're a
same thing
loser.
when you
Look at
debate a
you.
flat
They're
earther.
just like throwing mud, man. They're just getting
They don't
petty,
wanna hear
and
that.
they end up winning
Ain't
the
nobody got
arguments,
time
'cause
for
no
facts.
one cares about that. And Matt is realizing that you have to play their game. You have to play on their level. The only people playing by the rules are us. We are already on an unlevel playing field with
Ow.
everything being censored, everything being
I need all the
slanted in their
Horklump
favor.
juice. Give me all the Horklump
And he's
juice.
and conservatives and Matt are slowly starting to realize you have to approach these
that
people on their
Dittany?
level. You have to approach
want
with venom,
Dittany, I want
with
Horklump.
vitriol. Be rude, be ugly, be crass.
Hogwarts Fantasy
Like, you
was
have
much
to
better.
because they don't understand
Is
anything
that a
else.
video game?
And you have lost every
Never heard of
single
it.
thing because you're trying to be the better person. You're trying to be a pray about it Christian.
Go.
You're trying to be a take the high road Republican or conservative, and you're getting steamrolled. So people like Tim Pool, people like Jeremy from the Quartering, all that's happened is, man, is they just got too big. They get too much money. They're afraid to lose it. They're afraid to piss people off. This is why, look, I don't make a lot of money. I don't. And I still don't ask you guys for anything. I don't ask you guys to subscribe to a Patreon or a Subscribe Star. I don't do that. I go into debt sometimes because I buy these. Like, bro, seriously, these are like $10 for a pack of 6. And there's times, because I'm addicted to caffeine, right? There's times where I can't fill up my car.
Little Petrificus
You know,
totalis
I
here.
took
little
there were
Petrificus
bills that I could
totalis
not pay
there.
this
We
month so
could
that I could
probably
buy the camera that I'm talking to you guys on now because I wanted
make
to
this a
upgrade
little
my
easier
equipment for it. I
for
wanted to
us.
give you better quality. But the reason I don't ask you guys for money is because I don't want to ever become this. I don't want to ever become like Jeremy from the Quarter, where you're a slave to your income, where you're so incredibly indebted to your materials and your possessions that you can no longer be true. You can no longer be faithful to yourself, to your beliefs, that you're so afraid to take a stance because
they saw me.
it may result in a loss of subscribers. It may result in a loss of viewers. That you have to just basically, suck off everybody and anybody, praying that you don't piss people off because you might lose income. I never want to become that. Also, I never wanted to tie my finances to YouTube or anything because I know they're going to ban me one day. I mean, I talk about things that are just too
that
real,
makes-
and we know it. I get so much hate online. Here in America, I'm pretty much unknown, pretty much nobody. Now overseas, I have a pretty large following. As a matter of fact, I have
I've heard that
16,
before.
17
I died.
international news articles written about me at any given time. You just I don't want to tell you to Google my name because there's probably personal information, but yeah, I have articles written about me. Okay, I'll put it that way, and I have a lot of hate coming in, but I never want to become so big that I'm just afraid to take a stance and speak my mind. And Matt is totally right.
Where's
We
all
need
those
to
that
push
I
back
never
on these
blocked
people.
at?
We need to get harsher with these people. So at the end of the day, I want you to
I don't
follow
know.
who you
I
want
didn't
to
really
follow.
send this
Believe
stream
who you
out
want
to
to
anybody.
believe. Give your money to whoever you want to give your money to. But I want you to understand that people
Game
like
is
the Quartering,
glitched.
Tim Pool, they have a lot of money. They are. I think the Quartering's a millionaire. I don't know. He might be a millionaire. I don't want to say that for sure. I don't know, but I feel like just watching him over the years with the assets that he's accumulated. But this is why they do it right here.
We got a
man.
problem.
I never want to become that. I never want to become so comfortable with my money and my materials that I'm afraid to piss people off and say the truth. Because I know that I'm not going to... I'm sorry, I'm sitting here showing you guys like a retard the picture. But I never wanted to become this, where I'm just chilling and to me, it's just... there's an old saying. Someone told me long ago, and they said, you know, Noct, one of the greatest curses is the six-figure income. Now, this is a long time ago when making six figures was a lot of money. Now six figures will get you, you know, eggs, you can pay your rent and a tank of gas. But they said the six-figure income
Game
is
ended. I don't know where
biggest killer of dreams out there. Because once you start becoming a slave to your money, you're a slave to your money. Like, that's what it is. You're afraid to speak out. You're afraid to take a stance. You're afraid to get controversial. And I never wanted to become that, even though I suffer now financially because of it. But that's okay. That's okay, guys. Anyway, let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Do you take the side of Jeremy from the quartering? Tim Pool, the grifters, the milquetoast fence sitters, the people that are always backtracking? Or do you think Matt Walsh is correct on his approach to the left, that you have to be tough with them? You have to be hard on them. You have to play by their rules. Like, share, subscribe, and remember, like we always say at this channel, nothing in this world is black and white. The truth is usually in the gray.
Right now, and only at Burt Brothers Tire and Service, get up to a $100 rebate on 4 select Bridgestone tires and up to a $90 rebate on select Firestone tires when you use your Burt Brothers credit card. Saving money, stress-free payments, and great tires? Sounds like a win to me. Visit BurtBrothers.com
for future generations to pay for. Technically, it's also just being extracted from your buying power, from your savings. So when they print money and then give...
Let's go into Discord. Alright. I'm in the Discord. If anybody wants to go in there.
Okay, so it's been a week since my brief but now infamous segment on this show about trans activist Dylan Mulvaney. The tweet with that clip has been viewed nearly 20 million times on Twitter alone. Doesn't count all the other platforms where it's been shared and reposted. As you know, all I did in the segment was speak honestly to Dylan about
I don't
Dylan,
understand why that's like,
I wrote a
paragraph,
sterilization. It does
and
all
it
of
got
it
viewed 20 million times.
Real women have
that's
tried
like
to
claim
tell
to fame
Dylan how demeaning his woman face routine is, but he
just
only doubles down on the mockery in response.
Not like a book,
and most
not
recently,
like a novel,
he released a video bragging about
not like
what
a
an
news
attractive woman he
article,
is and warning
not
women
an
that he could
expose,
steal
not a
their husbands,
dissertation,
and this
not
was a
an
video that
essay.
provoked my response, in which I simply
just
told him
wrote
the
3
plain and
sentences
unvarnished
on
truth about
Twitter,
himself, that he is not a woman, that he doesn't look like one, that the whole degrading display is not beautiful or remotely attractive, that he is imitating something he will never truly be. In other words, I said out loud what most people already think. But some of those people, the ones who agree with what I said and were already thinking it, were nonetheless very upset by my remarks, and perhaps upset is an understatement. They've called me mean and cruel and sadistic, and this has been going on for a week now with no sign of letting up. They've called me a bully and a grifter. They've said that I'm only hurting the cause by being so repulsively honest. And remember, these are people on the right, or at least not openly on the left, saying this. Now, I've already addressed the critics on the show, but the criticism has only gotten louder and more intense since then. And many conservatives in media, or at least, again, people in media,
I don't know where they're
going to
let me start from, because the game
have joined in the dog pile. And what began as a 3 or 4 minute commentary on Dylan Mulvaney in the middle of an hour-long podcast on Tuesday has now turned into something of a demarcation, kind of a dividing line. It's been a very revealing moment, enlightening.
What the heck?
And I think for that reason, it's worth revisiting one more time.
I'm still frozen in this spot.
or perhaps reiterate or emphasize
What
a few
the-
crucial points. In order to frame those points, I'm going to play a quick montage
What
of
the heck?
some
What is
right-of-center
happening?
media figures and podcasters sharing their criticisms of my Mulvaney comments. And what you'll hear in these clips doesn't come close to representing the harshest rebukes that have been directed at me, but they do capture the
What is
basic
happening?
point that all of my critics have been trying to make in one form or another with varying levels of outrage. Listen.
You look at guys
Well,
like
Houston, we have a
Elon
problem.
Musk and Jeff Bezos and
Scrooge McDuck.
exactly. When it comes to taxes, the rich do not pay their fair share, man.
It's a familiar
I have to
shape,
go to a
isn't it?
previous.
A liberal friend, coworker, cousin home from college.
I have to go to a
uses
previous.
your dinner party to serve up a word salad of leftist mantras. Don't suffer through the bad political theater. Join me every week, and in 15 minutes or
hell
less,
is going
I will
on?
arm you with the facts to counter the most common leftist claims, so you can stand up for what you believe.
Well, what is a fair share? By nearly every measure, the U.S. has the most progressive system of taxation in the world. I mean, the top 40% of earners pay 95% of all federal income tax. So they actually...
It wasn't that good.
Well,
He was just being mean.
I was gonna say like,
And
what,
there's Sydney. So now the quartering's on the team with Sydney. So maybe that's where this is coming from.
what he is saying is actually genuinely like really mean.
Oh my gosh. So this, I didn't know she was involved in this. She said it. He was really mean. This is the girl who's suing the Blaze. Vampire Lord Sydney. This is the girl who's suing the Blaze because Elijah was mean and he hung out with misogynists and he harassed me. So I didn't know she was calling out Matt Wall. Oh my God. This chick's, she's looking for clout. And Jeremy said, hey, this is how I did it. I talk trash to bigger channels. And it made me popular.
Parts of
Yeah.
the whole thing is true. Like it's not like it's untrue. It's not like Dylan Mulvaney is a male and he will always be a male. And no matter how much makeup or face feminization or whatever, you'll always be a male. This is like a reality. I have a lot of contempt for these people. Like a lot of contempt.
You're talking about like woman face people. You're not talking about Matt. Yeah, right.
Well, I sometimes have contempt for Matt, but less often than I have contempt for Dylan Mulvaney. I get where he's coming from because like I have so much contempt for these people, and the more that this drags on,
what
the
are
more
you
that they
what's the
denigrate
opposite
females,
of
the more that
misogynist?
anybody denigrates
If
females.
misogynist is a guy who hates women, what would be a woman who hates men? She just made a whatever that is. A massage? Is that misogynist? Load game, continue. Okay, we can go 3 minutes back. Ooh, I'm glad they have that feature that it pulls up all your past autosaves. I didn't know they had that. I thought I was going to have to go back to my last manual save, which is where we started this stream. Oh! Wait, we got a battle with somebody? Oh, there he is.
Do you think this is funny? Oh, this really is too much.
Stay close. I've handled much worse.
Another boiler. This place is more complex than I had
Yeah, I've
expected.
handled much worse, bruh.
Accio.
Think I can't handle this? What do you think? What do you think you're... Who do you think... I'm an ancient, bro. Okay, I think we came in through here.
Another schematic. What are they going to build? This mine is too small for whatever it is. I will get to the bottom of what they've been building down here.
See, there's a treasure chest there.
Accio.
Can't go that way. Doesn't look like I can go this way. Simple chain. Don't know why Alohomora wouldn't work on a chain that you could just undo with your hands, but whatever. Where did we come in from? I forget what happened. Did we go up or down? Down? Up. I think we go down here.
If I'm translating this correctly, and I think that I am, they're building something rather large. But what? Let me know if you see any more plans or schematics. We can't return to Lodgok empty-headed.
Headed? Empty-headed or empty-handed?
Revelio.
Okay, I think I'm going the wrong way. I think we came in that way. And then I gotta go up these stairs. Or I gotta go through here. This is probably... Oh, this is the right way. Give me all the Horklump juice. Give me all the Horklump juice. You know we need it. You know we need it. And now this part... Wait. Yeah. This part, okay. This part was hard. So we're going to auto-save here. Or we're going to manual save here because we glitched out last time. That was weird. And I got to really try to Petrificus Totalis a lot of these dudes because it's just too much.
I've never seen a sword like it.
Right. Don't wish to be seen, do we?
We're going to try to Petrificus Totalis as many as possible.
Petrificus Totalis.
So I know we can get that guy, and this guy. Oh, we can come up this way. I'm going to go through that tunnel and see if it leads around to the other side. This might just lead around back to the place. Oh, this is the chest. Okay, well that doesn't help me. I want to get the skill so that I can run when I'm using this spell. Okay, they see me. I need to get away. Need to get away. Okay, he lost me. I'm not going to be able to Petrificus Totalis the boss. Damn, that assassin's level 24. That's why we died. We need to kill that thing immediately. And the sentinel's level 24 too.
Wouldn't mind a plum job at Gringotts. Suit me, sitting around quiet and crap.
Shit, he saw me. This is gonna be hard. Okay, we killed the sentinel at level 24. We need to kill the other level 24 guy. We turned him into a barrel. Now we can kill the ads. Nope, we need to attack him. Oh, the big boy's out. The big boy's out. We're gonna ancient magic him. Boom, he's dead. Oh, there's more. Oh, that was a good Depulso.
Rather up wise coming back this way. That was meant for me. Let's get this over with.
Come on, get out of it. Boom! Y'all are dead. What you gonna do about that? Second tries a charm. Why can't I collect that? Your gear slots are full. Damn it. I gotta do these stupid Merlin trials to reduce my gears or increase my gear slots. I need more gear slots. 49, 52, 55. 55 with 0 upgrades. I should have sold these. Let's sell those. Let's sell those. But the question is, what can I destroy? 44, 42 with 1 upgrade. These are 44s. Doesn't matter. We're gonna destroy them. And we need Fupa feathers. Fupa feathers. Not Fupa feathers. Fupa feathers. We're gonna destroy these green scarves just in case we get some better gear. Oh, that looks cool. Alright, we've made a good chunk of gear slots. And we got nothing good. Okay, we can't get through that till we do the thingy thing. What's down there? I don't know. I almost jumped in a hole, maybe. Okay. This is how we get through these doors. Team, why are you retracting all your messages? What are you doing?
This is not good. They're building enormous drills, bigger than this mine could contain.
Let's get out of here and tell Lodcott what we found.
That's a big old drill. That's all we're looking for? That's what I'm looking for. Okay. Can we get up and run though now? Let's just move.
Revelio.
Let's move through this piece.
Descendo. Accio.
That's our way out. Get on the elevator because we rolling out. All right, let's hear what Sydney's saying about Matt.
The more angry I get and the more contempt I have for people who participate in that, in whatever form that comes in. I don't know if there's a necessity or a point in just being like mean.
Here's my take on it. Is and I, you know, obviously I'm much softer generally, but like, there's nothing he said that isn't true, but it accomplishes nothing. Yeah. All it does, it's just so mean that like, it won't resonate and it won't change minds.
And I will absolutely say, yeah, it's mean. Yeah, Matt Walsh is being mean. I mean, come on. Matt Walsh insults Dylan Mulvaney as eerie, weird,
That's not a hot take.
Bizarre. You can get the point across without saying that.
The major divide on this video is whether or not the language
Who is this chick? Oh, PragerU?
a little too harsh towards Dylan.
Oh my
You guys know me. You watch my show. You know how I talk about these issues. I am on the side of this being too harsh, and I know there are many who will disagree with me. But to me, there is no need for vitriol.
I mean, do you reckon he's into her? It sort of does look like the sort of thing somebody would say that when they're slightly obsessed with somebody.
Yeah, exactly.
Shut up. Who are these guys?
Actually, he's not wrong.
Yeah.
Is he?
I'm not watching these losers. Who are these guys? I don't have level 2 Alohomora yet.
If your job is to win hearts and minds, I don't think this is the best way of doing it.
What if it's your job to get clicks online?
Again, but do clicks lead to changing of opinion?
No.
We're almost
I
out
don't
of here,
think he's
are
trying
we?
to change anyone's
Look,
opinion.
I don't think any of these people are... these are all the
He's trying
wackest
to
takes
make
I've ever
people on
heard.
his side feel like he's done something cool
Now do I
and
take
said
this up?
something that they
No,
think.
I go out.
Do you think that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you're trying to change Dylan Mulvaney's mind, is it?
Yeah, I completely agree.
You're not going to change this person's
just look
mind?
at that and just go. Even people on his own side were like, "Hold on a bit, mate."
Okay, so that was Tim Pool, Jeremy from the YouTube channel The Quartering, Sydney Watson, Amala Ekpanobi from PragerU, and the guys from the podcast Trigonometry. Now, one thing I want to be clear about here is that I'm not mad at any of these people.
Suffer and die.
There are no hard feelings. We can disagree and all that. It's fine. I could have done without the snideness and the lame cheap shot from the Trigonometry guys at the end, especially in the video where they're supposed to be lecturing me about the value of taking the high road. Okay, when you're going to do that, you can't start the video by insulting me. But we'll leave that to the side.
I've had enough adventure for
Instead, all I'd like to do is address the overarching criticism.
I couldn't have done it without you.
First,
now, if you don't mind,
you'll notice the connecting thread.
I'd like to have a word with
okay, they all agree that I'm right,
I'll leave you
that
to
what
it.
I said is
Your
factually
goblin
correct.
secrets are safe with
but they think
me,
that it goes
but I
too
get to write the
far by
book about
saying
this
it out loud.
escapade someday.
Mulvaney's the one running around like some cartoon of a woman.
The first
passing out
sentence doesn't
tampons
make
in the
any
women's room
sense. The second
and
sentence.
meeting with the president to defend the mutilation of children. But I went too far.
I don't know.
Well,
I think
see,
you
this is where we
should
differ.
keep examining that.
Because in the culture war, I don't think it's possible to go too far by speaking truth. The truth is the truth. It is what it is.
They're building
It's the
enormous
reality.
drills.
Are we going to defend
found
it
their
or are we going to
plans.
conceal it? Are we going to
Randall must be
embrace it or are we
searching
going to
for
hide from it?
repositories.
You can't
I
have it both
fear
ways.
you are correct.
When it comes to gender ideology,
Other
the
than
truth is
Rookwood
ugly.
Castle,
It is
however,
brutal and harsh
I
and
do not know
disgusting.
where else he
I wish
plans
it
to
wasn't
search.
that way, but it
I've been
is. I
wondering
didn't
about
make
something
it
else
that
you
way.
said
I didn't
before we entered
create
the
the
mine.
ugliness.
Yes.
If you
I'm merely
share
pointing to
Randall's
it and
views,
saying,
then why
look
are
at
you
this.
helping me?
Look at it for what it is.
I expected Rookwood Castle to be deserted.
But
when
you would
I
rather
arrived
that
to
I
begin
soften
my
the
search.
blow a little bit, that I dress
So
the
was
truth up to make it
surprised to
prettier,
find
more palatable.
A witch there who had
You
set
want
up a
me to
sort of
lie to protect the
improvised
feelings
research
of our enemies. And make no
She was
mistake, Dylan
studying
Mulvaney
something
is
so
our
intently
enemy.
that she almost didn't
He
notice
is an
me.
open, visible, active, and
When she
passionate
looked up,
advocate for the abuse
I
of
thought
children,
she would react
the
with
war on fundamental
fear
truth,
or
and the destruction of
disdain.
human society as we know it.
Facts.
But instead she did
So
something
You wish
that
to
I will never
defeat
face
this
Destroy
man in a
him.
manner that will not make him
Without
feel
an
bad
open
about
You don't say,
himself.
oh,
But I'm
let's
here to
be
tell you
nice
that
to
you are
Dill
deluding.
Dill.
I'm not going to protect your feelings any
And
more than I'll
asked me
protect
to
his.
sit
You are
with her.
deluding yourself.
Facts.
We got into this position
told
in our
me that she
culture
was a researcher
precisely by valuing
and showed me a
politeness
small,
over truth. We got here
oddly
by
shaped
doing exactly as you would have me
container with a
continue doing.
strange symbol
Yep.
on it.
And what you blame me for not doing.
She was certain it was made of
We
goblin
got
metal,
here by
but was
refusing
unable
To be
to
to
nice.
speak the
We
plain
need to just
truth
go
and
with
by
the
allowing
changes
the
and
anti-truth
accept
brigade
them
to
and roll with
emotionally
the
blackmail us into
punches.
silence. They use their own mental fragility as a cudgel to beat
People
us into
take and turn
submission.
the other cheek too far.
That's the
Told me
threat,
of her
right?
research, and I know of the
And we let them get
container.
away with it. Or you do, anyway. I won't. Second,
the reverence with which she talked.
you say
of
that I'm not going to
goblins
convince
and
the
their
other side with this
intelligence
kind of
and
rhetoric.
skill. It caught me
But here's what you have to
entirely off
understand. This is
guard.
very important.
I've never been
Convincing the
treated
other
with such
side
respect
is
by a
not
witch
my
or wizard.
primary objective.
So,
This is
to
the
my
core
surprise,
difference between you
I
and
let
me.
her study the container.
I'm not
if
looking
she
to
would
reach
allow
an
me to search the
understanding with
castle
these
on my
people.
own.
I'm not interested in
We
compromise
parted
and
ways,
dialogue.
with her promising to
For
share
those who
what she'd learned.
castrate children and attack the very concept of truth and erode the foundations of human
All of
civilization,
Ranrock's recruits arrived.
my goal is to
and we
defeat
began
and
to dig,
humiliate and
eventually
demoralize them.
locating the first repository.
Okay, I want to destroy everything they
Ranrock was
stand
thrilled
for.
with our discovery.
Facts.
The other side is not interested in
Furious when I
compromise.
told him about Miriam.
They want nothing less than your unconditional.
Berated me for trusting a witch. And I heard she had been killed.
You think Ranrock murdered her?
I don't want to believe it. But I don't know. After that, something shifted in me. I had seen how the power from the repositories was transforming Ranrock, transforming all of them. I could no longer remain a part of it.
Thank you, Lord Cock, for telling me this.
I tell you all of this so that you understand what is at stake. Ranrock never found all of Bragbor's journals, but the ones he did find suggest that Bragbor at some point built a repository far greater in size than the one beneath Rookwood Castle. What you've discovered here today worries me deeply. If Ranrock learns of the location of that repository, I fear we shall be destined for a great war. I will find out what Ranrock knows. Watch for my owl.
Only 14 main story quests? What happened to the... Grow and harvest fluxweed. Chomping cabbages, a mandrake, and a venomous... Dang it, I used my mandrake. Mandrake, venomous tentacula, and a chomping cabbage all at once. She also wants me to grow and harvest a fluxweed plant. Should I need any seeds or plants, I could visit the dogweed and deathcap. Okay, so magic neep or dogweed and deathcap. Map. We'll go to Hogsmeade. We go magic neep. And we go right here. Gotta sell some stuff and buy some stuff.
Surrender. We have to meet them with that same energy, or we will lose or continue losing. And by the way, this is also a good strategy because it rallies people to our side. It emboldens the troops. It lets people know that it's okay to speak up and to speak truthfully. You know, it's often said that that you shouldn't preach to the choir. That's basically what they were saying at the end of that clip there. Just pandering. He's pandering to his own audience. This is a message that's meant for his own audience. Well, God forbid. God forbid I speak to my own audience on my podcast.
Must be
no, preaching to the choir is a good thing. We need to do more of it. Because if the choir is demoralized and scared and cowering in silence, then you damn well better preach to them. What kind of congregation can you hope to have when even the choir is too afraid to sing? In our choir, those who agree with us, the many millions of them, have been cowed into submission. They are nervous. They are timid, like you. And then you come along and say that we should ignore them and instead tailor our message for a group that hates us and will hate us no matter what we say or do? This is not just morally wrong, it's also terrible strategy. Okay? It is a dumb strategy. In fact, it's exactly what the churches have done for decades. And it's why most of them are dying. They water down their preaching to appeal to the crowd, a crowd that isn't interested in the message, no matter how softly it's peddled. And while at best, because they did that, they bore to death and at worst actively alienate the very people who are actually sitting in the pews. So that's what the churches do. The people sitting in the pews who come to hear it, and then they give their preaching, which is designed to appeal to people who are outside the building and not even sitting there. But the people that are outside the building, they don't come in to hear any more of it. Instead, the people that were actually sitting there get up and leave.
Mm-hmm.
Conservatism has made the same mistake. And at what point do we learn the lessons that our own recent history seeks to teach us? Now, you say that we can't win hearts and minds by being nice. Because, by the way, I'm not saying that we're only preaching to the choir. That's not it. We also do want to convince people. But guess what? You don't convince people by being nice. You don't. At least not on a cultural level. I mean, where did you get this idea? Where did you arrive at this conclusion? That the way to win the culture is by being nice. Is that how the left won the culture? Have you been paying attention at all? They have seized hold of our society, indoctrinating entire generations, and they didn't do it with niceness. They didn't win these flies with honey. They did it by being bold and aggressive and by making their opposition's arguments seem not only wrong, but utterly horrific.
Okay, a venomous
and
tentacula,
insane.
a mandrake.
That's how they did it.
And a Chinese chopping cabbage.
See, it turns out that the tone of your argument is often more important than the substance of it. And the tone that actually wins the day on a cultural level is the one that is unwavering and which paints the opposition
So I
as so
basically need to
repulsive
go get in
that
battle
you
and
shouldn't
use
even
all
take their
3 of
position into
those.
consideration.
Doors always
Now,
open. You be sure to stop.
The only difference is that they do that to us dishonestly, right? They make the truth seem insane. But what they're peddling actually is
I don't want to
insane.
figure. I don't want to solve that right now.
We have allowed them to make the truth seem crazier than actual craziness.
Pardon me? Might I ask?
Okay, we take their ideas more seriously than they take ours, but their ideas are insane
Now,
lunacy.
It may surprise you to learn that someone of
And
my
we lend them more legitimacy than they will lend to us when we are speaking the truth and they are babbling nonsense.
That's incredibly nice.
You think this is a good
there's
strategy?
more. You see,
What is the evidence that this strategy works?
Hideous, greasy pustules plaguing our poor pubescent classmates.
We moderate our tone. We seek to kill them with kindness,
in the forbidden forest,
while they recruit legions by doing exactly the opposite. Again, I ask you, when will you learn?
I can try and find some for you if I have the time.
Marvelous.
Now,
I only
finally,
need a few booba-tubers.
if you sense anger
spotty
in the words
classmates
that I
account-
use when discussing this topic,
What did you ask me to do
you're
again?
right. That is one crime I will confess to. I am angry. When I look at what these people have done to our country, the devastation they have wrought on a generation of children and adults alike, the bleakness and ugliness of their worldview, the moral and intellectual chaos they leave in their wake, yes, I get very angry.
Sometimes it seems all roads
And when I
lead to
consider that
Hogsmeade.
my own children must inherit this culture,
What is over there?
that Dylan Mulvaney and his ilk will prey upon my children and try to turn my own sons and daughters into mutilated, mutant, self-loathing, hollow, twisted shells, just like themselves, well, my anger then turns into more of a boiling rage. And I know that I will do whatever is necessary.
Yeah.
And I will speak
What's
whatever
up?
truths are necessary
What up?
to protect my kids
Playing
from
Hogwarts.
this hellish, godforsaken madness.
Learning new spells and shit.
I have personally heard from many parents.
Cody
More
and
than I can
Stubborn was supposed to be
who tell
falling
me
in.
versions of the same horror story. A beautiful and innocent kid, one day, seemingly out of nowhere, gets sucked into the gender cult and is devoured by it. The child they held as a baby
do that.
and raised and gave their lives
And then I
to
gotta
and
do
loved and still love becomes suddenly unrecognizable. All of their innocence and light and beauty just drained out of them, replaced by this
Was
self-cannibalizing
you trying to
madness.
act like you had a
For a parent to see this happen
rebuttal
to a child.
for the womb being taken off the cross?
No, I missed that you said that, and I'd never heard you say that before. I thought it was funny.
No, you heard me say that before. That was the whole basic.
The womb was taken off the Ankh to make the cross.
Because
That's
they
funny.
wanted women to be subjective to men. Exactly.
Uh-huh.
Yes, and that's why Lilith got taken
Or
away.
maybe Egypt added the womb to the cross because they put the woman over the man, which is unnatural and, you know.
No, which
whack.
came first, the chicken or the egg?
Which came first, the chicken or the egg?
The Ankh came first before the cross. So they put the the womb on there.
Yeah, so you say.
You know good and damn well the Ankh came first.
I don't know. Maybe we saw that the Ankh was wrong because they esteemed the woman, so we fixed it.
Yeah.
Satan made the Ankh. We're like, nah.
And that's probably true. That's probably true. Y'all think y'all fixed a lot of stuff, but it ain't going correctly. And women are empowered, just like the blacks.
I know.
Oh,
what a mess.
What a mess. What a tangle web we weave when we try to see.
What a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive.
That's where we at right now.
How do I solve this? How do I solve this? What do I do?
That was the whole purpose of the debate. The part of the plagiarism. The electric chair, eternal life, going from the electric chair. From eternal life to the electric chair.
What does the electric chair have to do with anything?
That was the cross. The cross was the electric chair. Before Jesus, they always crucified everybody on the cross. It was the electric chair. The thieves, that wasn't the first time they put somebody on the cross with Jesus.
What came first, the chicken or the egg? The cross or the electric chair?
The cross.
Okay.
So it was the electric chair of the times before they wanted to waste
There was
electricity.
many before that. There was many before that. They used to tie. There was all sorts of different. They put people inside of golden cows and set fire underneath them.
This was during the Crusades that they resurrected the cross. So we're not going to go to the guillotine and all of these other medieval ways they used to execute people. We go into what Christianity believed in, the way of crucifixion.
Lighting the thing, smashing orbs, standing stones. What's that mean? No, it's not that one. Cubes with symbols in order.
What the hell are they at? They always having problems getting in
mosques.
Discord.
Stone spheres, exploding stones.
Let's see if they still like it.
Also might theoretically also work. Confringo is easier. It's not this one.
Bombarda. Expelliarmus.
Confringo. This is not the one. Repairing statues. You start a trial. A load of statues collapse around the area. It's not that one. Magical football. Get the ball in the nearby bowl-shaped goal. Set it to the ground. The heck is it? Which one is it? I don't know which one it is. Gathering moss. No, it's not that one. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Just use Crucio? Crucio is not going to work. Here, is it? Oh, snap. I just opened Instagram on accident. Use Crucio on those? That ain't right.
Accio. Glacius.
Ooh, it might be Glacius. Glacius does something. Maybe I gotta freeze all of them?
Glacius.
I don't know how to do this. Use Crucio, break the stones, open your spell menu. I have Crucio, but it doesn't,
It ain't working?
No, somebody in chat knows. Unless they're trolling me. I don't have, Flipendo, so I can't do the one puzzles. Maybe it's transformation? Transformation. I have a thing open right here. Lighting torches. Not lighting torches. Red. Lighting torches, smashing orbs, standing stones, good effect on parkour obstacle course. It's not that one. Flipendo. This isn't the symbol cubes. Gathering moths. I don't see any moss. Stone spheres. Use movement spells like Accio to transfer. No, it's not that one. Exploding stones. Confringo. Cracked greenish rocks around the trial area. It's got to be this one. Confringo. I have Confringo set. Oh, I don't have Confringo set on the first one.
Confringo.
That's it. That's it.
Confringo.
You sure that's it?
Do I have to do them? Boom. Got it.
Won't get the best of me.
You got it.
Got it.
That's right.
Thank you, Accurario. Aquario.
Alright. Let me think.
Now how do I get the reward for doing it? I just stand in it, or what? It just happens?
Ain't no reward.
Ain't no reward. Eventually
Nope.
it gives me more inventory slots. For
All
armor.
you get.
Stop right there! All right, stop!
I went to the Forbidden Forest.
Uh-oh.
It's forbidden.
This is where Saccharissa said to go. Now, where are those booba tubers?
Yeah. That never stopped y'all before.
What?
Fucking with shit that's forbidden.
Something being forbidden and going to it? I know. That's it's one of the best parts about
having free will.
Mexican.
Is that what you were about to say?
Whoa, there's a forest troll there. Alright, we're gonna fight Isaiah.
Best thing about having free will?
What? Ooh. That mug hit me. He hit me like a mug.
Bob and weave, motherfucker. Bob and weave.
Bob and weave. Oh my god, this guy's taking a lot of damage. Oh, he got me. He got me.
I added Lord Colin B to the list.
Confringo. Expelliarmus. Accio.
Added him to what list?
My room.
Oh.
I don't know why you want to be in there anyway.
He asked you to be in there?
Stephen Will asked, could he be in there?
Oh, that smells awful.
That
Stephen
doesn't
Will.
mean. Oh, he's stuck. He left. The troll ran away. Weak ass troll.
Revelio.
He ain't trying to play with me. Boober tubers. We got the boober tubers. We need more boober tubers. Unidentified neck item. I don't know. Some sort of growth in this cave. Is the forest troll coming back? He don't want none. He don't want none. I think he glitched out, walked into a wall. Cause he gone. She gone. Alright. I gotta go pee real quick. I'll be right back.
think I'm gonna be okay.
All right. Somebody else in here?
Nope.
Well, what else is going on? What else is new?
I'm looking at this thing called Irma Greasy. You know who she is?
What about her? Is a person?
Yeah.
Revelio.
She's a Nazi. She used to rape. She used to rape. Used to have sex with the Jews before she killed them.
Well, that's bad.
I know, right? They end up hanging her ass though.
Look, the troll is up there now. Somehow he went through the map.
You're supposed to follow him down the cave.
Confringo. Places. Expelliarmus.
I'm barely damaged. Can't barely hurt it.
You need to do some spells, motherfucker.
I did some damage to him. Oh, I got Cruciatus. I got a...
Descendo.
Dark.
Expelliarmus. Confringo.
He's dead. Challenge unlocked. Defeat troll.
Foul hulking brute.
Oh, we killed that troll. Whoa. Troll killer. Oh, I think the audio dropped out in Discord. I don't know why Discord's annoying. I can hear it. I can hear it. Yep. I need to find boober tubers.
Revelio.
Whoa. Whoa. That's toadstool caps. Toadstool caps. I don't need toadstool caps. I need these boober tuber things.
I tell you this, Hogwarts is lucky they've got protection charms.
Revelio.
Huh.
Revelio.
Is there a chick at your house?
Nope. I wouldn't be on here with you.
That's you humming?
What are you talking about, humming?
You were humming or something.
Nope.
Protego! Confringo!
You ain't hear no humming.
I heard some humming or something.
Protego! Incendio! Gotcha! Confringo! Too slow! Confringo! Glacis! Confringo!
Boom.
Confringo! Protego! Incendio!
Face with that rock. Now I gotta kill the poacher.
Confringo! Expelliarmus! Think you're funny? We had plans.
Alright, the audio's on. You can't hear me.
Incendio!
Cursed enemies
Your
take.
poaching days are over.
Your poaching days are over, poacher. Get poached.
Revelio.
Troll bogeys. I got troll bogeys. I still can't find these dang boober tubers. Wiggenweld potion. This. I hope devs will add more content. A troll decided to get some beer. Is he cool or not? I don't know. He's new here. Name. I don't know everybody who comes into the chat. He seems cool so far. He helped me figure out part of the game. So, yeah, he's cool.
Revelio.
Talking about trolls with beers. I think that's the troll. Yeah, did you see that troll? He just warped through a wall. Oh, I think they will. I think they'll add Quidditch in the future. Sorry, guys. I forgot about chat for a little while. Freddy calling in ain't talking about nothing. We fixed the Discord. Calling in ain't talking about nothing. Nothing. I'm talking about you, homie. Oh, you're talking about me? Are you talking about... Who are you talking about? I don't know, y'all. Freddy calling in ain't got nothing to say about nothing.
Revelio.
Mic check.
Mic check. 1 2 1 2. What you gonna do?
That should do it.
All right, I got all the
I'd better
booba
get back to
tubers.
Saccharissa now.
Saccharissa. This chick's name is Saccharissa. He left. Okay, he cool, I'm cool. Oh no. Looks like I have endless maybe since my broom, I think since my broom got upgraded, I have endless boosts now. That's what's up.
Hogsmeade, here I come.
Why can't you enter Hogsmeade on the boot? I still don't know how to open these things yet. I think that's Flipendo. Or no. Oh. Ah, wrong spell. Come back here, book page.
Accio.
Gotcha.
Saccharissa, I found the booba tubers you needed.
Splendid.
What are you
I hope it
laughing
wasn't
at,
too
Fred?
much trouble. May I have them?
Yes, but for a higher price.
It actually was a spot of trouble. You never mentioned I might encounter a troll.
2 trolls.
I think you should pay me more.
I agree.
I suppose a higher price is less offensive than being forced to regard the hideous, greasy pustules plaguing our pubescent classmates.
You said that again.
Thank you,
And your payment, of course. Now I can begin perfecting my potion to save our poor pimply peers. Don't know who should be more grateful, I or our unsightly spotty classmates. One day the wizarding world will know my name, and you will have been a small part of it.
It is a fate worse than death. I would rather be dead than have that happen to my kids. See, the thing that I most despise about Dylan Mulvaney is that he is part of a movement which actively seeks to turn my children into Dylan Mulvaney.
He has some shortcomings, you think?
That's why I'm entitled to my anger.
More than
and
a
to
few.
whatever language I use to convey it.
More than a few.
I will say whatever I want
Grow
to
and harvest
say, and I will be
All right,
justified
so I
in
need to
saying
go
it,
to
because these people are
map.
after my kids.
Need to go
and
to
yours.
Hogwarts map.
And everyone else.
Secret rooms. Room
And
requirement.
you're worried that I'm being a little rude? Well, you see, when it comes to my children, the children that I cherish more than my own life, if you think mean
And I may actually
words
have
go
some
too far,
grown that I grew already, didn't
then
he?
you would be very shocked to
Didn't
hear
he?
how far I would really go.
Not grass.
Trust me, words are the least of
Mandrake.
it. So yes,
I need.
my words reflect anger.
Can I build more
because
growing
I
tables?
am angry. But the problem is not that I'm angry. The problem is that you aren't nearly angry enough. And that is why the Be Nice Conservatives are finally today canceled. I'll move over to the members block. If you're not a member yet, become a member and use code Walsh at checkout for 2 months free on all annual plans. Hope to see you there. If not, talk to you tomorrow. Godspeed.
I'm about to cash this check from Rocky Mountain Power for almost $3,000. That's right, Rocky Mountain Power just paid me to put a backup battery system in my home with solar panels, so I never lose power again. On top of getting paid for the battery, I also got rid of my electric bill in the process. It used to be over $200 a month, but now it's only 20 bucks. It didn't cost me anything up front to switch, and now I'm saving money every single month. And I can show you exactly how I did it and what happened. Because if you're like me, you're probably pretty skeptical when it comes to these types of things. I had already looked into solar a couple different times before, and the numbers just never made sense. It always felt like it was just too expensive. But I saw this new program and figured, what the heck, I'm already paying an electric bill, and this is just supposed to save me money.
Chick?
So what do I have to lose, right? So here's how it
Get
works.
out of here, ad.
Welcome to the Belmarsh Tribunal.
Andrew's debating Clarissa.
Thank you, Sage.
July,
Appreciate that.
52%
Clarissa
of young
gave
adults
loan.
resided with one or both of their parents. So half of the people 18 to 29 live with their parents. So would you say that if you are living with your parents, living in your mom's basement, that
You
you're
should
probably
be
lazy?
proud of all the potions you've brewed.
Not necessarily, dude. Not necessarily.
Go ahead, Andrew.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question real quick?
Dude, you got to pay attention. All right, so this is an article that says that
It's a
52%
1v5.
of men, men and women between the ages of 18 and 29 live with their parents, right? 52%, half of Americans. So would you say that if you're living in your mom's basement that you're probably lazy?
No, not necessarily.
Yeah, not necessarily.
Okay, you're just arguing for the sake of arguing.
There are
I'm not
people that
arguing
run
for the sake of
businesses out of
argument.
their
I'm
mother's
telling you it's not an
basement.
entailment.
Really?
Especially in today's,
Reach my budget.
economy, it's more and more common.
Yeah,
as
apparently
your
the
income
super
can't support-
Christian version of
Played a witch
as-
and
as
contracted
bad- it's a
Hogwarts.
bad
Legacy.
lineup
What?
right now in this
for
economy.
Andrew.
Play a video
More
of
and more
tape,
difficult
please.
for people
And
to get out of the fucking house It is actually difficult to do.
Maybe.
Whoever, I think it was Squidward who asked at the beginning what.
Nah.
Periods of time.
I
That's
don't want
just
to promote
true.
that
So I
guy.
wouldn't say it's necessarily that they're lazy.
Okay, so you don't think
Yeah,
there's any?
I agree with that. But somebody asked earlier, what do I rate
Slut maker.
Alex's debate skills? I said 4 out of 10. I think I'm lowering that down to like a 3 out of 10. Subject to change.
When I think that you don't actually believe that. You take 100 people who live with their parents and 100 people who have their own place.
Thank you.
You don't think there's going to be any type of thing that you're going to notice differences?
That's a different question, Alex.
That's motivation. Well, we're
That's
talking
a different
about
question, Alex. The first
we're
question
talking about
is, do you think that
generalities.
these people are lazy? The answer
We're
is
talking
no.
about generalities.
Okay,
on
and if you're
average.
talking about
Incorrect
generally
pot size?
speaking,
How do I
people
get a
who
different
have
pot
all their
size?
shit together and own a home are less lazy than people who still live at home with their parents on average. I can concede to that. But that has nothing
How
to
do I
with
get a
the
bigger pot?
That was the initial question. I'm talking this whole time. I've been talking about generalities. Of course, there are some people who live with their parents who are starting a successful business who have health issues. Yes, I will acknowledge there's of course exceptions. We're talking about generalities right now. So again, unless I specify, I'm talking generalities. So you acknowledge that on average, in terms
I
of
need to grow a
generalities,
fluxweed
that
plant.
yes, people who live with their parents are more lazy.
I was never a player/pickup artist, but like, you know, I was a young college kid at one point. Like, I was never Alex tier, but I was like moderately like, you know, in the hookup game back when I was blue pilled for sure. Yeah.
That makes sense to me from a logical standpoint. You say, do you think that people who are homeowners?
I don't know how to grow.
Nobody
things
fucking
like
knows,
this,
Rachel. Like literally
versus
nobody
people
knows.
who live at home with their parents are probably more productive and less lazy than people who live at home with their parents. My answer to that
Help
would be
me
yes.
for physical fitness.
But
That's cool.
but if you move it to, so we've established that they're far more lazy. That's where we deviate. That's not the same thing. You're asking something that's different.
Yeah,
You
if I'm talking
understand
about
that?
on average, they're more lazy.
Yeah, but on average, even if we have an average, doesn't mean it's a high average or way above average. Like, I don't know those details. I can just concede that logically it makes sense. That sure, I can say on average.
I don't
I just didn't
understand.
know it was a controversial point to say that
How do
people
I-
who are sad or people who live with their parents are more lazy than people who don't.
Well, it's not true.
Okay.
When you say unequivocally no, that's the difference again. You say, well, I'm just using generalities, right?
I've been using
But that
generalities
was a
all the time.
declarative statement of truth. So you're making a truth claim and saying,
How do I get
people
large
who
pot?
live at home with dad and mom are more lazy than people who don't. That's not true.
Andrew, you cope.
We've been
so
talking about
hard.
averages
Like,
for
like
this whole
literally, you
time.
haven't provided a single shred of evidence that I've asked for this entire time. When you use
You know why?
the
Because
same
you're a dumb
tactics
bimbo. We don't care to provide you with
other
evidence.
people on the panel.
Purchase
You're a
from
dumb
Ashley,
bimbo. That's
here's
why.
my suggestion.
No,
Instead of it
no,
being
my
1v6,
suggestion is
where I can't
until-
tear these studies
until
down,
you can
send the
actually-
studies. Send the
Until
studies
you
forward.
can back
Ashley.
up your own fucking shit talking, shut the fuck up.
I can back it up with a
I don't
logical
think. Okay, so
demonstration.
no,
That's
I
gonna
was
be
never
back it
into
up.
that.
You're
Like, I would never
emotional.
like look. I would I would never watch somebody like this.
Thumbnail designer charges
But,
10 per
like,
thumbnail.
You know, I was. I had
No, I'm good.
similar
Just doing my own
motivation,
for
maybe
now,
not
but
quite
thank
to the
you.
extreme level as his, but like, you know,
What's
I was
up,
a
by
young
the way?
dude. I was a young, dumb, you know, 20-year-old kid one time. So
I didn't know that was a controversial point. I thought pretty much every single
Literally, I asked
person
you for this
that would
study,
agree with
like,
us.
Let me know
chat,
if there's
chat
something in
can, like,
particular
fucking
you're
agree
looking
with me.
for.
You're like, an hour ago, I
You.
asked you.
What's up, Johnny
point
Bender?
of this panel,
Supposedly,
Ashley,
we
should I
gave
have?
you-
Hydration
Okay, here's the
spellcraft.
study.
I need the
interrupt
one
again,
to
but
make
this
the
is coping
large table.
mechanism,
Good. This is
ladies and
great. I actually did.
Let me
pull
just
this
interrupt
study.
She's a
you
woman,
and
I
so-
did pull this study up.
Smart.
I'm posting the study for you right now, Ashley. Here you
Okay,
go.
and then let's go over it and make
Let's
sure
go
that
over the study, Ashley.
all
You
of
ready?
the criteria
medium
that
pot,
you picked Carissa's study apart for.
5
Please,
small pot.
I
Yeah,
would
let's
love
do
to do
small
this.
pot.
I just posted it.
Medium pot.
Well, let's do it.
Medium
Come on.
potions. T-shaped
Go over it.
potions.
Well, do
Large
you
pot.
have to have
Party table with a
intention.
large pot. Party table
Oh,
with
do
2
I
large
have to have
pots.
anything? I don't have to have
You have to have a
shit, you
fucking
asshole.
brain.
I'm
So now I
literally
posted the study
head
and it's not good
or
enough for
something
you.
I'm
other than hot air.
literally telling you, Andrew, to use your same criteria for other panelists
I just
on
did.
yourself.
I just
No,
did.
Nothing like finding
You
just the
posted
right
a
thing.
fucking
is
link? No. Pull it up on your
That's all
end.
that you guys did.
Sit there. No. You sat there.
Yeah, it is.
Oh
That's all
my
they fucking
God,
do.
the copiism here.
By the way,
It's
did you even?
ridiculous.
I know you didn't even look at
Whoa.
the study because I just posted you the same one that.
No,
Krista
I
gave me.
haven't looked
So
at
I
it.
just posted
already
the same
know
exact one.
that you
she
are
gave
a
me, didn't even look at it.
ridiculous human being. You are a ridiculous specimen.
Oh,
that
now
gets
then,
so
guys.
bad. You're so bad. Spurg.
Oh
Wars,
yeah.
Spurg
Oh.
All right, let's
listen to me.
get this back on track. Okay, I'm not gonna keep pressing that point. I really didn't think it was a controversial point.
That's
that,
Freddy?
That people on average are lazy.
Who's Freddy?
It's a common
Yeah,
sense.
I do just want to
very
point out,
common
though,
perspective.
I do just want to point out that Andrew never did actually comb through his own study, and I was right. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, let's
You were
get
right
off
about
this
nothing.
study.
You were right
session.
about an empty-headed.
An hour ago.
pinball
Let's get back
game.
to the initial discussion we're
Interpretation
having
of what
about
right means.
what makes a man more attractive to women. So I guess I will ask this, Andrew. In your initial opening statement, you said that women are
Do a spell to
irrational
make a
creatures,
bucket of
blah,
fried
blah.
chicken, and he'll
Okay.
give you a magical.
What would be your prescription?
Oh,
Is
you
there
meant
any
the guy
prescription you
that
can
was
give to a guy who's
at
struggling
the
with
shop?
women?
That was Freddy. That's fun.
Oh, I think that there are some things that you can.
Well,
say
now I
that
gotta-
might be helpful to them. The
Now I
thing
gotta
is, though, is that I think
deconjure.
most of the advice in this field is bad advice. I don't think anybody has the secret answers for this, and people have been struggling with it for since time immemorial, trying to figure out what the fuck women want, and nobody knows it. Nobody has any idea what that is. And I don't think that the pickup artist community, of which there's tons of conflict in, over trying to figure out that very exact same question, is why we're here having this argument to begin with.
There's massive amounts of conflict in religion. Are you going to say that?
Well, that's true. I agree. Those are very critical issues. That there's
So
lots of
are you
controversy
saying that
over.
your church has no idea what's right and wrong?
No, I didn't say that. What are you talking about?
Well, your
Where did he
whole
get
point
that?
was because
How did
there's
he
a lot
get
of
there?
conflict in your community, therefore
How
no
the
one has
fuck did he
answers.
conclude
I'm
that?
This
saying
guy's
there's a lot
not
of
that
conflict in
smart.
your
The
community.
guy that's
I
talking
said
right
that
now.
there's some
That
things
Zen
that
is
you
saying,
can
how did he
probably
conclude
use are
that?
helpful. I just don't think that you're going
This
to
guy's
have a
kinda
prescription by and large that's going
not
to
that
work out
bright.
well.
I've seen
Okay,
him
so
on
what are those
JLP.
things? That's what
I've seen him on a
If
bunch
it
of
was
places.
incredibly large.
Alex,
Well, there was no
PWF,
just consistency.
Alpha Male,
Just
So, Andrew, what
consistency.
are
dating
these
apps.
things?
This is
Yeah, they
Okay,
talk about
so
physical
let's
fitness, but they
start
talk
with
about a
what I
bunch
was
of other
talking
bull
about
crap
earlier, which is
that is not going to
this
help you.
idea that we got into immediately about using an external factor
Flux
as a
Suite.
motivator for self
15 minutes.
right? I'm still not entirely
Deep, no
convinced that
herbology,
that's
Professor,
necessary
but
to have
some
something that's
plants here
external
seem to
for
be
a
ready
want
to
to improve
harvest.
yourself.
Thunderbrew, sugar.
And this seems to be a core of what you're saying is part of your package and the way that you teach people. And I'm still confused as to why that's a necessity.
Andrew, do you think
Instead
that
of
it's like
answering my
overall?
question, okay, so instead of answering my question,
I just answered your question
No,
directly.
I'm asking you for specific prescriptions that you would give. I'm not talking about things I said earlier. I'm asking you, what advice would you give a man who's trying to get better with women? You must be able to name me at least a few things.
Okay, so if you're asking me something like this, I might tell him something like, treat them like shit. They seem to enjoy that. That might be a prescription that I would give him. Don't be particularly.
I recommend
nice.
not treating women like shit. That's just personal.
Yeah, and
This
look
is-
at
this
you,
is
fucking
your
radical
advice?
culture. Look at
Treat
this
them like shit,
retard.
really?
Yeah. Treat
Yeah,
them
I think
like
it's
shit.
advice.
That's
how you get better with women,
This is top
Is this from
notch.
personal
I
experience?
think it's because Andrew has a wife he doesn't care about.
You treat your wife like this shit?
I mean, I'm never too nice to any woman. I don't think it's a good idea.
Dude, I have seen Rachel. She definitely wears the pants
Andrew,
and
this is
socks
this is
that
this is the best
you've seen as
advice
well.
that you can come up with is treat them like shit. Like really, that's typical of the
No,
religion.
that's not the best advice. Okay, so Alex, stop shifting the goalposts. You said,
Give me the best
is there anything specific you could come up with? I said, sure. Here's a specific thing I could come up with that I think is a good idea. Don't be too nice to women. It's not a good idea.
Give me your best advice, the best piece of advice.
I mean,
You're gonna have to wait 15 minutes
I
for
would
this
say
thing to
try to
grow.
go make $1 million, I guess, if your only criteria is you want pussy. That would be the best thing. To have tons of money.
Improve your status. Okay, got it.
Well, I don't know if that's improving your status or not. It depends on your metric. You're saying the only way for this external thing I want, right?
Carissa.
Sorry.
I know, I'm with you.
This is
for
what
sure.
happens when you get
Okay,
surrounded
Alex, let me
by
ask you-
5 fucking bimbos. They all just smug laugh and throw quips out the whole time, so you can't actually make an argument. They don't actually fucking contend with it.
Yeah.
I would just start memeing on them. Start calling.
I don't
Carissa
know
a
about the
bitch,
bottom right-hand
and
guy,
start
but
fucking
everybody
making
else on
fun
this
of
panel is
Ashley
a
and her dried up, shriveled
is a
fucking
freaking
uterus that her husband left her for some 20-year-old
bimbo.
Like, I would fucking just go there because these are dumb bimbos that fucking deserve.
Yep.
For why you want to self-improve.
Airhead, bunch of
would go about it.
airheads.
However,
That
I'm
guy in the
not
bottom
sure
left's
that
a
you
liberal
need an
cut.
external motivation,
Guy in
which
the
is
top
one to
right is
begin
one of them
with
alpha
to
male
improve
red
yourself,
pill
which is my
community
point.
losers.
One of two things is going on right now.
Everything.
One,
I just
we're
need to
having
be
a
on
massive,
Tinder
massive
and
communication
like
grid,
I'm an
and
alpha
my
male.
points are
Tell
legitimately
you
not
guys
resonating
how to
with you.
become
I don't
alpha
think
males.
it's
You
that.
need to go to
It's
the
one.
gym
And number two,
and
you're
get more
purposely
money,
being
and then you
obtuse
can
for
get
some
more
weird
girls.
I'm
debate
not being
for a reason.
obtuse. I'm trying to explain this to you the
Let
best way
me-
that I can.
Okay, let me
equilateral.
If you ask me,
whack.
there's this material thing that I want, which is this is thing I want. How do I get this
Very
material thing?
materialistic.
Ladies and gentlemen,
We may
welcome
not.
to the answer.
This is
We
what
may
I'm
not,
fucking talking about.
Disagree on what that prescription might
It's a
be.
I don't want
1v5.
pictures. I
They
don't need
cannot help
pictures.
My
but interrupt
argument
them.
to
Interrupt
you
them
is that I'm
every
not
fucking
sure that you
30
need to
seconds.
have a material reason for self-improvement. That seems to be the crux of your argument. Again, for the 300th time I've said this.
Those pictures look
I
nice.
think his point is that you don't need it, but it's frequently
This
what
stuff all
gets
looks nice.
people to start actually doing.
Although
what
all
they
this
need to
space could be used for more
Andrew,
plants and
let me
more
talk to you like
potions.
you're
All that
12
matters
years
is
old,
plants
okay?
and
So I'm gonna
potions.
speak
Plants
very
and
simply
potions.
and plainly.
I
So-
think they asked me, but I was like,
I am a
but now I'm
teenager,
here.
right? I come to you because you're in my church. I'm like, hey, Andrew, you have a successful marriage. I'm struggling to even get a date with a girl. Can you tell me? I'm just assuming you have a successful marriage, but anyway.
Nice.
I come to you.
Nice.
I'm
What do you
like,
think of it?
Can you tell
think
me
it's the best
what
one.
things
It's the
I
best
can
flavor.
do to stop being repulsive to women? Every girls are saying no to a date with me.
Take a
I
shower.
want to get married.
If you're-
I want to get a girlfriend at least.
If you
right?
are
I want to use my
repulsive to
virginity.
women, take a
How
shower.
can I do that?
Good brush
Right?
I
your
say, so here's the advice that I would
Revelio.
probably give him. Stop acting like a little queer.
Yep.
And on
Good
top
advice.
of that, I would not
Super
be too,
Christian.
I would not be too nice to
Chill.
anybody.
Yeah,
to any
that's
particular
that's legitimately
That is
good
the
advice.
two probably key
If,
pieces
if,
of
a
advice.
woman, if a woman perceives you as a simp, she will not take you seriously. So, actually that's probably some of the best advice you can give is don't be too nice to a woman. Act like you don't fucking care.
Respond to a woman without just making.
Yeah, we've kind of lost that
disabled
nadays.
person's
What
face.
did I tell you? I already
then
told
go
you
to
my advice.
TWF
was
channel
be nice to
and
women.
Now it's all about
Now you're gonna
catering
ban
to
them.
the woman.
Every time people complain, I ban them. So you're gonna get fucking banned. retards.
Let's not get into personal attacks. I want to redirect. I want to keep this on point, and then I promise I will take a piss and I'll hand off the panel to whoever else wants to talk. I just want to make
Once
one
it
or two more
pops
points.
up on my end.
So the two things you've mentioned, three pieces of advice. One, don't be a little queer. So I'm assuming that means don't be feminine, correct?
Yeah, don't act like a bitch.
Thank you, Wicked Wally.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
That's actually pretty decent advice. I agree with you on that. The second one you said is make more money.
I think that could be something that you could do. I guess. I mean, it depends if you're wanting.
How do I
a
get more
woman for
spaces
wife
in my
material,
little farm
maybe,
here?
But if you're just wanting to have like random sexual encounters, then yeah, I'm sure money would probably be the best. You can just go buy a whore, right?
Well, we're not talking about paying for sex. We're talking about
Or if
tracking.
you want to have a
Let's
fucking
just
thing.
okay, Andrew. Let me specify. We're talking
You
about
are
dating
talking
for a
about paying for
serious
sex.
Okay, so in that case, I would say one, talk to women, and two, don't be particularly nice to them. Those would be the two main criteria that I would focus around. Yes.
When you say don't be particularly nice, do you mean just like don't be like a pushover and have some
No, it means-
boundaries, or do you mean like actually be an asshole?
You know what
don't
you
take any
fucking
of their
mean.
shit.
Okay.
Ever.
Well, that's like basically.
He means work on yourself, focus on yourself. Don't give him too much attention. Don't be a little fucking simp. That's what it fucking means, and Alex knows it. Alex knows it. He fucking crooked knows it. Is what it is. Alex here,
I mean, I think
crooked knows what the fuck we're talking
transcends
about.
a
You see
little
that
bit more,
fucking
but
schnoz?
I guess.
Yeah, he knows
Okay.
it. Okay.
So all the things you mentioned, like each one of those three things are things that I teach on my channel.
Man, this fucking
like you said
on my
earlier,
channel,
the pickup community is
where I
way off.
charge you.
But
He's
so
doing
far,
this
you've
guy's
done
like
every
Alex.
Love
single one
it
of
or
the things
else.
I
Andrew
teach on
Tate
this
wanted
channel.
me.
So I'm not sure how you're saying the
I
pickup
teach
community is
men
way off.
how to.
When literally
They have to
each
pay
one
me
of the three
$50
things
a
you
month,
gave,
and
let
I
me
teach
try to
them
explain
how
it
to
the
be
best way
men.
that I can. Like I say on my channel,
But I'm a cuck.
I don't think that pickup artists, like I was talking with David Patrick Perry the other day about this,
It's not a
I
valuable
don't
trait.
think that descriptively they're incorrect about a lot of problems. It's the prescription to those problems that we have the problem with.
But the
You
three
understand?
prescriptions you gave are the prescriptions I give
Yeah,
too.
for trying to look for a wife, there would be far different criteria, and that's the only thing that I think you should be doing.
Well,
Then if I were to try to give
like
advice
10 years
to a
older.
person for how to just
Right, he's telling how to have
you know what I'm saying?
like random
Right,
meaningless
but
the first
I
criteria.
already
get you guys super chats, by the way.
I already
talking about how to get a
specified
wife.
that this is for a relationship.
Yeah, okay, so for a relationship, I think aloofness, but also looking for a moral woman is very important.
Sure. I talk about that in a different way. I talk about
Yeah, but you don't know what a moral woman is.
Right.
Because
he wouldn't
you're
know
a
it.
secularist, right? You don't have any prism for morality.
All right, then fuck off. And this retard.
I can respond to that and say that. Anyway, I'm not going to get into the personal attack.
Well, I'm not trying to personally attack you.
It's not a personal attack.
That's not a personal attack. I don't believe secularists have any foundation or justification for morality. None.
Okay, so yeah, secularists are all pieces of shit. I get it.
No,
every
it's not
single,
pieces of shit.
every single
I'm
one
not
of the
saying that.
prescriptions.
Yeah, thank you
gave,
for the Yelp
again,
review,
once again,
dumbass.
every
Now you're
single
fucking
prescription
banned.
you're giving are prescriptions I give on my channel.
No, I think every one of the prescriptions you're giving are prescriptions Christians give, and you pervert them. How about that, Alex? Is that better for you? I think that you just make them perverse. There actually are prescriptions, and you just make them perverse because you don't include this is only to find a wife, not to go give into your hedonistic values.
You make
and fuck a
everything
bunch of dumb
perverse,
fucks.
Andrew.
Right?
Because I don't
I think
push
you
my-
make them perverse.
Because I don't push my values and morality on other people. That means
Pot
Yes,
calling the
you
kettle
do.
black.
Everyone does. Not a single person on planet Earth.
top-notch
does
argument.
not
All right, I'll
push
hand it
their
off
morals
to
on other
anyone
people.
else wants
That is
to
a
talk about it.
fucking lie.
I'm actually gonna head out. It's
Good.
past my
Good
bedtime.
riddance.
My husband told me to leave, so I have
You mean
to
your wife?
do it.
She's talking about Hunter.
So wait
your
until
wife.
they stuff
They always get so mad.
You know, he can't
Alright,
take
well,
any
while
of
that's
my
going on,
Little girls get so mad
these
when
super chats that I
when a
think
man
somebody
actually
posted.
shows some sort of
Redfish sent in
authority.
$5 said absolutely nothing. I'm gonna try to be quick because
I'm
Andrew's
gonna go
talking.
obey
Andrew, will you do a
him.
debate?
I'm gonna
Well,
go listen
he'll
to
come
my
on and read
husband
these
because it's
afterwards,
past
so
my bet, making
he'll
her
read
little
that. Orthodox,
snide
by the way, not
comments,
Catholic.
passive aggressive.
Alan Wiggs says best thing about the Crucible is how it champions debate and individual argumentation. I love the channel. I do too. I agree. Good analysis. We're the only ones that really do this the right way, in my opinion. And in a lot of people's opinion.
2 more minutes. No
Alan
way.
also says, Zen, I don't care about any
5
of this.
more.
Neither do I. Neither does anybody.
5 more
Just
minutes.
ask Andrew, when is there going to be Crucible merch to buy? I want a coffee mug. Yeah, we can look into that. I'm sure he can give you an answer. Saved by the word second. I need a Crucible ashtray and beer stand. Well, we will fulfill your orders. We will fulfill your wishes when that time comes. Retard became a new member. Thank you for that. I think you renewed it. I think you already were one. But thank you for that. Initiate yourself. Tomato soup. Bring it the fuck on. Thank you guys for those super chats. Keep them coming. You can do it on YouTube and Dono Chat. We don't have any Dono Chats yet. Send in those Dono Chat super chats. It's our favorite kind. The blank Dono super chats. Our favorite kind of super chats. So, yeah, thank you guys.
And to do the same criteria for your study.
Trait slot level 2.
Have yet to fucking.
I don't have any.
So let me respond to both of those.
I don't have any level 2 slots.
I asked her for the study. She never gave me a study. Second, I gave you a study.
She did
and
like
you
the
didn't
study.
even. And the reason that I linked the same study.
I'm sorry,
she gave,
Brian. What?
The
what did
reason
Brian?
All right, see you,
the reason I
Redfish.
linked the same exact study that she gave me to you is because I knew you wouldn't read it.
No, Carissa.
So what was the point?
Both of us did. We
Everything.
both went to
What?
study.
What? So you're being very presumptuous here. I actually read every.
That's funny because I asked you if you read it and you said no.
I'm on stream with you right now.
Okay.
But your
listen.
standard for me is the same.
You
so
are
All
a
right, Ashley,
twat. You're being
Ashley,
a
give me a
twat.
chance. Ashley, I just got here. Let me.
Oh, give me a.
Mr. Slave is going to do his typical where he takes a complete
Exactly.
contrarian position
Mr. Slave
and
is
somehow
going
winds
to
up agreeing with
Andrew.
Andrew about
Yeah.
everything. Go ahead, let's hear it.
No, I came here to defend Andrew about everything he said, but as I joined,
Go. Go.
That's exactly what we fucking said, Mr. Slave.
Oh no, they're all mad that it's no
then he
longer a
said
1v5.
that secularists cannot be moral or ethical. Well, I'm a secularist. Tell me.
No, he didn't say that. He said that you guys don't have a justified standard.
A
for
grounding
this.
for morality. You can
Not
still
that
be
you
moral or
can't act
immoral.
morally, it's that you can't justify your argument to be
Right.
moral.
Atheists don't understand this. Their IQ's not.
No, I'm completely amoral. I'm a complete egoist. Tell me what's wrong with that.
Okay, so if you want
Andrew,
me to-
I'm convinced you paid Mr. Slave money to come in and
I agree, Alex.
I didn't ask the question. It was asked of me. If you don't want me to get into it, because this is a long conversation.
This is too good of a setup. Yeah, go ahead, Andrew.
Are you sure you want me to do that?
Yeah, I'm just fucking around. Go ahead, man.
Okay, so Mr. Slave, is there any such thing as a truth statement? Can anything be objectively true?
Absolutely. No, I cannot. I'm agnostic to truth.
Is that true?
Is that true?
That you just said that?
I'm
Is
agnostic
that true?
to that. No, I'm agnostic to that.
Is that true?
You can't just say I'm agnostic.
Okay, so
I don't
then
know.
if
I don't.
there's no such thing as
saying I'm
truth,
agnostic to
and
that.
every
I don't know. I don't know.
statement is an infinite regress if you have no basis for knowledge. Why do I care about anything that you say?
Right.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, retard.
Pretty much. That's basically what it breaks down to.
Look at, oh my god, absolutely ended.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think
Ended
a
his
rational
fucking
agent would
career.
say that if you have no basis for knowledge and you don't believe that anything's objectively true, and every subsequent question I ask you, if it's true, you say you can't know. Why should I care about anything you
Right.
say?
Nothing you say can be true.
I mean, I believe.
If nothing's true, then nothing's true. So
it's close to truth. My stance.
Cricket.
We have no access
Absolutely
to absolute truth. I think
Is that true? Is that true?
I'm
What
about to
career?
say,
Ended
that is
his
the
fucking
closest
career.
thing I can
Radio
arrive
silence.
at. That is true.
Yeah.
That's
Is
the
that
closest.
statement that you're making that it's the
No,
closest
I
way to
already
arrive
said
at true?
no.
True.
I'm
Well,
infinitely.
then why should I care? Why should I care about any true statement you make then?
Because if you're a truth
Yeah, that would be
seeker,
fun.
I am a
We'll
truth
definitely bring
seeker.
you
You
on.
can't be a true seeker. Every
You don't
time I ask
agree
you if
that
something's
anything's
You
true.
say you can't know the truth. So how could you seek it?
right.
But there's no contradiction. You can seek something that you believe is not absolutely attainable.
How do I know that that's what you're telling me right now is
I would
true?
ask him our
We
contradiction.
don't know. We don't know
Right.
anything.
So then the thing is that since I don't know what you're saying is true, you have no foundation for knowledge or for making truth claims. Why is it that I should listen to a word you say about anything? You have no basis for knowledge. Nothing is true.
No, it's not true that I have no basis for knowledge.
Is that true?
It is not absolutely true.
You're right. It's
Oh
not
my
true.
God, it's
so
too
the
easy.
thing
It's
again,
too fucking
every
easy.
truth claim that you make is not true. This is why.
This is tough. This is tough for
I
small
can't
brain
think
people to
anything-
understand.
Look, I can
True.
look, I can help
It's
you
over. This guy's
optimize
fucking over.
your life.
Get him
I
off
can
the
help
fucking
people
panel.
optimize
Get this
their
guy off the
lives.
fucking panel.
Is that true?
Is no.
Okay.
But I
well,
can.
then what are you talking about?
Yeah, shut the fuck
Like, why,
up.
Andrew? Why do you talk to anyone if you're just gonna say that, like, oh, you don't believe in my specific worldview of religion? Then I literally everything you say is dismissible. Like, this is so fucking stupid. Like, this is a horrible way to start a conversation.
I'm not the first skeptic in the universe. I'm just skeptic of absolute truth. I'm skeptic of anything absolute. I'm not the first one. I mean, this is pretty standard. To be skeptic. I mean, this is
It
the
is.
fundamental.
It is pretty
foundation of
standard.
the
He's right
scientific
about
method.
that.
Is that true?
No, it's
Is
not
the
absolute.
scientific is the scientific method true?
No, it's not. No.
I don't know what else.
Then shut
What
the
does that
fuck
mean
up.
for the scientific
It's like,
method to
holy
be true?
shit.
Can you walk me through that?
I'm sorry. You know what I mean? It's not
Oh
my
my
claim.
God.
It's not
Guys.
my claim. I don't have to walk you through
Guys,
anything.
I don't know what, like,
Okay.
If everything that you claim, you're just going to
We're witnessing
subsequently
a
say it's
murder
not
live
true,
on
I don't
stream
care about
right now.
anything you have to
No,
say.
I'm not. Look,
Ah,
I'm not,
need to kill
verbal
2 more
fucking
minutes.
I
annihilation.
honestly don't have access to absolute truths. What do you want from me?
Is that
Mr.
true?
Slave, let me make
Yeah.
this more interesting. Maybe you can point out some of the specific things you agree with Andrew on during this discussion.
I mean, I thought you, Alex, were literally ad hominem attacking him with your bad faith, not an argument, like you do to me many times. And I think you should stop doing it. That is literal ad hominem. I mean,
Well, I
if-
think I will just keep doing whatever the fuck I want on my channel.
fine.
That's
That's,
actually
that's a
fine.
logical fallacy.
That's kind
I
of
mean,
a
you.
If we go off
and
like,
now-
if we're
that's
trying
why I
to
say,
count
like,
personal,
Alex is retarded.
I don't know how
and he's
that's a
not good
logical
debater, but when he
fallacy.
says things like that,
Or
yeah,
I
that's
guess
kinda
he's
based,
saying
like,
the ad
yeah, you don't
hominem
like it,
is a
then fuck
logical
off. I'll do what I
fallacy.
fucking
should be
want.
proud
Yo,
of
what's
all the
in this
benefits
thing? I haven't even
of
looked at
Kind of
this place
stoic.
yet.
I enjoy it.
Did you just say?
Oh, it's
two
for more
wrongs Don't make
monsters.
a white? Are you
Yeah.
making?
Wait,
an
can I
Asian
release
joke?
monsters here?
It's
that what's
from
going on
family,
here?
It's from Family Guy.
Yeah, it's
You
kinda-
didn't hear it?
yeah, I mean, it's
Mr.
kinda
Slave,
funny.
so
It's
can
kinda
you,
funny.
can you give Andrew your lecture?
My lecture?
Yeah, you said no ad hominem attack, so can you point out, because he did it way more than me, so why are you not
I
directing
actually did not hear him. I thought today Andrew was very
No,
well
Andrew didn't make a
behaved,
single
and
ad
everyone
hominem.
else was less well
This
behaved.
is like the weirdest case of fanboying
Yeah,
ever.
yeah,
This
it's
is
a
like
logical
the
fallacy.
most
It's
insane, like,
the idol
type of-
attacks the fanboy. It's kind of funny.
This is
What's
like
the
the
beast
most
management name?
two people I never thought would be in the same camp are
What's the
somehow.
beast
I don't
management
know,
We're not
maybe
in the
this-
same camp. He's in my camp, and I'm in my own camp.
Beasts.
Andrew, maybe you could describe what you think about Mr. Slave in a few short sentences.
I think he's a complete cuck, degenerate scumbag.
Okay, why am I a
single
degenerate?
conceivable metric.
Explain why am I why am I?
What is the beast management?
You're a degenerate because
Alex,
you're
smart.
What? Sorry, what, Ashley?
I just said, Alex, you're so smart.
All right,
I know.
Andrew. So why am I
Okay,
a degenerate? Make your case.
you're a sexual degenerate.
Why do you say that?
You have a dominatrix who carries you around on a leash.
She actually doesn't carry me around.
I'm
on a
okay.
leash.
Sorry, that was imprecise language.
That was on the streams.
It was
That's what.
But hang on. Let me ask you a question, Mr. Slade.
Sure.
Is there anything, since there's no such thing as absolute truth, can anything be absolutely false?
No, there's.
So then, can you tell me for sure that she doesn't carry you around?
No, stop it! Come on, I'm telling you, I'm just.
Well, can you tell me for sure she doesn't carry you around?
We got
Mr.
fast
Here, I'll
rolls.
give you.
Come on, answer the question, slave boy. Come on.
So can I just mount any Thestral?
Be dolphins in an aquarium.
In one of those, hang on.
This is the
In one of those
my God.
matrices, could you be a sexual degenerate?
Holy fuck, dude.
Well, okay, so what do you mean by I don't know?
Lower the
But
IQ by.
What do you mean you don't know? Could you be or couldn't you be in one of those matrices
I mean, why
that we
would
might
you
live in?
wait? Explain what? Make your case. Make your case.
I'm making the case using the
No, you're
Socratic
not.
method, right?
No.
Literally, these are the two equivalents together. That's what I'm fucking saying.
All right. Andrew, make your case. Why do you think I'm a degenerate? I'm listening.
Thestral
I
hair.
think you're a sexual degenerate because you move outside of sexual and promiscuous relationships in marriage. The entire justification that I have for my worldview.
Wait, no, wait.
He's
Slow
trying
down.
to
Hold
answer
on.
your question, dumbass.
No.
Finish
He's
answering.
gonna go into his speech. No, I
Let him
want to break
finish.
it down.
Let him
right
finish
away.
answering
Got
the
Thestral hair. Where's the frog?
It's
Come here,
gonna be
frog.
too long. I'm not gonna.
Go ahead.
My
I think I ruined the fanboy
Let's show the
relationship.
attention span.
Anyway, Andrew, hold on. So let's
Fucking tomato
say
soup,
something
this
really
retard.
short so I can
Tomato
reply.
soup.
Let's play ping pong. So
Bring it
why am
on.
I degenerate?
He just.
You're degenerate.
we need to catch
because
more beasts
you
now.
engage in sexually deviant activity, which goes against the religion of Jesus Christ.
How? Okay. Hold on. How do I go against the religion of Jesus Christ?
Because you operate within sexual degeneracy.
Explain. Well,
Yeah,
how?
I
What
already
do
did.
bring it on.
So
No,
We'll bring
come
it
on,
on.
make your case.
okay, are you having sex outside of marriage?
That's
Big things.
That's
You
the
should be
reason.
proud of
Are
all
you
the
or
potions
aren't you?
you've brewed.
I mean, but sure.
Yes, that's degeneracy. Correct.
No.
Yeah.
Come on, this is standard
Yeah,
behavior in the
yeah,
21st
yeah,
century.
yeah.
What are you talking
And
about?
just because it's standard behavior doesn't make it less degenerate behavior. If everybody was a murderer in the 21st century, that would
Doesn't mean
make
murder's
murdering
okay.
right?
See? And this is the
Actually,
problem with
if everyone
atheist
You wouldn't care because
logic.
I just made a true statement. And
Moral
nothing could be true.
subjectivity.
Okay,
But
listen.
since you can't
No,
say,
morals are
since you
objective.
can't say anything that I'm saying is
Andrew-
absolutely
Doesn't matter what
false,
you've been
Andrew,
through,
stop.
where you
Andrew,
were
Andrew,
raised,
yeah, you kinda just
how
have to sit there
you
and shut
lived
the
your
fuck up.
life,
Like,
what
really.
you believe
Making the
in,
case that I'm a degenerate. Let's move
morals.
to the next topic. What else do you want to discuss?
How did I
morals.
fail?
Immoral
you
is
said that I'm
immoral.
the same as
Moral
everyone
is
else
moral.
in the universe.
Anywhere you
basically,
go,
and then
any
no
time
new
in
else.
history,
No, you're not the same.
Andrew
any
doesn't believe in having sex
culture,
before
any
marriage,
place,
like,
any
that's-
person,
But he said I'm a
what's right is
degenerate,
right,
so he
what's
says
wrong is
the
wrong.
whole
So
universe
here's
is
what-
never
listen,
change.
listen,
A lot of
Ever.
people
Mr. Slade,
degenerate, man.
let me try to make this. I'll
No,
try
but
to
that's
make
not
it
me.
very,
He did, so
very,
he
very
failed.
concise.
No, Andrew. Okay, so Alex agrees. You failed to make the
Okay,
case that
well,
No, I
I'm
did
a.
not agree to that. Hang on.
Let
Yes,
me
you
make
did. You
the
said
best-
I'm the same
No.
as everyone.
Here, I'll make the best
No.
case that I possibly can.
I'm trying to explain to you.
Here's what degenerate.
Wait. Let Andrew
Here's what
say something
degenerate
short.
means.
Quests.
Degenerate
Oh yeah,
means
I grew the
without-
flex weed. Now what?
I am amoral. Yes.
Yes. Okay. So then you're a degenerate.
Return of precious
What is
guard.
that? What
Now
does
we
that
get
mean?
That's you're
flipendo now.
amoral. You have no morals. That's all degeneracy means. You can look it up definitionally. That's what it means. Someone without.
Wait, a
morals.
degenerate is someone who is amoral.
Yeah, someone has no morals. That's correct.
Well, okay, what is the definition
You
of
know
the word
what's funny,
degenerate?
guys? I think
Degenerate?
This is getting
I think
really
radical
retarded.
Degenerate
is
means
talking,
it
but
stops
he's muted and
the
nobody's
construction
telling
of
him.
things.
Sorry, I really
It
promise
it,
you.
it
I'm
breaks
fine
down
with that.
things.
I'm
It
totally
destroys
fine that
things.
nobody's telling him to
Degenerate.
be muted.
So regenerating is rebuilding,
Here's the
reviving.
definition: having lost the physical, mental, or moral qualities considered normal and desirable, lacking morality, an
That's
immoral
amoral.
or corrupt person, the decline
Yeah,
and deterioration
that's
of
amoral.
morality.
Degenerate
You're
means
amoral, you're
it's
degenerate definitionally.
it's harmful to the
I am
continued growth.
amoral, but What's wrong with being amoral?
Okay, but so we can
Oh my
see
God.
first that you're a degenerate.
What's amoral about being amoral?
By the definition that I gave.
What's degenerate about being degenerate?
Because I mean, it was a long list of words. I mean, the word degenerate means, right? The word degenerate, it has a connotation like going back to something, like degenerating, like reverting
Stopping.
into some.
Your morals are
stopping
degenerating
growth,
till you have
stopping
none.
progression.
That's
Not progression the way the
My
liberals use it, but
immorality
continued
took me many
existence.
years to construct. This is very,
so you're
very
degenerating.
No,
What?
I evolved where I am now.
What? You hear me?
100 years from now, if
Are
we're
you
lucky.
gone?
You're such an
You don't hear me? Check.
that you don't even know if you saying that you're an
You still on mute?
Just yesterday,
That's the evolution.
Hello. Check. I'm not on mute now.
I hope I never go that.
Yeah.
Well,
Mr.
if there's
Slave,
one thing
I've
I love to see
never
more than
been
my
so
plants.
This was
come
up.
here.
This was up.
It's one of my students doing the
Where are they
same.
debating
I've
on?
never been so repulsed by
Ready
you
to
as I
learn
am now.
flipendo?
I don't know. I ain't even over there.
Light grip,
Here, well,
and it's all
it's
in the
just
wrist.
Zen. He's watching
Let's see you
Andrew
give it
in
a
a
go.
panel debate.
You will want to
Who is?
focus with this spell.
Zen
Nothing as
Shapiro
mortifying as
is
not
watching
being a colleague
Andrew
when
in
all
a
you
panel
wanted to
debate.
do was move a few parts.
Oh, okay.
Just
Yeah,
like
yeah.
watching and reacting to it. And he just
Right.
destroyed this guy on objective morality.
Your objective morality or
done.
subjective
If you'd like
morality?
to practice a bit
No,
more, you're welcome to
the
do so here in the
objective
greenhouse.
morality.
Just mind the
Oh,
plants,
okay.
please.
The fact that morality is objective and not subjective.
Yeah, whatever. It's subjective.
You don't even know what you're talking about. You just want to argue.
You've been saying it was objective.
Objective.
That's what I said, objective.
No, you said it's subjective.
I know. I said you've been saying it was objective.
I know.
But if a different religion believes something different, they subject to believe what they believe, right?
That's not true. Nope.
Yeah, it is.
So check this out. So 2 + 2 = 4, right?
Nope. It equals 6.
Okay.
2 couples had babies.
Oh my God! Here we go with this dumb crap.
I'm seeing 2 couples having babies, and that's 6 people.
No, 2 + 2 = 4.
Well, it's subjective depending on what you're
But
talking.
what if you grew up somewhere where they didn't really understand math, and they taught you that 2 + 2 = 5? Are you correct?
Yes.
Nope. How about this? Do you think that God created math? Or do you think man created math, or do you think God created math? Do you think that math was here before man figured it out?
Yeah.
Or do you think it's just a concept? It's not really a thing.
It's just a concept. Just like the colors. They're not. That's just subjective to what you fucking see.
So yeah,
a bee sees a different reality than humans see.
Those are two different things. Color is perception.
Exactly. If it was a person that can talk, they'll say, "This is this to me," and that'd be
Color
right.
is perception. So if my blue is your red, but every blue I've ever seen was the same color, but it was what you see as red, we would have no problems. Even though we're seeing two different colors, we would still agree about everything.
That's like saying if you come from a place where right is wrong, and I'm saying right is wrong, and then you're saying okay, but if you,
I'm saying it's two different It's two different. The comparison is not a good comparison because it's comparing the math thing to the color thing. One is perception based on how our eyes work.
The same.
But one is true. One is objectively true. It doesn't matter who you are. 2 + 2 is 4.
Listen. One math Germany use is correct. One math we use is correct. They're separate, but both
I don't
is
care
right.
about the process you take as long as you come to the correct answer.
That's what I'm saying. It's subjective.
But if you're from Germany and they're teaching you that 2 + 2 = 5, they're wrong. They're objectively
If
wrong.
they're teaching you this is millimeters and we're on a metric system, how can you be wrong if you go to another country and you measure in inches? Then how are you wrong and they're wrong if they can get the same amount of correct problems right using their metric system compared to ours and the numbers add up?
That's different.
What the fuck
See,
is the difference?
You're comparing subjective things. So how you
It's
measure
math.
things,
It's math. So
is
math is
subjective. In
subjective.
America, we use
So
inches.
math is subjective.
No, that's not math. What are you talking about? That's not math.
If you add millimeters on the metric scale and you're adding inches over here, you wouldn't get the same length.
Look, if I had 2 inches,
I'm asking you a question.
I'm answering. If I had 2 inches in America, I could go and convert that to millimeters and then do the math that I had to
But
do.
it's not the same. It's not the same measurements, right? You have to do some conversion. Converting is what religions do. They convert.
Oh my God, you're stretching. You're
stretching. You're stretching.
You're
stretching. Everybody is not going to say everything is factual.
If you're
That's
Mayotte,
overgeneralizing.
if you're Mayotte, you say murder's
overgeneralizing.
wrong. No. If
You're
you're Mayotte,
overgeneralizing.
if you're Mayotte and you say murder is wrong, and I'm Christian, and I say murder's wrong, it doesn't matter how we got to the conclusion. The conclusion is objectively correct. Murder is wrong, right?
It all depends. If one religion say murdering infidels ain't, then it's subjective to who you murdering.
No, that's objectively wrong.
No. Their Bible says it's not wrong.
They're saying 2 + 2
Actually,
= 5.
you get
That's
into
not
heaven.
correct.
Actually,
Now,
you get into heaven.
if they say Allah told me murder is wrong, and I say God told me murder is wrong, we're both correct.
What if they're saying murder is right?
If they're saying murder's right, they're objectively wrong. Just because
How
they
can they be
think 2
objectively
+ 2 = 5 because that's what they were taught doesn't make it true. That's the point. Just because you were taught wrong,
because that's what they was taught. So
just
math
because
is
you were
objectively
raised
or
in a certain way and you were taught a certain way doesn't make it right.
don't make it right to you. To them, it's right. How are you going to tell them what's right?
If a family of cannibals raised
That's why
a
they
cannibal
say
child,
when in Rome, do as the Romans do.
if a family of cannibals raised a cannibal child to eat people, that doesn't make it okay. In their mind, it does. But they're objectively wrong.
If there ain't no more food on Earth, will they be subjectively
A
wrong?
kilometer isn't quite a mile when you're going 100 miles per hour. How fast are you going in miles per hour? Wait, what? A kilometer, I think, is 2.2 miles, Johnny Bender.
Yeah, they getting on your ass now.
I think it's just Johnny Bender. He's just playing around.
So does that answer your question of who made math? If the metric system and
No, you didn't answer. Did man make math or did God make math?
That's why we got two different kind of maths.
You think man made math? So you think before man figured out that 2 + 2 = 4, 2 + 2 did not equal 4 before man figured it out?
You say what? No, it equals 3.
We're not doing your weird analogy. It doesn't make any sense. I believe math is like morals. It was created by God. It was true before man figured out that it was true. It was always true. It's always true that 2 + 2 = 4. It didn't take somebody figuring out how to do math for that to be true. That was always true. We just figured it out.
Well, okay, abortion's always been true. We just figured it out.
Nah.
No, what the fuck? Nah. Yeah, I like the way you like to pick and choose.
You're comparing killing a baby to math. That makes sense.
No, you're saying if it was already here, we figured it out. Which one came first? Did God put it here or did we figure it out? If we figured it out, means God already had it here, right? We can't figure out nothing that God ain't figured out. So God had to figure out abortion for man to figure it
Yes,
out.
the ability to be immoral was here before man figured it out. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're right.
Thank you.
Doesn't make it right.
Thank you.
Doesn't make it
What you
right.
mean don't make it right? If it don't make it wrong, it's gotta be right.
No, just because the ability to do evil is available doesn't make it not evil. It's still evil.
God
You're doing
created
evil.
it.
You have the ability to do evil. Doesn't
God
mean
created
it's okay.
God created it.
Yeah.
So okay, it has to be okay. Why would God create something not okay?
Because it gives the dichotomy.
Dichotomy.
It gives a dichotomy. You have to have both. You have to have pain.
God made nuclear weapons. God made slavery. God made slavery repeat itself in another 5 years. Y'all just waiting for it.
You always go into the slavery thing. Boo hoo.
God had to know it was gonna.
Boo hoo. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't no chattel slavery. Ain't no chattel slavery in America anymore.
We going back to chattel slavery.
You gonna enslave the white man?
Hell yeah, we are. That's our plan.
Dumbass.
That's our plan.
Good luck.
Just the junkies first. Once we get the junkies, we'll have their parents. Once we get their parents.
Yeah, and then you go to prison. Then they cry about how more black people are in prison, but the black people are sitting here thinking we're gonna make junkies our slaves.
We will. They're gonna legalize it like Oregon.
And then you're gonna be the slave of the government when you get put on a chain gang.
They're not locking you up for it. How can they lock you up for free dope selling in Oregon? It's decriminalized. The Jews trying to give us our money back.
She sent me an
Hey, get out of here.
Trying to collect evidence of some kind against
She's trying to give us our money back.
Get out of here with that, Freddie.
Keeping a closer eye on you.
I'm gonna kick you out of the Discord.
Oh, my bad.
For the near future.
Yeah. But that would be good.
Because you're talking about you're the new age media. That's you.
Someone had meddled in
You're them now.
New age media?
You're them now.
I'm who?
You've become what you've made yourself what you hate.
Perhaps your friend.
History repeats itself. That's a norm.
Yeah.
That's a norm anyway.
With the dumb people.
I'm not doing nothing.
The dumb people always just want to take turns being the oppressor or the oppressed.
That's
That's
right.
a term of endearment where you're from.
It is specific.
That's right. People in the middle is always clueless. They never had a hard life.
Self-transfiguration.
What do you mean? You don't know. You obviously don't know how Marxism works. There is no middle.
However,
you're one or the other.
I am an animagus.
No, that ain't a Marxist.
Yeah, why do you think the communists pit the bourgeoisie against the proletariat? It was to destroy the middle class, turn everybody either into poor or elites.
Everybody was already poor when Marxism started. Didn't nobody have no fucking money. It was a Great Depression.
What do you mean? The whole communist was about the middle class being put against the low class, the bourgeoisie versus the proletariat.
Marxism came over here. These motherfuckers standing in food
Now it's a race. Now they've turned classism into racism.
It is.
No, it was already.
They pit the race against. They pit the races against each other. You hate the J words, but you act just like the J words. You just want to be the next J words. You just want to be the next them.
The J words evolved to the Christian. You heard a dude on the TV earlier today say, "I'm Catholic. I mean, I'm Christian." He calls himself Catholic because that's the Christian church now. The Roman Catholic done took over Christianity, and they letting y'all minions run amok. Why they don't even believe in the shit. That's what's retarded.
She's concerned for your
That's
safety.
what's really retarded.
It may
Well,
be
you
best
would know.
for you to stay away from Hogwarts.
I do know. The Roman Catholic Church
But I do not believe that it
raised Christianity, took the claim for it. Constantine got rich. They done duped the masses to giving up all their money, and now they looking stupid.
Constantine didn't really have a lot to do with that. It was just
He had everything to do with it.
No, he was just the ruler at the time. No, he didn't.
He had
it was just the ruler.
everything to do
He
with
was
it.
just the ruler at the time. The Council of Nicaea was done kind of they were kind of above him. It was kind of like
No, they
what the
was
media
not.
does now. They don't need to ask the government's permission. So it'd be
No,
like if
no, he
it'd be like if
gathered
the
them
media
together.
it'd be like if the media did something
He gathered
under
them together.
it'd be like if the media did something under Joe Biden. Joe Biden's too stupid to put that together. He didn't put that together. They
No
did it under
media.
his
It
nose.
was not the media.
And it's the same thing. He was just
He
the
said, "I need a legacy."
he was just the ruler in charge when that took place.
Jesus. You hear that Armenian? That's who said it. The Armenian. That was the first Christian persecuted over there for believing in Jesus. So he wants to remain because they people actually got persecuted for believing in Jesus.
Lots of Christians got persecuted.
Yeah, a lot of Christians got persecuted.
What do you mean?
They still came up with
all the original Christians were martyred.
Where did all the persecutors go?
Where did the
people that was
persecutors go?
persecuting these Christians? Where did they go?
They did.
Did they just get the stop order to quit?
No, they did. Oh no, they're still doing it to this
No.
day. Look, we got one on the
No.
line right now.
Yeah, okay.
We got one on the line right now.
Constantine said, "Stop that shit. Let these people live and give us their money."
They're still here to
And
this
that's
day.
That's where it started.
To this day.
Yeah. Y'all got a lot to learn, boy. And the ones that know that y'all don't know nothing, just sit back and let y'all speak. That's what's crazy. Adam 22, when he brought that dude in there, he is not thinking about joining Christianity. He brought him on there so dude could tear him apart. Destiny. He did not try to act like
He
was
didn't
gonna
tear
join-
Destiny apart. He had Destiny thinking.
Nah, Destiny tore his ass apart. He said, "You over here believing in fairy tales." He said, "I ain't gonna believe in a 2,000-year-old thing," and it was just like, that's the last Jesus born virgin birth. Hey, that's all it was.
Hola, Lady Cecil.
See, Sal, the Bible thumper. She don't like that.
We just fooling with this clown.
Yeah.
He
ask
clowning.
Sal
He
about that.
clowning.
Yeah.
Hello, Lucan.
That's what I
Final round
do.
of cross wands ready?
Big match today.
Especially when it comes to
It all
religion.
comes down to this. The moment that we find out if your training and dedication is enough to win it all.
What a sad way to live.
Oh, beautiful way to live. Y'all the ones suffering. Trying to find enough private schools to take your kids out of.
Yes, Sebastian.
Then let's get started.
I mean, send me some pictures.
I mean,
You say what?
I'm like pro homeschool.
That's the spirit.
But we have to work our way there. We couldn't just go straight there. So first thing we need to do is revamp the school system. We need to focus on fixing the families and having mothers and fathers working and mothers able to raise and educate the kids. But for the time being, there's going to be single parents. When we outlaw abortion, it's going to happen. So for now, we need to fix the school system. Make schools, and it's not just private schools are no better than the public schools unless they're faith-based. Look, I went to Christian schools and they were great. But a lot of the private schools, and these what are they called? Where what's the word for it? Charter schools. These charter schools in these cities where if you don't want your kids to go to the regular public school, you can have them go to the charter school. They're no better. They're no better than the public schools. I know some of the teachers. They crazy than a mug.
Because on college campuses, colleges ran by libs. If colleges are ran by libs, kids are going to get taught by libs. If kids are getting taught by libs, it's going to be a lib
I got
world.
defeated.
They
That was
made
tough.
a crap's breakfast out of you that round.
Yeah, kids are
Let's
getting
try
taught by
again.
libs, and then they become the teachers, and then it gets worse and worse and worse. That's progressivism. That's progression, quote unquote. It's actually degression.
Regression.
Regression. There you go. Better word. Right word. I don't think degression is a word.
No, it's not.
Good job. See, guys? Freddy's not totally dumb.
That's right.
Yes,
That's why they don't like
Very
me.
well. Good luck out there.
It's all good.
Glorious. Act like a winner.
Expelliarmus. Confringo. Sendo.
All water got calcium in it.
What?
Water. So all water got calcium in it.
What calcium in water?
Calcium buildup from water.
I mean, not good water.
Yeah, good water. Yeah, I'm talking about the good water. It's got to.
Confringo. Expelliarmus. Confringo.
And one left.
Accio.
I know my water dispenser is getting water. It's getting like.
Confringo.
Boom! Let's
Pity
go.
more people can't watch the duels.
Yeah, water,
What a victory! You've won the tournament!
that calcium buildup, that means you're gonna, my friend, that happened to my friend. He had a lot of that calcium buildup in his water. 3 days later, he died.
You're all right.
I'm just pleased to have
Right,
done as well as I
OD.
did.
And we're pleased to have such a gracious champion. Now,
He OD'd on mineral water.
the prize! And so it is my great honor
Yeah,
to present you
I can
with
see
this
that.
simple yet elegant token of supreme dueling accomplishment.
Mineral water my ass.
Thank you. It's been an honor.
You earned it. You are a duelist to be reckoned with.
Well,
Now that we've definitively crowned the tournament winner, I suppose I should get back to
Wanna
my
lose any
schoolwork.
other arguments?
Wonder how my herbology plants are doing.
you still ain't came up with no argument you won yet.
All of them. All of them.
Abortion was here before man. We just brought it out. We just brought God's fruitation to life.
Yep, evil was
That's
here
right.
before men. You're right.
Well, I thought God gave Lucifer dominion over man.
Yep. Over the earth.
So how was he? How was
Not
evil
over
here
man.
before God?
Not over man, over the earth. And his
So
children.
How was Satan here before? If he had to go to heaven,
He didn't start out here
he started off where?
with God.
Okay. So did Lucifer make math and abortion legal?
Math and abortion being legal are two totally different. What are you even talking about?
You said God put them both here.
God made math. Math was always here. It's just a truth.
Abortion was too.
It's just an
Evil
objective
wasn't.
truth.
So abortion didn't come till the devil came. Got kicked out of heaven. That's when abortion, the devil started mixing up a plan in the men's mind to make abortion happen, right?
I mean,
I see
yeah,
what you're
yeah,
saying.
that sounds about
I
right.
see what you're saying.
Evil came to earth when Satan.
I'm making reality.
Evil came to earth
through
when
my
Satan
words.
came to earth.
The
That
words
sounds
was
about right. I agree with that.
All right, that's right.
Yeah.
Y'all see how I'm molding JS's mental?
Yeah, you're molding
his
my mental.
reality? That sounds about right.
You're molding my mental. When
Can't
I
think
agree,
of no other possible way that abortion. got
usually when I
created.
agree with your points, it's because you're not making the point you think you're making. You're making my point.
I am. If you saying evil was always here, but the devil wasn't.
Evil was here when man commit evil because Satan influenced him to do so.
All right. So what year did?
But I guess
Satan
we
go
can
to
say
heaven?
evil was here before that. Evil came here when Satan came here to earth.
That's what I was saying. So what year did Satan go to heaven?
I don't know what year it was. It was before they measured time like that. What are you talking about? What year was it?
What? Who was
It ain't
writing
no.
this down?
What do you want me to tell you?
How
A
did men know?
Gregorian? You wanted me to tell you a year based off the Gregorian calendar for something that could have
Only a
been on
few
a whole
days
nother
off.
plane of existence? What are you talking
The
about? You
Gregorian
sound
calendar
foolish.
is only a few days off.
You sound foolish.
The Gregorian calendar is only a few days off. You're not gonna come up
A
with
few
a
days
whole
off
bunch
from
of extra
what?
years.
A few days off from what? The
Where
previous.
we are now.
The Gregorian
What
calendar.
we going through. The
We're
same
currently
calendar we got.
we're using the Gregorian calendar, right?
Exactly.
Currently.
But no, it got specified.
And
from
it's a
leap
few
year
days
being-
off. It's a few days off from the previous calendar that came before it. But
Exactly.
who's to say that?
So what are you saying?
Who's to say
So
that
what are
when
you
God
saying?
and Satan were here before Adam and Eve, that they were using the damn Gregorian calendar, or the calendar before it, or the calendar before it, or even a
Hold
calendar
on,
at all?
Did you just say God and Satan was here before Adam and Eve?
I'm pretty sure that's how it went.
No, Lucifer went to heaven, motherfucker. He couldn't
Lucifer.
have been there before Adam and Eve. Lucifer got kicked out of heaven. Earth was already cracking.
I think the story. I mean, maybe in like the order that it comes in the Bible.
You just guessing. Shut your ass up.
I'm
Tell
not.
him,
I'm
Lady
not
Seasal.
100%. Tell me, Lady Seasal.
Tell him, Lady Seasal.
Tell me, Lady Seasal. When did Lucifer was cast out of heaven? Before Adam and Eve, or after?
What kind of question is that? You already know.
Well, because
How
it
can
may.
you get into heaven
like
before people were made.
Because a lot of people think the
can you get
Bible
into
goes in
heaven?
chronological order. It doesn't. The Book of Job takes place before a lot of. The Book of Job
It's
takes
a
place
fairy
before
tale.
Moses. The Book of Job takes place
Exactly.
before Noah, but it comes after in the Bible, page-wise. So chronologically, I'm pretty sure Satan was cast out of heaven before Adam and Eve.
No, you got to be a man living on earth before you even have sin.
Well, then how would Satan be here in serpent form if he wasn't cast out of heaven yet? Yeah, I think you're
Hey,
wrong.
there you go.
I think
There
you're
you
wrong,
go.
buddy.
There you go. There you go. Thinking for yourself.
No, I'm not. I'm proving you wrong that he was here
No.
before.
No.
He was cast out
Story
before
doesn't
Adam and
make
Eve.
sense.
He was cast
No,
out
Satan
before Adam
was
and Eve. That
there
makes perfect
before
sense.
Adam and Eve.
Yeah.
Yes, Satan was there before Adam and Eve
Yes,
because
I agree with that.
Mayat was there before Adam and Eve. And the devil in Mayat was called
I think
Japhet.
Maya is just another name for Satan.
Yeah, buddy.
Sir, is everything all right?
How
Of course
kind
it
of you
would
to
be.
ask. The name's Ackley Barnes.
Of course it
No,
would be.
It is not. I'm plotting a sort of revenge against
think
my
so.
ex-business partner.
No,
a
Barnes
conniving
wrong.
fiend by the name of Alfred Lawley.
Yeah, okay.
He cut me out of our herbology supply business just as
Is
we were
there
getting
any
Y'all
truth?
lost and confused.
Said I was
Either
too
you know
volatile to work with.
or you
I'll
believe.
show him
And you don't even believe what you know.
Can you make a true statement? Is anything true? Can you make a true statement?
I am black.
I am black. He black.
You black.
That
Is
must
that a
have
true
been
statement?
frustrating for you.
Is that a true
Yes,
statement?
yes, it was.
I think it is.
Terribly.
Do you think it is?
I'm simply passionate about my work.
Yeah.
Supercilious fool.
So truth
He's
is
passionate
objective,
about things too,
right?
as I intend to remind him by
You say
relieving
what?
him of his prized possession.
Truth is
A
objective.
venomous tentacula he's grown from a seedling, but
That's
knows
what
to
you
be the
saying.
keystone of our
No,
business.
do
venture.
you? I'm
I can't
asking.
get anywhere near it with
I'm not
Ruth
saying-
Sager watching me like an
No, truth
orderly.
is not objective.
Lord,
Truth
he's
is
doing, no
subjective.
doubt.
It changes for each
But
person.
no one would suspect a stupid.
Depending on where you at.
So there is no such thing as
How
a
would
true
you feel
statement.
about committing some grand plant larceny?
Is that what you're saying?
True to you. True to you. Something can be true to you. Don't
Is
mean
that-
it has to be true.
Is that true to me or true to you?
Yeah, I know, right?
I'll get the venomous tentacula for you.
Marvelous. I know a fellow seeker of
Facts.
justice when I see one. Take as many
No
herbology
facts.
supplies as
No
you like while you're in
facts.
his cellar.
I don't think you know what a
All I
fact
ask
is.
that you bring me the venomous tentacula.
Facts.
I already have a venomous tentacula.
Remember,
I think.
I just need that venomous tentacula.
Oh, I don't have one. Do I have one? Hold up. Let's see. I have Chinese chopping cabbage. I have mandrake. I do not have venomous tentacula. Crap.
Seems I need to find
Grand plant larceny. What the fuck is he talking about?
Who?
Dude in the long peacoat.
Oh, he wants a venomous tentacula.
This must be it.
Tell him get it off the roof.
Get it out the mud.
Mm-hmm.
This must be the cellar.
Almost done.
Venomous tentacula.
Find
Need a
lollies.
couple
Oh,
more.
snap. This guy's about to see me. Crap. Petrificus totalis in this mug. Petrificus totalis in this mug.
Stop! Stop, bandit!
Ficficus totalis in this mug.
Oh, this guy caught me. Oh, I can't get... Oh, I can't get caught. Okay, we gotta sneak through this piece. I'm excited. There's a new level of Legend of Zelda game coming out in May. I should be able to have this game all done up. And then in May, I get the new Legend of Zelda game. It's gonna be sick.
Legend of Zelda.
Oh, yeah.
Played that game.
You ever play Breath of the Wild on the Nintendo Switch?
Nope.
Well, it's
Nintendo
one of the
Switch.
best games ever made, and they're making a new one. And it's just like Breath of the Wild,
Mr. Lawley see me.
except different. And I'm hyped. I never beat Breath of the Wild because my Switch got stolen. I only had like one more boss left. My Switch got stolen. I got a new Switch, but I never got the game again because I was mad.
Yeah. Anger's not the key. Anger's not the way.
Anger is not the way. Oh,
Nobody lost out
anger
but
is
you.
not the way. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. I can't Petrificus totalis this guy.
Rats.
Oh yeah, we got rats. We got rats.
Better not let Mr. Lawley see me.
Oh, he's seeing me. He's seeing me right now. Okay, he didn't see me.
Quest failed.
Oh, snap.
Stop! Stop, bandit!
Oh, I forgot. I have to shoot lasers to move him away. Failed 3 times in a row. What the?
Dude ain't gonna keep on playing with you.
Oh, we got past it. That was not that hard. I made it a lot more difficult than it really was. Yo, why do these pots keep breaking?
Where is that venomous tentacula?
Venomous tentacula.
Aloha Mora.
Aloha Mora. I got snowed out of work, man. It's been snowing nonstop, like 12 inches.
What?
Yep. Had to shovel snow today. And then my water heater, my water heater's busted. It's old. All the other ones are new except for ours. We got the oldest one. And the bottom rusted out. So this morning there was no hot water, so I went down to the broiler room to turn on the pilot light. I thought that was the problem. Turns out our dang water heater's got a hole in the bottom of it. It's just leaking water. So currently, for like a day or two, we're not gonna have hot water.
That ain't good.
Yeah, that ain't good.
Get up under there and fucking weld that hole shut.
I ain't doing all that. Ain't nobody got time for that. We need a new water heater.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Expelliarmus. Confringo.
Better go take it out of one of them abandoned buildings and pay a crackhead.
Confringo.
Why would I pay a crackhead to do what I could do? And not promote crack?
You promoting criminal. You gonna be a criminal.
Why am I gonna be a criminal?
Cause you paying the crackhead to go steal the water heater.
I ain't paying a crackhead. I'm gonna get the water heater. I don't have to steal it. We have properties. What you talking about? Or we just buy a water heater. I ain't paying for it. Is you crazy? Is that how you
get fired next month?
Is that how you solve problems in my out world? You just steal water heaters when your water heater breaks?
Yep.
I figured. I thought as much.
Now that I have the venomous tentacle,
Alternators, batteries.
Yep. I figured.
Lawnmowers. Leaf blowers.
I thought as much. Why am I not surprised?
You'd be surprised what a $0.25 would get you.
All right. You got anything not degenerate to say?
No.
I didn't think so.
I'm degenerate.
I ain't trying to promote being a crackhead.
This is the new age.
That's a crackhead.
Degeneracy. I'm speaking it into the universe. And it's gonna happen. We need more degeneracy. Degeneracy breeds compassion.
Nah.
It does. They say, "Oh, bless they heart."
Nah.
We ain't got this far, but no.
You ain't got nowhere. How far? You ain't got nowhere far?
Yeah.
Hell no.
California.
You're talking about stealing a water heater with a crackhead. You ain't got nowhere.
Hell yeah.
Nah.
That crackhead have a chance of gaining 40 pounds in jail. Just eating regular. Getting sober. I'm changing lives. I hope the police catch him.
What are you talking about?
Sobering up crackheads one crime at a time.
This card, but I gotta sell it.
I'm gonna send the police where I'm gonna send the same crackhead. I might just take pictures of the water heater after and the crackhead carrying it. And then say, "Hey, here's a tip.
Wish I
Give
could
me
see
some money."
Lolly's face when he realizes his prized possession is gone. We'll see.
Now I gotta bully this guy out of money. Give me some money,
well
dude.
Done. I'll take it off your hands now.
You're gonna have to pay me. I'd like to be paid.
It wasn't as easy to come by as I had expected. I'd like to be paid for my troubles.
Only fair, I suppose. I can respect your business acumen. Here's a little something for
He ain't
your
gonna
next
give you
trip to
shit.
Zonka.
He's paying me.
Thank you again for your help.
That's how I roll. I get
suspect you
paid.
have a bright future.
You know? I ain't got time for no.
You're the
food work.
crackhead.
And we got
You're
a
the
talent.
crackhead going around stealing shit.
We leveled up. I did kind of just. I went in there and
That's
stole.
right.
I went in there and stole a plant.
Ackley Burns. That's right. He paying dope for it's in the game. They think just like me. I can make me a game with some crackheads.
All right. Now that I have this, I pretty much can't be detected when I'm in stealth mode. Ain't Nobody got
Stealth
time
mode.
for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Quest in the Shadow of Discovery.
Damn. It's 5, 6, 7, 8.
5, 6, 7, 8. What? I already did this quest. What the heck? Spell combination practice 2. I don't want to do that. Use the map with floating candles to find treasure. What?
What?
My bad reference. Into the
I'm sober, man. I ain't never been sober.
Never?
I get angry when I get sober.
Sober. What's that like?
It's like Pookie in New Jack City.
Yeah, you do remind me of him sometimes.
Whatever. You just
It's
keep
rough.
calling me, man. They calling me.
They keep calling me.
Handy resource indeed. Your
You remember Damon Wayans in Colors?
Colors. He's a cop?
No.
His dad's a cop?
No, he's a dolphin.
I don't remember. I've seen it.
They lock him up at the beginning. He's in a pamper. He's like, man, give me my bunny. Give me my bunny, man. Give me my bunny. He trying to hump the bunny and shit. He's in a pamper acting all retarded. Like, yeah, he was a dope. He's one of those spaced out motherfuckers. He trying to hump the bunny while they got him in handcuffs.
Those are your favorite type of people. That's your that's your bread and butter.
Hell yeah. I like to find like 30 of them and snuggle up close to them and just kick it and hear old stories and shit. You know what I'm saying? Every 15 minutes, somebody like, pass me a 20, boy. I'll be like, here you go. Tell another story.
You're a horrible person.
First one in the morning on the block with the cheese. I'll be the last motherfucker to leave.
No telling what lies in wait for me in there.
Dale Family Tune. Dale Family Tune.
Mm-hmm. You know it. Get rich or die trying.
Well, my feet didn't turn into beats. That's a good start.
NYPD, LAPD, NYPD. When it's on, you get, huh? NYPD, LAPD, NYPD. That's your motherfucking clip, huh? You just can't grind like me. Grind like me. They don't want to work. They don't want to do a 3 to 9 like me. They ain't strong enough to take 9 like me.
No.
Oh.
Fifth Ward.
Ah, I got killed by that? How'd that kill me? Yo, one shot, dead. Quit playing copyright music.
I had to mute it.
Should have known a herbologist would use Devil's Snare.
Devil's Snare. How do I kill Devil's Snare? Shit, I died.
Hocus pocus, motherfucker.
Hocus pocus as the locust. You the dopest.
Mm-hmm.
Not you.
Something
Should have known a herbologist would use Devil's
You know
Snare.
I am.
Do I know who you are?
I said, you know I am. You was talking about me.
I don't know nothing.
Revelio.
I don't know nothing about you.
Yeah.
Except you whack it in a mud.
Reparo.
Yeah.
What, I can't repair that? What the? What do I do? Can I make it fly away?
Accio.
Well, that'll do. One you never heard of. Reps north side, so he walks them braids. 1,100 friends on his MySpace page. Stat that you got 700 plays. Producer made him take it down, said he had to pay. Open mic champ 2 weeks in a row. XD boy with a B-boy flow, glow like Leroy. Better see boy go. Got a brother serving life and a daddy on the road. Ex-homie in the grave, tatted up all in
Copyright
the cave.
strike.
Minute Maid got his mama working like a slave. I can rap it. Oh, we gotta fight a troll. Hold on. Just a cigarette.
Fight another troll.
I gotta find another troll. We got a troll killer. Troll killer in the house. You know,
Venice famous canals are drying up. These boats are sitting on the damn ground with no water.
that's happening in the Great Salt Lake too.
Good.
Good. Mormons give more to charity than anybody. Why would you say that's good?
That's Salt Lake.
I need to exorcise the demons from you.
No,
You
no,
got
no.
demons. You got demons in you.
I ain't got no demons.
You got demons.
They've been flooding previously, and now they appear to be drying up. City officials say water measured more than 2 feet below average on Sunday. The low levels are being blamed on dry weather and tidal changes. CBS News correspondent Chris Lipsey joins us now from Rome to discuss this. Chris, it seems like, what was it, just a few months ago, was flooding in Venice getting worse. That's been happening over the past few years. So how do you explain now the water apparently running dry somewhere?
Yeah, well, flooding is absolutely the bigger problem.
I did my Protego way too early.
Sort of the same cause behind this low water that we're experiencing right now, and that's tidal changes. Tidal changes bring in that extreme water that Venetians call acqua alta, and now thanks to a lingering high pressure system, what Venetians call acqua bassa, the opposite of that, low water. It's sucking that water out of the Venetian canals, and it can actually be quite damaging, because so long as the water is there, it's protecting those building foundations, wooden pylons. Remember, Venice is this enchanting place in the middle of a lagoon, in the middle of the sea. It really shouldn't be there, and so it has to be reinforced by pylons and brick foundations in order to have these buildings. And so long as the water is there, it kind of keeps everything in place. But as soon as it recedes, like we're seeing now, well, then you can introduce corrosion, because now all of a sudden oxygen can access the wooden pylons and those brick foundations. And over time, it can lead to some severe structural damage.
And I'm looking at these images, and I have to think that there's going to be a major impact on Venice's economy, not just in terms of tourism, but also just day-to-day for Venetians.
Yeah, absolutely. Day-to-day, certainly.
Oh, poor babies. Stuck in the mud. Yep, waterways, water passages. What the hell? Idle change.
Barely Protego'd that. Boom! He gone.
That was a close one.
Did I get any rewards? Oh, I got troll bogeys. Troll bogeys! Did he leave?
Who?
Oh, God.
State Department reacts to Russia suspending nuclear arms treaty.
Yeah, I don't think no nuclear war is going to happen.
This must be Marmaduke. That should reverse the curse. Hopefully.
I ain't worried about that.
What is a cast registry?
A cache or a cast?
Cast.
I don't know.
Let's find out.
Google it. Google it. Tell us something new today.
Revelio.
Gotta learn something new from you.
It's saying a European cast cannot be used for Asians.
Two different chants with opposing
Cast. What do
viewpoints
you mean by
filling
cast?
Seattle City Hall. Allen has a vote to ban caste-based discrimination.
Caste-based.
County resident Prashant Nima says many people come from Southeast Asian countries to the United States only to find caste discrimination still exists, even in Seattle.
What do they mean
People
caste?
who belong to the oppressed community have to hide their
What do they mean
identity
caste
to
discrimination?
escape this thing. So sometimes they may not speak up, or sometimes it's very hard to
Oh,
do.
you get
Many
the
people
Slurpee.
have tried so they think that nobody will understand what they are talking about.
You don't
Some
want
people
the
who
Slurpee, you
oppose
don't get the
We're
Slurpee.
from San Francisco.
You say what?
You don't want the Slurpee, you don't get Slurpee.
Ah, shut up.
This organization now is going to tag everyone with a caste, where there is none.
Well,
I don't know what my caste is. A lot of my friends don't know what my caste is. How are you going to manage it?
But Socialist Council member Shama Salwant, who proposed the ordinance, says this is a needed protection and that a law needs to be in place to allow lawsuits and hold companies accountable.
So
this is the very first step, winning this law that says legally it codifies that caste discrimination exists. And for Council member Salwant, today was a win.
Council President Pro Tem Morales.
Yes.
6 in favor, 1 opposed.
With Seattle becoming the first city to pass a caste-based anti-discrimination law, a move she hopes other cities will follow. Today's vote will make history. Let's make sure to remember how we got here. It was not by powerful people supporting us. It was by us, rank and file activists, workers, building our movement together. During council discussions today at the meeting, they did say they would most likely
Fight oppression, fight capitalism.
about
so it's a Marxist
City
movement.
Hall Connors Ward in 5 News.
Some Marxist
I
crap.
guess.
Sounds like some mess.
They come here, and then a caste registry means your name's got to be on this fucking registry of civilians that's gonna be legalized to be citizens, but somehow all these people's names are not on the caste registry. And they don't know why not, or how the names got on it. So they having a problem. They just overturned the caste, so now they can all become citizens in Seattle. And they're gonna do it nationwide. Whatever that caste shit is.
Are those puff skeins? Oh, I don't want no puff skeins. Well, I'll catch them and sell them.
I'll look after you.
Puff skeins are valuable.
Valuable Palestinians. Yeah.
There. I'm not going to hurt you.
In the occupied West killed at least 10 Palestinians and wounded dozens.
Yeah, local health officials say a 72-year-old man and a teenage boy are among the dead. This attack took place just before noon in what is a rare daytime operation. A building was destroyed in that raid, and some shots were caught in crossfire. You can see the aftermath of some of the conflict there. It's really
They overturn shit up.
They rioted?
Hell yeah.
Catching all the puff skeins. So I can take them and sell them. I'm being a poacher. Each of these are 120 gold. We just made some money just now. Alright, that's enough of that. Whoa. Oh, it's Owl. Owl just dropped me some mail. Mail time. Here's the mail, it never fails. It makes me want to wag my tail. You don't know that song? Let's go Hogsmeade. Gotta go to this place right here. Brood and Peck.
And here I come.
Return to Samantha. Where's Samantha? First, we gotta go to this place. Sell all these puff skeins.
Come in. Sorry if there's a smell. New batch of toe-dyed.
Beast. Puff skein, puff skein, puff skein, puff skein. Sell them all. Oh, we getting some money. We getting some money.
I'll not mind seeing you here again. Consider yourself welcome.
Because I just poached a bunch of monsters. Where am I supposed to go to meet this chick? Right there. Pop, 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 pop. It's 10 o'clock. Alright, I'll probably do one more main story quest after this one.
How nice to see you, my young friend.
She got a smile that it seemed to me reminds me of childhood memories where everything was a brand new child. I don't know how to get into this place. Where do you want me to go? How do I get inside there? What the heck? I don't know how to get inside there. What the? Are you gonna let me? How do I get inside? I just do that. Did the audio cut out or did he leave? Oh, he left. Okay, cool. Let's go back to YouTube.
Off on another adventure, are we?
Child and journalist in 3 different shootings. This guy. Why the Hogwarts Legacy? I don't want to watch Sydney. I think I already watched this debate.
Scare us. Scared you?
I'm taking you with me. You do what I say. What's your question? I don't get it.
How do you?
Yeah, I already watched this. The one Hake and Nick and Alex Stein and Hunter Avalon were all on together.
You don't want those.
This was a
Are
good
you
one.
saying that men come to an intuitive feeling decision?
It's a dumb study that's trying to deny reality.
So how are men coming to more rational
being able to
decisions?
rationalize something doesn't mean you're logical and common sense.
So how do men become more rational than women? What do they do? How do they
By
come to
loving
more
what's
rational
right
conclusions?
By loving what's right and not listening to women for one, and not listening to their emotions and chasing after women.
So if you don't listen to emotions, then what are you listening to come to a rational conclusion?
Common sense.
Is that not an emotion?
Common sense, which comes from God.
Common sense is an emotion? Hunter thinks common sense is emotion?
Are you a stay-at-home dad? Because this sounds like eerily autobiographical. Sounds like you're just kind of talking about your life here on a soapbox.
You'll probably see me in this little chat box. I just saw Raymond 11's name in the chat box.
You sure about that?
I've been home with my kids before, but I also work 5 days a week.
Don't you drive a minivan or something?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I do drive a minivan. You made fun of me
Didn't
for that.
you drive your luxury?
Well, I like how I
luxury
like how I
minivan?
live the trad life while you live the mad life. I do think that's cute.
I don't think having kids out of wedlock with a baby mama is the trap.
There's Base
life.
America
Trap
First.
for, like,
Can I just lay something out really quickly? I have
There's
I
Jim
have
Bob
2 kids and I'm married.
in the chat.
And by the way, all my kids, I'm
Were
pretty
you
sure
married
are,
when you had
hold on,
the
wait,
kids?
I'm pretty sure all my kids.
There's
in my
Lord
life are
Bibby
100%
42
Aryan,
in the
okay?
chat.
So
Were you
we're
married
over
when
here
you had
living
the
the fucking
kids?
trad life while you're
But they're
living
not
the
white
mad
on the
life.
inside.
Which is
I'm
weird.
asking,
Which is weird because this chat box over here, host chat, Lord Bibby, it just said Lord Bibby was a mod. Maybe it was saying he was a member. Is this Hake's chat or no? This would be Modern Day Debates chat. This is Hunter's chat over here.
Wife in bed next to me. You go to bed with your anime pillow and a fucking
Well,
dirty
your-
sock.
your
So
wife
shut
is
the
There's
fuck
Kevin
up.
Howe.
I would
Start
rather
actually
have a
addressing
dirty
what
sock
I'm
than your
saying.
wife.
You're
We gotta get
coding.
this is mildly.
Hey everybody, tonight we're debating whether or
Just a
not there is
measly
a
old
war on
troll.
men, and we are
Nothing
starting
significant.
right now
A
with
troll?
Brittany's opening statement. Thanks
Oh,
so much for
dear,
being
I'm
with us,
so sorry,
Brittany.
that's
The floor
awful.
is all yours.
No one has been in that
Thanks
tomb
for
for
having me.
centuries.
All right, so I did
can't
write
say I'm
something
surprised.
out really
Mama
quick,
Duke
so I'll
seems
just
to have
read
been
that.
full of
So,
surprises.
Indeed he was.
Well, I
I think
suppose
the
Willie
theory of
Powell.
the war on
I'm
men,
anxious
but it's
to
also
see my brother,
mostly on
who must
white
be
men.
elated
You have
to
this
have his
constant
feet back.
pussification of men,
Of
mostly
course.
done by
I
liberals,
certainly would
making
be.
them into
William
these
and I
weak,
are
sappy,
forever in
apologetic
your debt.
creatures no woman actually wants to be with. And if
Thank
they
you
are, I
again for what
guarantee
you
the
did.
woman is walking all over him. Women try to act like that's what they want, but I promise you they are lying to you and to themselves. So this hurts women too, as it makes the dating pool a lot smaller. I would say there's a fine line between respect and being a pushover, and that's usually confidence, something they are trying to remove from men. When you lose confidence, you either become weak or you lash out and overcompensate. A big source of men's confidence throughout the years has been from status, whereas a source of women's confidence has been their sexuality. And it's why I both use these tools when seeking out a mate. But now women still get to use their sexuality as well as going for the man's role in society on top of it. When I say status, I mean being a provider, a protector, and basically someone women could look to for guidance and help. But as we take those roles away, a man is naturally going to cause a reaction. And anytime people feel threatened, there's usually going to be a backlash, and it's caused a lot
There's
of
Lord
men
Colin
to
B,
leave
there's
women
Robbie.
who wasn't for it, and the rest to just submit and become women themselves, whether literally or just acting like it. You can also add in the whole Me Too movement and how people have weaponized sexual assault, but I think that's good for now. All right. Are we all doing the pro side first, or are we going back and forth?
You got it. We'll kick it over to someone else from the yes side. In particular, folks, in case you're confused, everybody on the far right side of the screen, namely Nick, Brittany, and Alex, as well as Hake on the bottom middle, they are actually defending the yes position. And then everybody on the left side.
I was
Stardust,
watching
Radical
this,
Coder,
but I was
Easy,
driving home from
and then
work
Hunter
during
in the
it,
very
so
middle.
I
They're
couldn't really
defending
chat a
the no
lot.
position. So we'll kick it over to the second person with their 2-minute opening as well on the yes side before we go to the next person on the yes side as well.
I'll go. Okay, so guys, I think it's just plain and simple that there's a feminization of men and a masculinization of women. You look at the whole trans community. You have people like Leah Thomas, who swam on the women's team, on the men's team for 3 years, and was able to take puberty blockers, and then swim on the men's team, and then win and become an NCAA champion. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to confuse people, and they're trying to take away gender. And I think that is a direct war on men, because by obfuscating, it's a hard word to say, you're trying to blend all the genders and say that there's a million genders. But it's very simple. Boys have a penis, girls have a vagina. But sadly, a man that likes to use his penis, they're going to call that toxic masculinity. We live in a society and in a country that was built by strong men. But now they're taking that away. They say there's a huge pay gap. But if you actually look at the stats, women are at the same age as men, are paid basically the same. So it's a lot of lies done. And it's done on purpose to attack men like myself, to make us feel guilty for being big daddy, pimp daddies on a blimp eating shrimp. So we live in a society where you cannot be the same man that you once was. The type of people that we idolize and the heroes that we use now and all the cartoons are all trans people. So I think it's just the mixture of what is the male. And they're trying to confuse people. They're trying to confuse children. That's why there's so many kids on puberty blockers. That's why there's so many kids on gender hormone therapy, because they want to take away the man. They want to take away our kids that are boys and transition them to girls. So that alone, just the amount of people that have transitioned in 2022 compared to 1962 is a million times more. So that is pure evidence of a war on men. And I think men right now need to stand up for what is right. We need more toxic masculinity in today's society.
Castle and Isidora's Manor.
Thank you very much.
That's it.
There's Lady Seasour in the modern day debate chat.
For the last one, go ahead, Nick.
Okay. Well, thank you for having me. Great to be joining all of you, especially Hunter.
There's Hard R Tyrone.
It's a tough debate to get with this guy, Big Shot. But
sorry, it's been tough with the trad life. You know how it is, man.
I understand. Yes. Well, so let me just launch into my opening statement. There is clearly and obviously a war against men. But I'm going to take a little bit of a different angle. I don't think it has actually anything to do with what women want per se, and how this is affecting women. And I agree that the transgender deal is an assault on men, but I also think that the war on men started a lot longer time ago than just the recent trans debacle, which is really just metastasized recently. The war on men is
there a war on men?
Feminism and the elevation of women to the exclusion
Oh,
of men.
that's what I called it on Jamie's show talking about.
Rights, 100
They must have seen that women's census. It was a women's census thing that they had.
Old debate.
Women has come at the exclusion of men, and women are replacing men in
did you hear me calling it with
university,
Jamie?
in the workplace. We're being told the future is
But the
female,
women
and what is the
saying that they
implication?
tired of
There's no future
being
for the boys,
subjected
no
to
future for
men, and they
what
create
is that
their
supposed to
own
mean? Better in the
women's
past? I don't think so.
conference or
So I think
whatever.
that you look at
Women
all
in
the
business, hiring
world,
more
they were
women,
having a
and
feminizing influence, whether that's
empowering
in,
women.
primary schools, in the workplace, with
So they can
HR
make the same
departments.
amount as men.
Men are being
They
filled
said
up
we
with
know what we
pills
like
and
and
beer full of phytoestrogen,
what our
being
purses
made to
and
watch
clothes
football.
look like. So
And
we're
there's
going
a
to
war
start
on
designing
all
them
the
ourselves.
masculine regimes and institutions in the world, such as the state of Russia, Taliban,
Something to
military,
fashion.
like that.
About any of that.
Even the black men are under attack. They're putting all the black rappers in dresses. Black rappers.
It goes against the Bible.
Class
You
vestige
think
of
women should
masculinity
be
because they
subjected
beat
to
women
men?
and call them bitches and
They
shot people.
coming up
And
with
now,
their own
Kid
shit
Cudi
now, and they
wanted to
getting
dress
up
on
out of that
Saturday
role.
Night Live. So there's a worldwide war on men.
Right.
We need to
And
replace
everything's
it with
collapsing.
a worldwide war on women.
No,
And
economy's
so I
getting
think
better.
that's
They
what
hiring
needs
me.
to solve. That's
Why are
my
you such a
statement.
cuck, Freddie?
You got to click it to hate for the final.
Man
Well,
up.
cook.
Tighten up.
Well, thank you,
I ain't
modern day
working for
debate.
no
Shout
woman.
out everybody.
I'm just telling
We're
y'all, y'all
always
is
working
y'all
for the
wait.
women.
Attack on
Oh,
white men
be nice to the
especially.
women.
Happy
You're
White
always working
History
for the
Month,
women.
everybody.
Man,
White
I'm a
History Month
pimp.
is for everybody. And
I'm
next
not
month
nice.
is Men's History Month.
You ain't no
August,
pimp.
founded by Jesse Lee Peterson on farm, rebuilding the family by rebuilding the man.
You ain't never been
And
no
we need
pimp.
to rebuild men. I think that the
Pimp, boy.
war
That's
on
called
men is
delusions
really a
of
war of
grandeur.
good versus evil.
Common sign
And
of
it
No,
started
no.
not just 100 years ago,
No.
and that's true, but also in the Garden of Eden. The serpent went to the woman
Okay.
and told her, you could be equal
Two
with
chicks
God.
in
You
Louisville.
could get the knowledge of good and evil. And unfortunately, the man listened to the woman.
Sorry, boy.
And
Yeah,
we've
if I
been
want
making the
it.
mistake of listening to women.
Hake
ever
said the man
since.
listened to the woman.
And you see the attack on Trump is really an
We've been
attack
making that
on
mistake
men,
ever since.
because Trump is a honest, straight, white Christian man of truth and power and
I was
love.
watching a woman king.
And They hate that.
I'm
He's
not
too
watching
real
that
for the
crap.
phony
That looks
politicians.
dumb. That looks
Too
like
real for the liberal
bull crap
media.
propaganda,
Too
like color
honest
purple.
for the politically correct academics and phony
Not really.
intellectuals.
What they did
And he's
was
just a
they
simple
took
man.
all the
And we see
lesbians
with
and made them
just as with
warriors.
Christians, with white people,
that's
with
so
the
stupid.
elderly,
You
with the
believe
less
that?
educated, men
And that's
are
what they
closer
was.
to
They was
common
not
You
gonna
believe
take
that?
a man.
You believe that?
Deceived and
I'm
deluded
just
and
saying.
controlled
You believe that?
by way of this
Once
phony
again,
idea of like
fight
victimhood
You
and
don't believe
gossip
that.
and rumors.
I know
and
you don't
They
believe that.
volunteered.
division
Those was
and stuff like that.
volunteers.
Nobody's that
Men are more
stupid.
even
Only
keeled
people who
by and large
get their
and
information
so that's
from
why there's an
Netflix are that
attack on
stupid.
men because there are a whole
Alright.
bunch of people who want evil people.
They
who
didn't
want
even need a
power.
women division.
And
They had
that's,
male soldiers,
it's a
warriors
war on
already.
men,
Ain't
but it's really
nobody's
good
dumb
versus
enough
evil.
to believe that.
You got it. Thank you very much for that opening as well. If it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, folks,
If
want
you
to
watch
also
the
see
movie,
no
you
matter
understand
what
it.
walk of life you are from,
I'm
we host
sure if
debates
I
in
watch
science,
the movie,
religion,
they'll
and
make
politics.
sense
We're a
of their
fully digital
retardation.
platform. And don't forget to hit
Yeah,
that
probably
subscribe
so.
button, because we have many more juicy debates coming up.
But instead of lesbians just having sex with women in America, fuck, y'all want to be a man? Sign up for the army and put you in a man position. That's what they did. They was like, fuck it. They don't want no dick. They want to be men. Let them fight. So all the lesbians was like, we don't like men. We don't want. If there was a girl flirting with a man, she asked him, are you sure this is for you? Because you look like you like men. You can go if you want to be with him. And she'll say, no, I want to be a warrior. And then she'll cut that dude's throat. And I was like, damn. But
So stupid. This sounds like some Hollywood. You know who made that, right?
Issues they disproportionately face.
You know who made that and it's pushing on you
Some examples
pushing
are
it on
higher
you so that
suicide
you can
rates,
believe it.
higher homelessness,
who?
Being
The
sent to
media.
war more
You know who the
often.
media?
This
However,
is
none
a
of these
thing about the
examples
past. What is that
issues
going to
that
have?
It's a
anything to
Netflix
do-
movie.
None of these-
It's a
these
Netflix
examples
movie.
Exactly.
It's the
Well,
number
how
one
can they
movie.
push
are
the
examples
past
that
on you?
benefit
Who do
Just
you
like
think
saying
produced
watching
that? Who do
slavery.
you think produced
there are
that movie?
plenty of ways in which
But
men
listen,
lie
how
Who
to
think
can they
made that
push
movie and
slavery
pushed it
on
on
you?
you through
conform to
Netflix?
unhealthy
The media.
expectations,
Don't you hate
That
the
as a
media?
is a
roles,
show
toxic
about
masculinity.
history.
However,
They cannot
in
push
none of these
history
instances
on
would
you.
it
No,
It
it's
already
not. It's a
happened.
movie. It's a movie
women
based
still deal
Based
with
on
the
a
same
true
gender
story.
roles,
loosely
toxic
based off a
masculinity,
true
just from a
story.
position
Do
of
you
less
always
power.
believe
God,
that?
you ain't even seen the
Wait, you
movie,
think
J.
Blair
Edson.
Witch Project was real?
Thank you very much. We'll
You ain't even seen the movie, J.
They
Edson.
said Blair Witch Project was based off a true story too.
So
No,
I
they
Stop
honestly
being
think
so
even
gullible.
having this debate in the wake of like
No,
Roe v.
they
Wade being
didn't.
overturned and
Super
also
gullible.
several centuries of women literally
Okay.
being considered property, it's kind of a joke.
And dang media,
but
you're
possibly
soaking it
a good
right up,
opportunity
just like they
for,
want you
more
to.
accurate reframing of
Just
what's
because
actually
y'all
going
ain't
on here.
had no
Being a
blonde
perfect
warriors.
little,
I'm
a
taking
perfect
the
little
Just
position
because
that
puppet.
y'all
there
ain't
is
never
a
had no
war
women
on men,
snowflake
which
came
is a
Perfect
trying
little
to
puppet.
be
loaded,
warriors.
phrase that
What do you mean? Have you
is
ever heard of
kind
the
disrespectful
Valkyries?
to actually, like people are actually
Hell
dying
no.
in wars.
The
Valkyries.
Norse. You
like
ever
around
heard
the world.
Norse mythology?
But
What are you talking
regardless
about?
of that,
Mythology
if there
or
is
Helen
real
of
life?
Troy?
I mean, I'd say that
Mythology
being waged from the side
or
of
real
our
life?
debate
You know,
opponents
more
here,
wars
I
were
think there's
started
some pretty
over
again,
women
sorry, it's
than over
close to
Over
Christianity.
women,
but I
not
would call
fought
it
by
an
women.
antagonistic
Over
force, at
women,
least,
not
that you're
fought
waging
by
on
women.
Yeah.
men.
Where's
And
that
this
army at
war
today?
or antagonistic force is waged by enforcing
You say what?
rigid
Where's that army
caricatures
at
of what a
today?
real man is. Sometimes he's reduced
They
to his
still living in
chromosomes or his
Africa.
penis.
No,
and
they
it's
did. I
rhetorically
rest my
convenient,
case.
as I believe happened a couple times. in
That
these opening
group
statements.
never was
They
taken
deader
into
than a-
slavery.
More importantly than
They
just
deader
his
than a
chromosomes, but also
doornail.
how he should engage with or be engaged with in
That
society.
group
There are
never
these
was
very
taken into
rigid
slavery.
standards that
Bunch
men
of
are
lesbians.
supposed
They
to be
showed-
held
they-
to.
That's
And,
like these
men are, of
mythical
course, not unique
Amazonians
in this
nobody's
sense.
ever seen.
This is something across all
Where'd they
genders.
go? Why'd they go
So
extinct
men
if they
who
were so
attempt to meet these
strong?
often incredible aspirations
The
almost inevitably fall
Amazonians.
short, facing ridicule and ostracization.
Amazonians.
Hard word. Simply for not living up to the toxic ideals of masculinity,
think
of which
they
there are
had
many.
Amazonians.
All masculinity is toxic? Of course not. Not all cheese is with, and not all masculinity is toxic. And if that's not even
Yeah,
to speak of
motherfucker
men
from the
and
bold
women,
tribe.
non-binary people who actively
Walking
aspire
around
to different
74.
gendered ideals that are outside of this of the many toxic expectations that we place upon men. And these people face even more, if not sometimes even more, quite often even more social and often familial backlash simply for their gender expression. So my question for my opponents here is, why do you hate men?
There's about 1,000 bowls.
We'll kick it over to Doobie.
Like Manu bowls.
That's a
Thank you for having me. Can you hear
famous
me?
last
Oh, I don't
name
think you
over
can.
there.
Oh, sorry about that. And
All of them
I can't hear you, and your mic is actually
Yep,
very
all
good
of them
for you.
7 foot.
Awesome. Okay.
So there isn't a war on men.
I had one in the military with me when I was way back in
The roles
2005.
available for men and women has expanded. I
Motherfucker,
think it is
7
true that
foot,
roles
last
are
name
available,
Bo. You
for
can him a
women's
new Bo.
spaces in our society that are
Very
they've been
common last
traditionally
name where I'm
discouraged
from.
or flat out excluded from.
Like Johnson.
I think it's true that because
I
those
said, no
doors are open,
shit.
some women are walking through those doors and taking spaces that would otherwise have been occupied by
said you
men.
get it a lot,
I
though.
think it's true that the inclusion of women in those spaces has affected
I get
the
a lot
culture
of that.
those spaces,
I get a
right?
lot of
And you're seeing
that.
like shifts in the culture of the workplaces out there, and the
I
cultures of
get
the
a lot of
governmental
that.
institutions out there, because they're now
Motherfucker, 7
including
foot.
women.
And can
That being
barely
said, I think
pass the
that the men
PT
who see
test.
falling out of favor,
Oh.
losing out on those
I
opportunities,
think he had
those
shin
spaces, are
splints
actually
or
the sorts of men who lack the particular half and rigid backbone
Who are you
to
talking
take those
about?
opportunities for themselves. I
That
think these are
7
men
foot
who
motherfucker named
wouldn't
Manu
want to
Bo.
have these positions.
Well, Bo.
I think that if you're having trouble competing
in the
with
military,
women
one of my
and
soldiers.
feels dominated by men, maybe they're just not good at living their
Good
lives
pass
in
a
the masculine
PT
ideal.
test.
I think there is no war, but there is a competition, and some men are losing. And if you have trouble competing with women, when
I don't know
men have been
where to
competing with men for
go. I
millennia,
don't know where to go.
I think if the introduction of the weaker sex is what causes you to fall off the wagon and spend your days jerking off into your waifu pillow, you probably just weren't cut out for the competition, and maybe that's where you belong.
Agility,
You got it.
physical
Thank you very
fitness,
much.
tips,
And we'll
APFT.
take it over to Hunter Avalone for the opening from him as well.
Sure.
goes
Thanks so much for
Hunter
having me on, by the
Gable.
way. So when people say, "Is there a war on?"
Man, what you doing with
right
that
away,
box,
the word
man?
war
Throw that shit.
implies intent. I don't think that there is some intentional cabal of women or feminazis trying
It's no
to
wonder spiders give
attack
people
men
goosebumps.
in any
Could be
way,
the hairy
any
legs,
way or in any shape.
solar
I think that
signs,
what's
Hey.
happening, however, is that there are certain
or any
social
number of
expectations
I know where we
that
can get some
are
Pappy
placed
Van
on men
Winkle at.
that actually end up being
Pappy Van
toxic
Winkle? What the
to
hell
the
is
man.
that?
So I mean, I know
You don't
people
know what
aren't
the fuck
probably
that
going to
is?
believe me, but I am a man and I care about
Pappy
men,
Van
okay?
Winkle? Nah.
And so it makes perfect sense
It's a
that we would
whiskey.
all want to see men
Oh,
succeed
it's
in this
expensive?
society. And unfortunately, what
Yeah,
we have right
buddy.
now are expectations that are rigid,
$1,000 a
that
bottle.
demand men behave a certain way, that ultimately leads to a psychological negative impact. This is why it's called toxic masculinity. Not because masculinity is
I can
toxic,
fi-
but
I got
rather there
cases of
are
it.
expectations of masculinity that are toxic to men. And I'm sure we're going to get into all that and more, but just quickly to summarize, even Brittany in her opening talked about men, they might be more willing to lash out. That is literally what happens when men repress their emotions and are told that in order to be a man, they must be stoic and strong. They are actually more likely
Who
to
is that?
lash out.
Jeezy.
They're more likely to commit
That bridge
suicide.
has seen
And
better
they're
days.
also more likely to just be sexist. I mean, we live in a world right now where I don't want there to be
My
more
president
men that
is
end up
black.
like Nick
My
Fuentes or
Lambo's
Edward
blue.
Benson or any of
And I
these
be
other
god
cucks, to be
dang
honest.
if my
I want to
rent's
see a
ain't
world in
too.
which
My
everybody
money
lives a
like
better,
green
happier,
and my
healthier
Jordans
life.
like
And that starts
gray
by
and I love
addressing
this
these
tea
societal
white,
expectations
which is what they
placed
gotta
on
say.
men.
You got it. Thank you very much. And with that,
Yeah,
folks,
that
we're
was
gonna
your
go into
favorite
open
song when
conversation.
Obama
Want
got
to say, if
Barack
you happen to have a
Obama got
question for the Q&A,
nominated.
which will follow the open conversation,
Quit
put your
lying.
question
You
into
know
the
the whole
live chat
song.
here at Modern Day Debate on YouTube.
I know every
at
song.
Modern Day Debate, or you can use the super chat and put those at the top of the list.
You
With
learned that one
Thank you
on
for our
purpose.
guests. We're going to kick into open conversation. The floor is all yours.
All right.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me jump in here. So,
How the hell Raymond get friends with Flora
I guess I
Corenza?
would start with
Cosenza.
what Doobie said.
I am
about
not
how,
accepting him as a friend with fucking
girls
Mr.
are filling up these
Rogers.
spaces where they weren't allowed in, and now men just can't compete. I mean, that might be true,
Hell
except for the
no.
fact that the
These
standards are having to be
motherfuckers can't be
lowered
my friends.
in order to accommodate quotas for women.
Motherfucker look
And you
crazy.
see this in the military, you see this in the police in particular. It's the best example, where they have to lower the physical fitness standards to allow women to get in. And you see this in a lot of major
What's wrong with
companies.
these motherfucking
They
degenerates?
have quotas for how many women they have to hire, how many women. For
Remember,
example,
boys and girls, it's
some of the
okay
major
to be
stock
white.
indices, like the Nasdaq,
It's
S&P 500,
okay to be
they have
white.
set quotas for how many women need to be
It's
on the board of
okay to
directors of the
be
major
white.
companies. So it's not a
It's
question
not
of
okay to be
competition.
late.
It's those something.
It's not okay
happening
that your heart's so
naturally.
full
In
of
a state
hate.
of nature, men are stronger than women.
It's not okay
and
to be
so
wrong.
if it was ever a competition,
But
men would
it's
just beat the
okay
shit
to
out of women,
be.
but that's not allowed.
It's okay to
And if
be
it was a
white.
battle
White.
of competence, well, men would also win that competition. So that's why they have to lower the standards. That's why they have to have quotas. That's why they have to have
I mean,
HR
you know it's
and,
true. You can't really deny it.
society change the rules.
I like that hat.
So
that looks like a stubborn one
and
hat.
that also answers the Hunter Avalon point that none of this is happening
What
with
hat?
intent.
I look
That
like a
it can't be a war
gunslinger.
because there's no intent. Well, what do you call all these policies that are trying to socially engineer the society for more so-called female representation? That's intent. That's the lack of competition, which you said that there is. So right there, I mean, that's completely debunked.
Yeah, can I respond to that?
Yeah.
R.I.P.
Maybe diverge from
R.I.P.
my
R.I.P.
and that
Killed
I don't think that progress for the sake of progress is a good thing. I think there are spaces that are probably just better occupied by
you know, that song doesn't have any
like,
verses.
That's just reality.
It's just
so I don't
a
agree
club
with lowering fitness standards in the military to accommodate for women, right? Unless there's like
I
good
got
fucking reason
verses
to
to
do
it.
it.
Yeah, but the verses are
Unfortunately, I think
real
in
like
the United
weak.
States
It's just
specifically, there might be a good reason.
basic,
And that reason
you know,
is
it's just
that
a banger.
most young men in the United States are physically unfit for military service.
I mean, Jesus is not
So
like
I
a
think this is just like
lyricist.
this might be
I
the
would never
result.
think
I
of
think there's
Jeezy as-
definitely a push on the lefty
But
side to get
he
women
does
to the
have-
military.
he has- I like-
for reasons like
I used to like Jeezy a
Yasku
lot.
and shit, which I think is really stupid. But I think that on the other side, you have the pressure of just the physical realities of the population we have.
Well,
right?
I just killed
can I
Boo.
Yeah, go for it.
So basically, what Nick said here about them lowering the statement or lowering the
Who
requirements
the
for the
fuck is
military
Emery
was
Nolan?
Actually just not entirely true, or at least he gave only half the story. So
entirely
what actually
true.
happened here? I know you can do your
Nah,
kid voice.
entirely
I would like
true.
to explain why
Nah.
what you said was bullshit, please. So
Nick's making fun
what
of it.
happened actually was that the military
How can you
had
not
the
make
exact
fun of
same
Hunter?
physical fitness standards
He's
for the
so
last,
dumb.
Like 50
He's
to
so
100
he's not
years.
dumb, but he's
And
so
then
whack.
recently they
He's
changed
whack.
them. And after
Professor
they were
Hackett will
changed,
be proud.
we suddenly saw
She
a
would at
huge
that.
decrease of women that were able to succeed.
Oh
as
no
well
no no
as
no! I'm gonna die! I'm
older
gonna die! I'm
men
gonna die! I'm gonna die! I'm
and
gonna
as
die! I'm
well
gonna
as
die! Die die
Navy
die!
SEAls. So other good elements, other strong people
R.I.P.
who were
just
necessary for
killed
the
the
military
clue.
were also
Harry Potter
failing
in the
these
game
courses.
and a
So
build
there was an
clue.
investigation done by Congress. They came to the conclusion to
That's
change
right.
some of the standards ever so slightly to not just accommodate women, but to also accommodate other
Man,
men.
there's one Gucci
So
song.
that's
What's
the
that
first thing
Gucci
that you got
song? It's
completely
Gucci
wrong.
and an
The
R&B
second thing
singer.
is
I don't
everybody
really.
talks
I
about
wasn't
the
a huge
military and
Gucci
acts
fan,
like,
but
oh, what are women going to do on the battlefield?
Oh,
10%
man, I
of the
can't
military
remember.
is actually ever going to even see combat. What the military is it is a institution that exists to protect this country, and that relies on innovation.
What it go like?
And it turns out that having women right there
I
in
get a
the
lot of
military benefits
I can't
innovation.
remember.
It benefits thinking skills.
Your gear
and
slots
there
are
have been
full.
military studies
My
already
gear
that have
slots are
demonstrated
full.
that women,
Does that mean I
when
can't
they
pick it
are
up?
on the same team when
Wait,
completing
does that mean I
certain
can't get
projects,
that gear?
actually complete those faster and more efficiently. So this idea that like everything's just being lowered to allow the poor women in is just not true, at least not in regards to the military at all.
Hunter, who's your favorite female inventor?
Can't think of one, can
Really,
you?
is that actually your question right now?
Yeah,
No, I
I'm
can't
just
think about
curious
what
because
you
you said
think
that women are.
No,
the
he said,
military's not
Hunter,
all
who's
about
your favorite
combat,
female
and they have to
inventor?
innovate. So give me an example.
He's
of,
not
like,
going to
a
be able to
female
think of one.
inventor.
Yeah,
Madam
what
Curry?
was her name? I can't remember her name, but she was the one who invented the frequency hopping technology, right?
Yeah,
And
what's her
Jemima
name?
Light.
I don't remember off the top of my head.
Robbie
Like,
just
you know,
sent
like
a super
Thomas
chat.
Edison or
Well,
Nikola
not just
Tesla,
now.
like Bill
Wait,
Gates
He sent
or
the
Mark
$5
Zuckerberg.
super chat.
Wait,
one
wait,
day.
hold on,
Elon Musk.
wait.
Oh,
Nick, if
wow.
I ask
He
you
said
to
to me,
even
no,
name-
$5 super
Nick,
chat.
if
What
I
the?
ask you to even give me a female name off the top of my head that you
Yeah.
actually know, then you
That
would not
ain't-
be
that
able
was
to give me an
recorded
answer. So
earlier,
for you to
right?
try to get some
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
this is from months
there
ago.
are none. Because there are none.
Well,
So
yeah, I'm
that
not
was-
arguing
that
a
women
restraining
are
order against you.
creative.
I understand that, but like,
Wait,
this is
what?
actually your response to me. I just explained why everything you
Wait,
said was factually correct.
But Nick, I think so. It's true. I think that if we're being honest, it's much more difficult to pull up a female inventor's name than it is.
Bitch, I knock you off
obviously.
for.
But I think
say that
that
again.
might
What
be
is
There's reasons
it?
for that.
Yeah, I think it's if we're just being honest, it's much more difficult for the average person to pull up like a woman inventor's name, right? Obviously.
Why do you think that is?
But
It's not because women don't invent things.
but I think there's probably I would say the same about like an Indian inventor or like a Chinese inventor. I don't know any fucking of those people off the top of my head, but they probably exist, right? And I think that the reason for that is probably because we have a kind of a patriarchal society traditionally.
A patriarchal
This is,
society.
lifted up the
Patriarchal
achievements of men,
society.
kind of diminishes the achievements of women.
And we don't.
right?
That's
So
why we
I
can't
don't
name
think
any
it's that
female
great.
inventors. No, we
I mean,
can't name any
also,
female
women
inventors
just
because they didn't
typically
invent
haven't
nothing.
been involved in that
Right.
process for a longer period of time. So
They're involved
women
in
do
shit.
have
Another
some.
fight on our
They
hands.
do
I think
have
Madam
some
Curry made
catching
a-
up to do for sure.
Something.
And
You can say that.
Oh God, we gotta fight all these guys. over
yeah,
this
they
spot.
weren't
Either,
allowed
so
to.
acting like it's just
We're just gonna Crucio everybody.
I mean, if you want to say that.
Well, it's obviously like a mix of
patriarchal,
factors, right?
Well, yeah,
I would
but-
say
but,
that
like,
the
women
fact that
weren't
they couldn't
really
get into
allowed
those
in
spaces at all
institutions,
is
so
like
they don't
a
belong there.
it's part of the patriarchal issue, right?
I think another thing here is that we're kind of pretending like there wasn't like massive ingenuity throughout like housewives, you know, like throughout the industrial revolution and the time since then, that like there's been massive advances.
Whoa,
in
I just got hit
household
twice.
appliances, and a lot of these things happen because wives, women, as we know them, were working in these houses and doing a lot of intense labor and figuring out better ways to do things.
What
and solving
appliances
problems,
did
which
women
women are
invent?
really good at, actually, it turns out.
What appliances did women invent?
They literally invented
I mean,
the
I'm not
technology that you are
talking
using
about-
in order to spew dumb shit on your computer.
You just said that women invented labor-saving domestic appliances.
Well, I'm not
Such as
saying
what?
they created unpatented. I'm not saying they created and patented brand new technology
Ah!
and they sold these off.
that
What
again.
I'm saying
Dumb
is that women
bitch.
were working in the households doing most of this labor, and they are problem-solving people, or they're problem-solving creatures because they're people, and people are problem-solving creatures. And what we do is we solve problems, right? And
saying
so
they
if you're
didn't
dealing with a lot of
invent
different problems throughout your day, you're probably going to create interesting systems to solve those problems. And women have done that all throughout history, just like men. And then now in the workplace, they continue to do that. And in your example, and earlier, hang on real quick, and earlier when you were trying to hammer down that like, oh, we have to lower all these standards, the only example you could the only example you could bring up were physical standards, and you were even wrong about those.
That's
I
not
didn't
even
say
true.
that. I did not
He was
say
not
that.
wrong about those.
Yeah,
And
I
also
was wrong
Andre
about
was.
that.
Wait, yes, I literally have debated Nick Fuentes' very good friend who probably participated in several different gay orgies with him, John Doyle, and yes.
Oh my God, he just said John Doyle and Nick
Wait,
Fuentes
Hunter, real quick,
were in gay orgies together.
That's
See?
part of the attack on me.
Oh, I do ad hom attacks to
Typical
people.
And
female.
Alex Stein jumps in and says, "What's with all these ad hoc attacks onto it?" Because that's what Hunter does. That's what Hunter results to. Because he's not smart.
I think we're getting derailed by
He
the
talks
women
like
and
he's
stuff. I don't
smart.
really.
He's not that smart. He's not consistent.
Hold on, folks. I want to Stardust a chance in just a minute. So, Alex, I can give you 10 seconds, then we got to kick over to Stardust because we haven't heard from her at all this entire time.
No, that's fair. I just don't know why Hunter does all these personal attacks. I mean, we're here to debate a subject, and you're just going
Because
after this
there are
guy
people
personally.
here that I
It just
want to
shows how
attack
triggered.
personally.
I know. It just
Yeah,
shows
that's
how
a woman.
triggered
There
you
are people
are.
that have
Yeah.
attacked me personally, so I'm
You're
going to attack
using your
them back
emotional
personally.
brain.
All right, I
know,
hate to
so
do this.
Wait, you're the
don't
one
get
getting
very
emotional and triggered that I made a
I'm
couple
not.
jokes.
I'm not triggered at all. I'm just trying to call you out.
You sound triggered.
Going over to
Are you on
Stardust.
your way to like a
not.
safe space?
It's all good.
Ad hom, yeah, moderator. We got some ad homs.
Typical men
Get
being
a yellow
emotional.
flag,
Am I
yellow
right?
flag in the
Typical
chat.
men being emotional.
My gear slots are
So
full.
I guess I think we're getting a little bit derailed on the invention point. I don't really think it's that relevant. I think we can all acknowledge that women have not been in like specific work industries as long as men have. So there's more catching up to do.
I gotta
and
do more
even
Merlin's
if there were
trials
women
so I can
inventors,
open more
those
inventory
inventions aren't
slots,
really
'cause
going
this
to
is
rise
called
to the top and
problems.
get noticed a whole lot.
Next
but
time I
I
stream,
still
that's
don't
what
think that changes the fact that just because women
Yeah,
are
'cause all them
entering
slots you
certain
ain't
work
got.
industries that typally they
I
weren't
keep
allowed to enter previously,
running out of
that doesn't
space
mean
for-
that that's a war on men.
See? Slots are
Men
full.
have always this is the issues
So then I have
that
to
have
destroy
disproportionately
something,
affected
but
men
then what I
have
get might not be
affected
as
them
good as
prior
whatever
to
I
women entering
destroy.
those workplaces.
Oh, we got a bunch of stuff to destroy here.
Yeah, so
I don't
the
think
point,
they need to. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, you go ahead. You haven't gone.
I don't think that the women belong in those workplaces. They don't need to be doing all this inventing stuff. Yeah, every now and then they can invent something. But one of you guys pointed out that it's hurting women. This decline of men is hurting women. I think that was Stardust. It doesn't benefit women, and that's true.
Ooh, an unidentified
And
legendary item.
propping up all
Nice.
these females. You see in college admissions, the blacks always say, "Oh, white women benefit the most from."
Hake always has
from
to go to the
affirmative
blacks.
action." And so it's
The
not
debate is
just
about women
military
and men,
police where women are
about
being
women,
brought
and
up.
he's got the
It's
blacks.
everywhere. And there's this kissing up to women, and it's not good for them because they end up miserable later in life when they've wasted their lives trying to compete with men.
When you
Who
say
cares about
That's
that?
not necessarily true. Women who stay at home rather than working have like increased rates of depression, increased rates of like
Women who stay at
health
home
problems,
instead of
economic instability, things like that. So it's not necessarily true.
Yeah,
Well,
build
one
on-
wrong
and
doesn't
they should.
justify
Build on
another.
what
There's always going to be evil in the world.
To build on what Stardust just said,
No,
you're
I
correct,
disagree with her.
Stardust. That is true. That women often.
Of course, Hunter's gonna agree with you, Stardust. He's a little
whether they
beta
are
male
staying at
simp.
home, like stay-at-home moms, or whether or not they have entered the workforce. So this idea that like women
Nobody
are going
with
to be
balls
miserable,
is
or
gonna
what Hake said a
agree
minute
with
ago,
you.
women just shouldn't be inventing stuff, bruh. I mean,
The simp
really? Okay,
is the
but
one.
at the
Well,
end
the
of
point
day,
of what I
what
was
do women
saying
take-
was that.
Hold on, wait.
Sits the lady at home and go to work
Excuse
for
me,
What I
her.
was saying is
Stardust,
that.
That's the simp.
Stardust, excuse me. Women are depressed because
What
they're
the
all
fuck
going
y'all
to
don't
hell.
get?
Okay, hell. The dirty little fact
Hake
is that
said
hell
women
is
are
filled to the
miserable
brim with
because
women.
men aren't
Women are
acting like
depressed.
men.
They exist
And that's
in the
why
And
same
then
way
Nick says
we
women
are.
are
So when we get
miserable
back to
because
the
they're all
story
going to hell.
So that's what
go
I'm
back
about
to
to
Stardust.
mystery. Yeah, well,
And
I
then
just
I
want to
wanna
say
kick
this
it over to
before we kick it over to Styles. I'll say one other thing. The reason
Or
I brought up
Hank
inventions
probably
is
got
this.
it right.
Whether it's the military,
Sebastian, I
combat,
think I
or
found
it's
something.
innovation,
Yeah, I
or
mean,
it's
Calling women miserable
the
and saying they going to
big
hell
companies
with
in
no
the stock
valid points.
industry.
Ain't
The
no
point is that
No,
debate
she
show.
asked.
elevation
She asked
of
why
women
are
is
women
artificial.
miserable?
It
Because
is
they
deliberate.
are,
It's
according
intentional.
to
'Cause that was
studies.
the claim.
Women
is
are
that,
miserable. It's
you know,
because
the
they're trying to be like
displacement of
men, and
by
men aren't
women in
acting
some
like men. Men are
places
acting like
is
women,
just
and
a
women are acting
natural
like men,
evolution of
and
society. And I
everybody's
said whether you
depressed,
look
and
at
everybody's
military
sad, and everybody's
or
on
you look at
medication.
the
The
boardroom,
whole world's
I don't
crumbling
see
around.
because
no
standards being
miserable
lowered,
bitches
it's
out here.
social engineering. This is
You
not
don't know what
laissez-faire.
you
This
don't
is
know
not
what
just something
world
that's
they're living
happening
in.
as a
They're probably on
consequence of
8 different
competition.
types of
This is by
medications too.
design, and it's being
No,
clearly,
these bitches
you know,
are having
standards
fun
being
and
lowered,
picking and
quotas
choosing
being
whatever
raised
simp
up.
they
You know,
want.
that's clearly intent,
These
and it's something
bitches
that is
right where
negative
y'all
for
want
men
them, and
and
y'all
positive for
saying they
women.
miserable
That was
and
the
they
point I was
having the
making.
time of their
So
life.
like for example,
Sort
you're
of
right that there are some
degeneracy
Christian companies that
They
actually
out here
Billing
having
to
sex
anybody
with
quotas
men
for
you're
and
dumb.
this
women.
many women. We must have this many black
They out
people.
here having sex with men and women. In the limelight, still respected.
And that's fucking cringe. I agree with Doobie that diversity for diversity's sake is probably not a great idea. But this idea that it's
And that's
all
what the
being
females are looking
engineered
up
is
to.
bullshit. I mean, we're
The
seeing
Cardi
women
B,
succeed in college, for
the
example.
Beyonce,
That is very, very natural.
fucking
It's a common thing
Meg
that's
the
happening.
Stallion.
And if you want to talk about things that are socially
That's
engineered,
why all the white
we
girls
can
get
look
lip
at the other side of
implants and
things.
ass
Why do you think there
implants
are
and
so few women in
Botox.
positions of like STEM or mathematics or scientific
Now
research?
some of these
The
ladies
reason for
around here,
this
boy,
is
they plastic surgery so old they
growing up
looking
they are
like Joan Rivers.
socialized to
We're not
be
even in the
believing that they
Undercroft
are
yet.
actually as
We're going
smart
to the
or
Undercroft
as
now.
good at those types of subjects when in fact they actually are.
Hold on,
Can
before
you
we
read a
pass it
map?
over to Hake, I think you had something to say, but I do want to hear from
Kinda.
Defer to Stardust.
Revelio.
Anything you had in that last point,
following
and
the
then
map
Brittany,
and
we
don't
haven't
know
heard
where
from
you
you
at.
for I think the whole debate. So Stardust first, and then Brittany, if you have anything, I want to give you a chance to talk after Stardust goes.
I mean, I guess
Don't
I would
tell
just
you.
say that again. I agree with people saying that
Please tell me you recognize the location
diversity
in this
for the
bit of
sake of
canvas.
diversity isn't necessarily a
news
good
is
thing.
I
Like
do,
filling
in fact.
quotas, I
You
find
gotta
it
shorten
kind
your
of
time.
nice. And I do think that
We're
there
in
are
for
going
more
to be
trouble.
certain careers that men gravitate to, and certain careers that women gravitate to. I mean, we can see this in
I know
countries
that
where there's
coast.
more
Ranrock's
gender
taken over a
equality. That
huge mine
even
in
in
the
countries
surrounding area.
with more gender
Morrowind
equality,
has suffered for it.
women and men
It's as
diverge
bad as
even more in
Feldcroft's
career
become.
choices.
Should we head there now?
And that's fine.
We should wait.
But
Why? All
I
this
don't think
time,
that means
you've been
there's
step
a war
behind
on
us,
men.
haven't
Women
know someone
entering the
who could help us
workforce
get
is
ahead.
not something
Who
new.
is
Women
that?
have always been involved in the workforce. They just haven't been involved in the same industries as men. This idea of women women being stay at home was
friendly
never
goblin.
really like
He wants no
true,
part. This
right? That was
motherfucker
something
got
that
a
was
shop, bro.
available to
You know,
very
goblins
privileged
cursed
people
my
who
sister
could
to
afford to
shut her
do
up.
that. And
Said
oftentimes
you
those
should
women who
see
stayed
you
at
got
home
a
would
whole
have
shop.
working women working with
not all
them.
I need a
as
new
well.
mic and a new
So,
mic boom.
Women
Have you forgotten
have
This is a
always
cheap
been
ass
involved
mic.
in,
It's all
in
rusty and nasty
workplaces,
from me
and them
spitting on
entering
it.
these new
I ain't got no
workplaces
spit
isn't
filter.
necessarily
Why would I
a
listen
war
to
on
someone
men.
so
Men
ignorant?
can't keep up with what Doobie said, the weaker sex. Can't their resumes don't measure up, then maybe
You can't take it off?
that there's an issue that men need to fix there.
What do you mean?
Brittany, any thoughts?
I could clean it off.
Yeah, I just think that women
No,
entering
you gotta boil
the
it off.
workforce has also been
Can't
a huge
boil
cause
microphone?
of the divorce rates
If you can take
skyrocketing,
it off.
breaking up of the families. which I think has led to a lot of our societal downfalls.
You don't know what you're saying.
But I'm going to yield my
Take a breath
time
for
to
a
Nick
moment.
because
Oh, I know precisely
Let's
what I'm
go. See,
saying.
this is
That's
that's
stainless
a
steel. That's not really
pro-man
rust. It'll
advocate
wipe
right
off.
there. You know, like saying, hey, we'll give the platform to the man. Right on,
Stainless
Brittany.
steel
That's
don't
why
rust.
we love you. That's why we love you.
Might leave some rust
Yeah, well,
in
here,
marks.
I mean, we're just sort of
Like
we're just
leaving
sort
an
of all over the
SOS
place.
pad in the bottom of
The
your
point
sink,
is that
but you can scrape
men
that
are
right
being
off without it
displaced
rusting.
by women in the society, and it's by design, and that
I hope Professor
constitutes a war,
Fitzgerald
and that's
confirmed
happening
what she needed to.
professionally, educationally, culturally.
Why is this guy running in
It's not
circles
just-
like
nobody's
this? He's
talking
glitching
about-
out.
Nobody's talking about this
What
because
the-
they're setting quotas.
Look at this guy.
They're
Other than,
setting
the few
quotas.
other than a couple cringy companies that set quotas, which we
That's-
all agreed are
Completed
cringe.
the quest
What
and then he
else
started
is
tripping.
what else is socially engineered to happen?
There's quotas in, and it's not just the
discover?
few
Sea-Walk.
companies, it's the biggest companies in the
Sea
world.
Walk.
It's in the
Don't
federal
think I've
government, it's in the
forgotten about your goblin
military,
friend.
so-called
I
female
haven't.
representation. So you've got it in the
Salazar,
private sector in the
Slytherin, Spellbook
economy.
was a little
You
difficult
have it
to
in the
insert.
universities,
Evidently,
and then you also
he
have it even in
encouraged
like you
teaching
have it in
dark magic at
movies and
Hogwarts.
TV shows. There's quotas about how
Neither
many.
the
Even
Imperious
when
curse
Maybe if he
Biden
was
was
on that circle,
distributing
he'd spin that
the
floor
last
open.
batch
He
of
believed
COVID
students
stimulus,
should be prepared
it was
to use
in
dark
the
magic
bill.
when
The provision
necessary,
was that
not
the
to
so-called
fear it.
underserved
That's why we had to use
groups
Crucio
were going to
gain
get
access to
first
the scriptorium.
access to
He
the
didn't want
money.
to
And
steal
one of those
books.
groups,
Anyone
aside
who's afraid
from
of the power of dark
ethnic
magic.
and
Black
religious
magic,
minorities,
motherfucker.
was
Modern day
men.
debate
So
just
women
said
were
hey to
literally
Smash
able to
Sleep
draw from public stimulus
in the
funds
old chat.
before men because they were considered they didn't get as much money
Yeah, I mean, we
in
can
the first draw.
We can talk
so
about
I mean,
like,
it's
the individuals
literally
there. That's fine.
everything
But
by
hold
design.
on, wait. When you say like
It
there
was
are
hard to
quotas
do,
at
but
companies or
casting
at the
Crucio was
government
our
you brought up,
only option.
it's my
And I'm
understanding
glad we
that that is
did
not
it.
at the expense
Because
of
in the
men.
spellbook I
It is
also
rather
found
having
something
female
else.
representation is also
References to a
something
lost
that is
relic,
important
which,
to benefit
from
I
what
was
we
looking
know,
for somebody
is
earlier.
the
Somebody
process.
said that
the government. I know what a quota is.
They
but
said,
it doesn't
I'm
mean
not
that
trying to
it's
reverse
at the
dark
expense of
magic
Precisely.
others,
curses.
not
I
men.
want to
How
learn
can it
Avada
not set
Kedavra.
certain standards to
But I
make
don't
sure
think we
there's
should tell
also
him.
Killing
adequate female
curse.
representation?
Especially
Explain to me
So
what
the
a
pro-
quota is.
Hold on.
One-shot kill spell.
I'm trying to make a broader point here. The thing
You have
is
to,
that
well,
you keep
explain what it
forgetting,
is.
the thing that you keep forgetting
What were you
is
about to
that
say?
when women are part
I
of
forgot.
companies or the government, those companies, the government, whatever they're a
I
part of,
don't
it
even
flourishes.
remember.
It does
I see
well.
no reason
So
to
On what
involve on
planet?
this. I'm glad you
Wait,
agree.
if companies,
When I know
hey,
more,
think about
I
it.
shall
If
send it
companies flourished because of female representation, they wouldn't need to be
Don't feel sorry
forced to
for
accept a
us.
quota.
Right.
If
If
women
country,
made
if
companies
he said if
thrive,
companies
would just
flourish
bring them in just
because of female
They-
employees,
Female hired is part of
then
a quota.
companies
It's
wouldn't
not
be
even
forced to
female
hire
That's not how it
females.
works.
They would do it naturally.
And Nick asked what
You'd be
evidence there is of
surprised.
this. There is
No.
literally
You'd
over
be
3
surprised.
there's
Flourish because they hired
of
females.
research showing that
No, I
when
didn't.
women are
I
part
said I
of
understood.
firms, whether that be
Yeah, he's
banks,
saying that
the
companies are
military,
being
any kind of
forced to
large
hire
group,
an
they
equal number of
absolutely
females to
benefit
males
that
for
company.
equality.
This is why one of the top,
And
top,
why
earning
would this be
companies across the
necessary
world
if
literally
hiring
are
females was
out-earning
good?
companies that
It's
don't have
proven
women.
to be
The
a
companies that are
problem.
the most
That's
successful
why they
are
don't
also
hire them.
companies that have more diversity.
No,
And now they
that
have
is
to be
not
forced.
what it
They have to be
is.
forced to
JS,
hire them.
Lower in regards
What
to
did
the
you
amount of
teach
women
me?
they have working in
What did I
that
teach you?
industry. So
Ominous.
this idea that
Sebastian
like
meant
it's
well.
a
What
no
was
hire
the
quota
reason
is
You
not
knew I
true
wouldn't agree with
necessarily.
they started
Going after that
affirmative
not
action?
a good idea.
Unnecessary.
Sebastian
For
doesn't
women.
even
I feel like
realize
every
that
woman
he's
in
as
every
irresponsible
position
and
is
reckless
That's what you
now
told me.
as his parents
Right.
were
True.
years
It's
ago.
Because
It's why they
partially
died.
that's the
But
point.
it
The
was
point is
supposed
they
to be
had to
started
make
for black
laws.
people.
They had to
working
make
in the
laws
West,
to force
they
companies to
don't-
hire
also,
women.
Also,
Why
women
weren't
nowadays
companies
are overtaking
naturally
men
hiring
in
women
education,
in the first
right?
place? If they were
Because
great
they were
workers and they were
discriminatory.
equal with
Doing
men,
better.
then the companies would
Education is a
naturally
joke
hire
now,
them.
Stardust, because they rely
Yes,
less
The reason they
JS.
don't is because
JS.
there's a reason
And
for
also
it. It's
because
more
there's a
drama.
bias towards
It's
women
more.
in the
JS.
Roger, I would ask you this. It's a very
JS.
simple question.
Yeah.
It ain't
If
women.
were such
It
a
was
value
black
add
Listen,
to
if I start a
black-
landscaping business, I'm not hiring any women.
indices, why would NASDAQ,
Listen,
why would
they
S&P
wasn't even
500
Maybe I'll hire
black
one
women.
woman
mandate
to
that for a
to
company
help
to get
me
on their listing,
plan
they
out,
need to have
you
a
know,
minimum
flower
Would you
beds and
hire?
stuff.
Would you hire a black
If women
man?
were such a boon,
Yeah.
wouldn't companies who are
They
profit
wasn't even hiring
seeking,
black men
wouldn't they
then. That's what
naturally
I'm
hire
talking
as
about.
many women
Affirmative
as
action
possible so
was
that they could have an edge? Why
created
would they
to
need to
hire
be required
women
to have
over
women
black
That's the
men.
if that were the
Some of
case?
these- I'm explaining.
Well,
That's
then
the
answer the
problem.
You can't
question.
force
Answer
me
the
to
question
hire
right now.
anybody.
This is the exact problem.
See, if you try to
with
force me to hire
women being
black
put in
men
a
and
place where
women,
they have
then I'm
less
going to say
privilege
no.
because they are perceived as being
You can't.
irrational.
Yeah, shut your company
They're
down.
perceived as not
But if I
being
find,
That's
if
what all
I
white
have a
people
friend
said.
who's a black guy and
That's
he
what
was a
all
hard
white
worker, I'll
people
hire
said.
him.
That's why they
Not
said,
even
look,
pay.
we're gonna fix
I mean, they'll
y'all's
take the
asses.
most
Affirmative action.
Maybe it's
motherfucker.
because
here on the panel,
most of y'all are
acting like it's
lazy
actually the
and
women
you don't
who
want
are
to work.
so irrational. Not
Nope.
only has that been disproven
Because it's
repeatedly,
still been
but
proven that
it's
these
because
companies
there
are
are
successful
biases
for
that
the
exist.
last
Wait,
70
didn't you
years.
say that
People have been
you
raised
eat
to
and you
believe that
work?
women are the quiet
Or
ones
you
who should
eat
stay
and you
at
don't
home,
work all
and
the
it's the
time? When
men
I
who are
said
the
if
big
you
tough
don't work, you don't
thinkers,
eat, you
then they're
said
probably
I do
going
it
to
all
be
the
more
time.
likely to hire men, even though hiring
Right.
women actually
So
benefits
you're
their
an
company
example
more.
of the
That's
type
why
of
they
black
have
guy I
to be
wouldn't want to
forced to
hire.
do it. That's why they have to
Yeah,
be forced
Nick,
to do
No.
it. Is
Nick,
because
I
it's
means
so
I put in
just
my work.
reinforcing,
And
you're
I
just
done
showing how
put in so
strong
much work
sexism
that
and
paid me for the
patriarchy
rest
are.
of
You're
my
just showing
life.
how strong it is. It overrides rationality.
It
It's
don't means I
explosive.
never
Like
work.
it's so
This
strong.
is
It's so strong that
compensation.
even
Not
companies will actually make less profit
Mr. and Mrs.
just
Salad
because there are
were
sexist
it's
underlying
every
work
week
in the
in
government.
brains.
Like that's how bad it is. Yeah.
It's
what?
Well, I
Yeah,
want
Which
to
I
say,
mean,
well,
I
hey,
kinda
let me say this. I don't know if everybody in the panel will agree on my side, but I also think
crash.
there's a war on
Compensation is
women.
not
You know, I was
welfare.
talking about the trans community, and you
Their
look at the amount of
parents.
people that are
Exploiting the
on
government
hormone
is.
blockers. You look at Leah
You're
Thomas,
exploiting
who got
things
beat
to
on
get
the
in
men's
people
team and
things
then
that aren't.
transition their sex and competing against women. That's unfair
I
to
don't-
women. So that's
I
a
don't
direct
know.
war on women, and
Exactly.
that's
I don't.
Exactly.
No, I don't
No.
know enough about
It's a
you
war
to
on
speak
men
on
that
the case
indirectly,
specifically.
That's
you know,
why I
the
can't
women lose
understand
because of that. So I
And
think
I
the
don't know what
trans
what's
agenda
true and what's
is a
not.
huge war
I
on
cannot
men,
lose
the buck
Sebastian's
breaking.
food.
You know you had
I
to
don't
work
think
to
you
get
can. How could you
fucking
argue that? You
No,
don't
it's
think the trans
reality.
community?
military
Because
retirement.
I don't think we
how is
should
the
turn this
trans
into a
community
debate
not
about
a war on
transports.
What
men?
is hold on?
I don't think that's
women,
the topic.
You know they don't just pass
biological
that shit
males
out.
who transition to women identify as women.
Those
It's
Or
not
Robbie
as
would
if
be
they're
getting
like,
it.
please let me just be a
Everything
big
to
strong
do with
man,
Salazar
and then I don't know,
seems
they go and
promising
inject them with
until
hormones.
it's too
These are
late.
people who are living their
hope
lives
So
free
therefore,
to
you
marry
think
the
cutting
land
the
off
of
a
same
the
way.
man's
free,
penis?
and
It's
so
You
still
don't
therefore
think
almost
cutting off
I
a man's
think-
penis is a
I
war
think-
on
don't
men?
work.
I think the trans issue is
You're gonna be
going
stuck
to
with
be
food
something
stamps and
we're
GR.
getting derailed. I think we
Well,
we need
that's
to
a
Not
war on
entirely,
men. The
though.
amount
I
of
wanna-
men
I
that
wanna
are being
respond to what
transitioned
you
Still
to
eat all
women
food
is
stamps,
an
though.
alarming rate. I think that's directly a war on men. The amount of
If
young
we
children that are being
making
encouraged to
transition
be
to if we
transitioned.
transition to the trans issue, I think we're going to have much more divisiveness in this panel. So
Can
I
No,
think
Stardust-
we should
can I
center
just
back
Stardust-
in.
respond to what he said, and then I'll drop it.
Well, this
Or
is what
just-
I'm
just like
saying.
tra-
Look,
these
look,
are
Where can I
this has
find
created
one
new
of those
language
bird
called
rugs
birthing
there?
person.
Did
You
you
can't
wanna-
even say a
These are
mom.
men who
So
are
that's a war on women. You can't even say
do
a
wanna-
woman.
You know them bear rugs?
Bear rugs?
Yeah, with the head on it.
Yeah, I've
He
seen.
sprawled out on the floor.
Yeah, I've
It's
seen.
like, yeah. Yeah, find me one of those.
You're gonna find you one. Go hunt a bear, and then skin it, tan
You
it,
can't even say
make
a
it
pregnant
yourself.
woman. You have to say a
these are
pregnant birthing
biological-
person.
That's cool.
I want to give a chance to
You
Doobie.
scarred?
Yeah.
Doobie in particular, if you had anything
You
you want to
scarred?
say on this. I think you had an opinion on this.
Yeah,
That's
a couple
me
minutes,
on
Just really quick.
CNN.
James, just really quick. I'll be like 30
If it's
seconds.
like 10 seconds.
Okay, yeah.
Dead from
what
a
you see
bird
here
tap.
are biological males who are deciding to
You wouldn't even
transition
cry.
because they want to and because they've been already clinically confirmed.
I
to
still
have gender
find to try
dysphoria.
to.
This idea
What
that
do
this
you
is some
say? I still
covert
try to
attack on
find
men is
a
literally
way to
not
fix
true.
a
You
face
see
for
the
you,
opposite.
dog.
Second of all, men killing themselves, that is more of an attack on men. And right now, men kill themselves at way higher rates because of negative
was that
social
on? That
standards
was on
and
the Hot
expectations that are
Boys.
placed on men. That's all I
But
want
they
to say.
That's 'cause
decide to
men
kill
follow
themselves.
through.
Still
Men
try
follow
to
through
find a
and
way
move
to
it down.
fix a
That's
face.
why.
Yeah,
They
he's
Real
got
decide
a
to
face
kill
for you,
themselves just
dog.
like they decide to become so-called women. That's not.
No,
that
it's that
doesn't-
one is
that doesn't
irrational
debunk-
and one is
before
actually
we go
confirmed
further-
by medical
Boys.
experts.
You used
No, we
to,
wanna hear
used to
from
listen
Doobie.
to the Hot
Yeah, I think
Boys.
you had something to say.
Yeah, I just want to clarify Haig's position actually.
All right.
Because earlier you
I
said
think
something
so.
like
Hot Boys, Lil
women
Wayne, and Juvenile.
are, they're
Yeah.
gonna end up depressed and miserable at the end of their lives because
Yeah.
they've tried to
Hot
compete with
boys.
But I think at the
Hot
start you also
boys.
said that they are basically forcing their way into
'Cause I'm a hot
fields that
boy.
were traditionally dominated by men. Right? So is your position that they can't compete with men, or that they and they're going to end up depressed, or that they can compete with men, and that's the problem? Like which is the issue?
Might
here?
not even been
Both.
on a
They're
hot
getting
boy.
propped up. They can't actually compete with men. They're getting this
In any
special
field?
preferential treatment. By and large, I mean, the exceptions to the rule, but they're getting preferential treatment by female-minded liberals and female-minded rhinos.
Well, I'd agree that in some spaces, obviously, like affirmative action or like gender
No,
quotas,
it's de
like Nick
facto.
brought
It's
up.
more than just written down.
I don't think so.
Oh, no, it
but I
totally
think
is.
they're. Well, I
Look
can't
at how
deal with
it's
your feelings. I
celebrated.
can't deal with your feelings. I can deal with what's written down.
No,
what's
look at
written down
reality.
is that in some places there are gender quotas, like Nick brought up, right? Here in California, for example, I think off the top of my head, we had like a law that was passed recently, a regulation that was passed recently that requires all corporations above a certain like employee count to have like an LGBT person on their board, for example. Just a little bit fucked up, I think. If you're a person like me who doesn't like that's kind of forced diversity shit. But what I'm curious about is there are institutions, right, where we commonly see women today, even dominating those institutions, where historically they actually weren't allowed access to them. For example, women couldn't be school teachers until there was a shortage of men that required them to hire women, right? They couldn't be lawyers, for example, right? So in those back when this was the case, right? So women were literally restricted from becoming like school teachers. Would you say there was a war on women back then?
No, not at all, because they don't really belong doing that. Right now,
they don't belong teaching children?
Right
The
now,
little magic spell you did
is catered to little girls, and it's designed to.
Hold on, to be clear, your position
boys.
is that women do not. The position of a woman is not to instruct or to teach children.
Maybe young children,
but
not
school children.
Maybe very young children, maybe very young school children, like kindergarten, first grade.
Okay, so when they were
like
when they were
green, Mr. Clean Green stuff.
There was a war on
Put
women.
a little in the water,
right?
the mop.
No, that's not a war on women. That's ridiculous.
But earlier you guys said
Mop
when
and
there's
glow,
intention to keep a group out of a space,
I didn't say that.
or to diminish their presence in a space. This constitutes a war. This is what you guys are using to say that there's a war.
That's not what I said.
No. Oh, so okay, then what are you using?
I said that there are roles for men and roles for women. Men,
I understand that you
men
think that.
belong to be. Men should be leading. Women should be following and
Did
listening
you know
and
that?
being quiet.
What?
And men shouldn't be listening to women.
Black people use time.
Right now we have
here. He tries to say that.
Hold on, you can't.
I like pine
You
salt.
can't think of a single man out there
Ain't
who
nothing
should
wrong
be
with some
following
pine
and not
salt.
leading, or a single woman that should be leading and not following.
White people use
No, of course,
fabuloso.
I mean, different. There's always going to be like.
I got
pecking
Mr.
order, and
Clean.
Somebody has to take a position in a.
Because sometimes
stole
men
it
will
off
be
your
above
work
men in the
truck.
pecking order.
I don't
right?
know, no
That
fabuloso.
should never be allowed to
Never?
happen.
Right.
No, never.
Even when they're just better, they're better suited for the
They're
position.
not.
They have a
That's
better
literally
let you off
impossible.
your work
That is
truck.
literally impossible. No, they're not.
You can even look. You
No,
can
they're
even
not.
look at you can
Stardust,
look at
excuse me.
medicine. You can look at
Excuse me,
medicine.
Stardust,
Female
no.
doctors
I would
have
never
better
like
Excuse me,
outcomes for
Stardust,
patients
no.
than male
Oh,
doctors.
please. If I had a female
32,000
surgeon, I would rather take a
patients
bullet. I would rather just
would be
get mercy
alive.
killed.
He
I'd
said,
rather
if I have a
take an
woman
African
surgeon, I'd rather
female
just take the
doctor than have
bullet.
a
Over
female
male
surgeon
doctors.
operate on me. I would never hire a female lawyer. I would never hire a female doctor. When
okay.
my
You don't
mom
have to.
told me, she was like, I have a financial advisor I'd like to introduce you to. It's a woman. I said, forget it. I'd rather bury
Okay,
my money in the
there
backyard.
are
Excuse
studies
me,
on this.
Stardust.
Comparison of
Excuse me.
hospital mortality and
think so.
readmission rates for Medicare patients treated by male versus female physicians. Female
Well, that's
physicians
Medicare.
had better outcomes by far.
Those are
But you're
Obama. That's
comparing-
Obama
Yeah, who
healthcare.
wants
So
Medicare?
that's trash to begin with.
So
Nobody
it
wants
doesn't
no
matter.
home
What
use.
Stardust is
the greatest
demonstrating is
doctors
actually-
in the world are
Nah, a
men.
lot of people
so
want it.
What Stardust is demonstrating is quite clear
Whack people.
that having a female doctor literally results in better outcomes and better
I
care.
disagree.
Would you
I
agree
disagree
that
with
women
the
are
study.
better at taking
Disagree
care
with
of
the
people?
study. Okay.
Absolutely. I do disagree with that. They're maybe good at
Have you
taking
even
care
seen
of
it?
babies or the elderly, but in terms of precision surgeries and being a doctor, no, I would never trust a
The
female
studies say
doctor.
otherwise.
I think there's a
I
really
Nick would
good
literally
example.
rather
Lots
die
of
of
people's
cancer than
experience.
have a female doctor.
One
Show
from
me the
Alex,
study.
just to be Alex. We haven't heard from a while.
Well, I just want to say I think a good example is Megan Rapinoe. You know, she kneeled for the anthem. She gets a Presidential Medal of Honor, and the women's team that she was on actually lost to a 16 and under men's team. Yet they still got equal pay when they're a lot less than they can't play and keep up with even 16-year-olds. So we know they're not as good.
Wait, is that the one where they
athletically.
played against like half the team and it was a practice round?
And they beat their ass. Yeah, they beat them.
They
like
play, wait, no,
12
they
to
played
2.
against, but they only
Yeah,
played.
look
it
it
was
up.
like,
They
like
kicked the
they're
girls'
sparring.
ass.
Yeah,
I know,
no,
right?
I'm familiar
Yeah, I
with
know.
this. They
You're
played
trying to
against, like,
justify.
this?
You're trying to
No,
justify
no,
the
no,
Olympic
no,
women's
oh,
team
it's
losing
just
to
practice.
children,
It's
though,
just
Ryan.
practice.
I get it.
If
You
you
can't
lose
just-
in
you
practice,
just can't
that's
handle
even
the facts,
worse.
but I get
Okay,
it, Ryan.
that's
They got
fine,
their
but
ass
Well,
beat.
I
yet
think
they
we
wouldn't
can
even
agree.
pay
Wait
attention.
a minute. I think we can
I think
agree
we
that
have too much
there
of the interruption.
inherently
I
there are
said
some
if I
things
make
that
a
men are
movie
better
called
at.
All Black People
Inherently,
Go to
there's
Heaven,
some
would you
things
watch
that women are better at. I'm not
So should
against
they
like
get paid
the
the
you made it,
biology,
maybe.
the
Should they
realities
get
of
paid the
biology.
same?
If
I
Netflix
think
made
women
it,
What I
is
would
less
say
good at
no.
that
is
same
that
thing. Should they get paid
that
less?
again,
Alex,
If it
women
wasn't the
make
full
better
women's team, is my
physicians.
point.
They
So
make
full of
better
shit.
teachers.
Excuse me, Stardust.
I ain't
No,
trying to
they
read
don't.
no
I don't think so. The greatest teachers in the world, professors, are men. Philosophers,
This doesn't
mathematicians,
matter.
You're what?
history
in
when women
terms
were
of
kept out of
Netflix on
surgeons and
YouTube.
doctors. Hunter, the
No,
biggest
you'll
argument
watch
for war
Netflix
against
on
men is your
HBO,
negative canthal tilt.
and then you'll
okay,
watch
squishy
TikTok on
All right?
Facebook.
Advocating for
That's
war
my
against
personal
political
You won't
opinion.
watch
Now,
it.
as
Not
far
against
as,
not right.
now, as far
on the
as
platform
men,
that they
as
come
far as
out.
men and women, I agree with you, Stardust. I agree with you that you know, girls are better at very specific
What kind of
small
retarded
things,
shit is that?
such as
Wait,
having
what?
kids,
I'll
and
watch
men are
what?
better
On
at
what?
literally everything else.
No, this is
But
a
as
lie.
far as
Literally
the war
everything
against
else.
men,
I'm gonna speak.
Literally everything else, really?
Netflix on HBO, and you watch TikTok on Facebook. But you claim you don't watch neither one, but you watching the same shit.
I watch Netflix, but I don't like take it for. How the hell do I get to this chamber room? What the heck? It's not taking me the right way. Map chamber. Oh, it's over the water? Damn, the game keeps glitching out. Why is the game glitching out?
Shit, boy.
My
literally
masculine
everything
Got him,
dominance,
dude.
okay?
For example,
you want
I'm
your
gonna
answer,
assert my
bro?
masculine dominance and cut in here. So,
for example, okay, yeah, go ahead.
here's a study. We'll go ahead and see if Nick
No.
Fuentes all of a sudden just decides
why
to
did you
randomly
say it like that?
disagree with
Why
random
did you
data
say
sets.
my last name
So,
like
here-
that?
Because I thought it was funny. So these findings emerged from our largest data set so far, encompassing 15 countries and more than 1,000 large companies. So we have international data here, which found that the greater the representation, the higher the likelihood of
I don't know how to get to this freaking
outperformance.
place.
Companies with more than 30%
Rolling me
women
out of the door.
executives were more likely to outperform companies where this percentage ranged from 10 to 30, and in turn, these companies were more likely to outperform those with even fewer women executives or none at all. So when you have women in proper positions, your firm, your company benefits. This has now been demonstrated in over 1,000 companies. Nick, do you disagree with that?
Yeah, that's fake.
Yeah,
That's a
mother-
correlation causation fallacy. It proves
Yeah,
nothing. Have you ever
mother-
worked with women before?
You're
Hunter?
actually
Have you ever
hysterical.
worked
Wait,
with
wait, wait.
women in the work-
I've worked with lots
before
of
I talk
women.
about if
There
I've
is-
ever worked with women, do you
I've worked
understand
with
that it's
women,
almost...
and
do you
women
understand that
are
I
almost...
don't
a
don't
complete
know.
disaster
Hold
in the
on.
workforce.
Where are they
They
want me to
cry all
go?
the
Some of them
time.
are.
They're like
Nicholas.
babies. They
Nicholas,
get sent home.
do you understand that unless
cry
you can do
sexism.
something...
They have their
Sexual
period.
assault.
They have their period once a month.
Nicholas, please. Do you recognize that unless you are literally looking at something like in a lab or under a microscope, it's virtually impossible to actually prove causation?
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
not
of course,
demonstrating
but-
that. Yeah, you're not
Hold on.
demonstrating causation at all.
I'm not trying to.
Yeah, you
All I need
literally
to
are.
dem-
You're saying that
You don't
women.
understand how
Alright,
many-
You're
this is
saying
probably
that,
the last
that
quest I
women
do
being in
tonight.
the workforce means that
The
the
last
company's
match.
better.
Saying
Well,
that-
maybe they perform
This
better
is
for other
really
reasons.
sad. I'm very sorry
Like
for
what?
you.
Go ahead, explain it then. I
will
love
be
it.
happy
What
to.
are you trying
I
to
have news.
demonstrate?
It's
then?
virtually
goblins are looking for
impossible to
something.
prove
Another
causation.
repository.
So for you to try
They
and
built
hand
drills
wave
to
this
help
as,
with their
yeah,
search.
but it's just correlation, not causation.
Most
Yes, I
troubling.
know.
Are these
The point of the matter
repositories like the broken
there is a
container I found at
significant
Rookwood
rate of
Castle?
causation,
They
or
are.
excuse me, correlation,
I fear
with
we have
over
no time
1,000
to lose.
companies that have high
Have a look
percentage
at the
of
map.
female executives. That high
Fortunately,
correlation.
We found
is
that the
very
greatest
clear.
representation,
That's
the higher
evidence right there.
likelihood
You
of
cannot demonstrate causation. So you
outperformance.
go with
Companies
your
saying
with
it's
more than
impossible.
30%
I
women
like
executives
this my
were
time.
more likely to
Concentrate
outperform
hands on the
companies
headmaster's
where this
You're saying that
percentage
it's
ranged
impossible
from
to
10
prove
to
with
30.
your own study.
Professor Black
And
is
in
on
turn,
your
these
arrival.
companies
You
were
made
more
a good
likely
point.
to
You said
outperform
retard. No,
those
let me say this point. Let me just
with
make my
even
one
fewer
point. If you actually
women
look at the rates of
executives
autism,
or
it's
none
much
at
higher
all.
in
It
men,
is.
and there's
I
obviously
had
some
hoped that when
externality
the time
there's a
came,
reason
the
why 1 in
occupant of that
30
office would be
children
of
are
help to
born
us.
with autism, and it's more
Unfortunately,
likely
this
men.
headmaster
What
seems
companies are we
so
talking
the
about? What
externalities
companies
of
were
content
pulling?
that are done on
Was it
purpose
makeup
are actually
companies?
making
need to
men
access the
retarded
office
at a
while
higher
he's
rate
You know,
than
interesting,
women.
Alex.
So
Women are
interesting. That's
Hey,
exactly why women
just
is
quit
like-
getting mad at women are
Like,
outperforming men these
It's
days.
extremely understudied.
Get on board.
autism in
I shall
women
meet you in my
historically.
Y'all
portrait
are the
there.
laziest
Problem is,
pieces
there's
of
quite
shit
been
on earth.
a notable rise in women being diagnosed with autism.
You're one of them.
Like
So are you
autism on the
saying
spectrum
that
right now.
Ryan,
I'm not
let
really
me ask
sure
this
what the
question.
autism
Yeah.
has to do with this
Because
conversation.
Black
there's
man always
medication that's
had.
probably
Hold on, there's
causing
more
that.
than one
Get up and go.
No, it's
we're
because it's
talking
being
about the
recognized.
causation
medication
versus
White
is
man
not
ain't never
autism.
had. Get up
Just to be
and
clear,
go.
Because it's being recognized.
Like
It's not because of somebody.
Imperio.
second.
We get
I'm still
Imperio.
It was get up on
So,
that horse
just
with
to
your
ensure that
whip
people
and
aren't
try to
speaking over each other,
control
that
him.
way they can actually hear you.
Oh
That
yes,
makes
we
sense,
get
right?
another dark.
Okay, so Alex,
dark
what did you
magic
have?
spell if we do this quest. Okay, that quest was too quick.
I just want to make
We're
the
gonna go
point.
do
I
this
think there's
one.
externalities around YouTube. You can only say so much that are causing. There's a reason why in 1980 the rate of autism is a lot less in 1980 than it is in 2022. It's in 1 in 30. And Ryan, you can say more women are being diagnosed, sure, but men are still diagnosed at a much higher rate with autism than women. So I believe that is a war on men having more children autistic ever in history.
But
You guys
Alex,
can disagree with that, but I'm just using stats. You guys like to use
Alex, that's
stats.
just
I'm just telling you your
correlation.
stats.
Wait, Nick, you're going to call out Alex, right? Because that's
during
just
an
correlation
assignment
there,
to
not
study
causation.
sarcophagi in this
I
category.
wasn't paying attention,
From what
but
I read in a report,
either
Aren't you
way,
gonna call him
your
out
study
because
is
they weren't
trash.
committed
Well, what
to
you just said
surgery.
is that it was
So I must
correlation.
assume it's
It
still
wasn't
here.
causation. So
As
you're
I
gonna
mentioned
like I
earlier,
said, I
this
wasn't
relic
paying
grants
attention. I
its
was reading
holder
the
the
live
power to
chat.
reverse dark
But
magic curses.
but to rewind
If
here, to
it's in
take
this
it back
catacomb,
here a
I
step
have
to
to
the
find it.
original point,
For Anne.
I think that it's quite simple,
I need to see
actually.
her.
To
Yes,
return to the
face.
initial point, is there a war against men?
I'm ready to explore
Men
the
are
Vatican.
being displaced. Nobody on the
Perhaps
other
we can
side has
visit Anne
disagreed
when
with
we're
this.
finished. Perfect.
Men are being displaced.
Well, I would say that
what's more,
if we're going to say men, wait, Nick.
let's-
No.
Can I finish
over and
the
over.
point
You
here?
said this-
Moderator,
let's
finish.
moderator.
Let's let Nick.
Fine.
Ominous
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Agreed.
Thank you,
Let's let
We're
Nick
about to
Thank you so
freaking
much, Stardust. I appreciate
get
it.
Imperio, another dark art
So,
curse.
you know,
Interested
so
to compare what
some of
lies
the people on
inside to
the
what I've read about this
panel, on the
catacomb.
opposite side of the panel, will concede that men are being displaced. That's what I think Doobie said, is that he says it's happening organically, and Hunter said it's not happening.
Yeah,
by
evolution
intent,
is
but
autism.
I
somebody
think
said
there's
in that
enough
text.
concession on the other side that
Try not to
this
lose your
displacement
nerve
is
just yet.
occurring. Now they are saying, well, that's natural, or
Whoa,
that's a good thing.
okay.
But they're saying it's happening. Well, what's more, if we acknowledge that there are quotas in place in the military and in the private sector and other places, we're saying that the displacement is not completely organic. There's a debate about to what extent it's organic. Is it largely organic? Is it not very organic?
Damn, the
But
game is
it
glitching
to
out.
some extent being engineered, and it is artificial.
Game
and
is
I don't
glitching
know
out.
how that could be
Game is
perceived as any
glitching.
other way.
Don't
If men are
start.
being displaced by design from private sector, government, receiving benefits, all the education, all these kinds of things, how can that be perceived as anything other than women being elevated in a way that's not organic at the expense of men? And it was talked about earlier about how are the quotas, how does that constitute a war against
Before you
men?
go on to another thing, can I respond to the
Well,
the
I want to
organic
make one
stuff?
last point. One last point
Yeah, I know
about
you do.
quotas
Okay.
and why that matters. If the quota says there has to be a minimum amount of women, what that means is if there was no quota, you would hire the most qualified people. And if that means 100% men, that means 100% men. A quota means necessarily you have to discriminate against men. Now, if there was no quota, maybe you'd get women and men, maybe you get all men. But the quota is in place to ensure that if there was a qualified man versus a less qualified woman, the woman would be selected. That's like by definition what it is. Otherwise, you wouldn't need a quota. If you're just hiring the most qualified people and let the chips fall where they may, you would get any kind of distribution. But if there's a quota that says there's got to be 1 or 5 or 10% women, that means you're going to have to discriminate in favor of a girl against a man,
Right.
and a man's position has to go to a woman. So if this is the, and by the way, it's
Nick
not
is
just
destroying
about that.
Hunter again.
That's the
Wait, a few
principle
more
that's
things.
animating the society.
I don't know what to say.
I don't want to
You know,
see
you're not listening.
Serena
That's
or
the principle
whoever
that's
that
animating
is.
society.
Schizophrenia.
It's not. Do you know what schizophrenia
I want
means?
to. I want to
Can
engage
I-
what you're saying
can
about
I,
the
uh,
other
It's necessarily a war against men.
Well, I think Doobie actually has been raising his hand for a while, but so I'll give it to Doobie, but after that I would love to get in as well.
That's right.
Hi. Okay. So Nick,
There's a
I
world of
see what
another
you're saying,
spider.
right? But I think
I
that
should
you're
sleep better tonight.
you're not taking
Accio.
into account the kind of like cultural like inertia, right, of these streams. So I'm an employee, right, being like totally semi-transparent. And something that I do, right, when I need somebody for a CSR position or like a receptionist position, is I will look for a woman with a hot voice, right? Because they're more pleasant to look at,
I know what I was
more pleasant to
getting
talk
at,
on the
JS.
phone than you or me or Hunter, right? It's just gonna be a better experience for the customer generally, right? So that's what I'll look for.
Lions.
So if my business were to be looked at by somebody who were to look at my
The
hiring
Lions?
practice, like, hey, you're not hiring men for this position.
Yeah.
You're hiring lots
about
of attractive women with attractive voices. That's not fair to the men because some of these men might be more qualified. So maybe
The Lions,
we can put in some kind of quota.
the males raise the cubs, and the women go hunt.
Dismissing men in this position. And I think that's what
Lions
we're seeing
also
in
have
terms of
gay
there's
sex.
some inertia, and
They're
there's
animals.
women being
I'm not an
They
animal.
don't have gay
Maybe
sex.
you're an
They just
animal. I'm not an
wives.
animal.
that is
They got 5 wives.
excluding
I'm
women
not
for
an
the
animal.
whole
reason or another.
You're an animal. I'm not an
Maybe
animal.
just because a person can't imagine a
I'm
woman
just
being a
saying,
lawyer,
if the lion's
their
the king
doctor, or their
and you do the
drone
reverse,
instructor,
you'll
or
be the
whatever the fuck
queen.
it is, right? And that's
So
enough
the
for them not to
queens
hire
go
these
get the
places.
food.
So they put them in these quotas to try to combat that.
I don't think
And I don't know
that's
if I
true.
totally agree with that. I
Yeah.
think I'm mostly
Male
against
lions
that sort
hunt.
of thing. But I don't. I
No.
wouldn't say that constitutes a
Male
war
lions
against
don't
women.
hunt.
That seems like it's
Ever.
more.
Male lions don't ever
hunt.
hunt. That's weird. I've seen a lot of nature
after-sex
documentaries of male lions
Yeah, I
tearing
just
up some other
disagree with the
animals.
extent.
They fight
because what
other
seems
male
to be happening
lions
is
that come
to
to
a
harm their
varying
pride.
extent, the
The
other
women
side is
always
conceding
hunt.
that these things are going on, but
And
they're
the
saying,
men
well,
eat first.
you know, these policies, which
And
you're
then they
kind
give
of
the women
acknowledging
some
are
food.
discriminating against
So
men.
if
You're saying,
you
well,
are the queen,
The
saying
women
if
hunt.
this were happening
The
maybe
women
in a
hunt.
you will
vacuum,
go
it
out
would constitute
and
a war
get the
against men,
food
but
for your
it's
wife,
happening in the
the alpha.
context of it's correcting
Yeah,
for an
too bad. I don't
It's
think we're
correcting my.
supposed to be like
It's
animals,
correcting my
buddy.
discrimination, for example. Right? My
You think we
discrimination
should
against
eat our
men
babies
has
and
been
throw
corrected,
poop at each
or would
other
be
too,
corrected
like
by
monkeys?
forcing me to hire them over women.
We talking about
Well,
lions
then
here.
I think that the
Kings
well,
of the jungle.
Okay, I guess I
Lions
want to
do-
answer this point. I want to follow this line. Which
Kings
the
of the
fundamental
jungle.
disagreement then is what is the role of women? Because if you see the role
Yes.
of women
Kings
as
of the
basically
jungle.
equal to
Oh,
men,
fine.
then probably there is some truth to this. If you think that women
Everybody
are in
else
fact
is simping.
equal to men, or should or ought to be prescriptively equal to
They
men,
said this dude
then you
got
would
it
say these
figured out
policies
right
are
here.
necessary to correct historical iniquity. I would
And
say
then
that women
seen
are
that
not
way
in fact equal.
in
and I don't
African
think
life
that
with the
women
women
ought to
kings
be. I don't
as
think it should be
warriors.
prescribed that women should be equal. So I would say that
It's
there's
like,
no such
hell
thing
yeah.
as
Stop watching
things
gay
were fine
Netflix
as is.
shows.
I think that's the basis
Like,
of
hell
disagreement.
yeah.
I actually agree.
Go out
I think
there.
this is why the studies don't really matter. I
Defend.
think that if I were on your side, for example, and someone presented me with a study,
Because
saying,
y'all
hey,
not
allow
making
women to
babies
workspace
over here. Y'all
increases,
lesbians.
production by 10%, I would say, well, hey, yeah.
So if y'all
that
not
10% was
multiplying, we need our
sacrificing,
real women to
something that, like,
multiply.
damage to our culture, our society.
Yep.
Right, and that's
So y'all
not what the 10%
lesbians can fight.
Right, so yeah, I think it is way more fundamental than
They were
than
damn
what
good
we're
at it
talking
too.
about right now. I think
No
there is, like,
stealing
a-
of the property, if you
a
know what I
principal
mean.
disagreement as to the role of the genders or sexes.
I think
Good
that's
point.
probably-
It's
Hey, you
ill-gotten gain.
later.
I think that's
Ill-gotten
probably
gain having
true, too.
women working like that.
Because
Go
I
ahead.
think that a lot. Sorry, I just think that we're talking so much about these quotas here, but like we're acting as if this
know what movie that was on?
going to work or whatever is like their whole position or role in society, and I don't agree with that at all.
No,
I think
young,
that, I mean, don't we have some track
young
records here?
guy.
Don't we have some people who value
What'd you say?
traditional families and whatnot? Part of that is also
They're
providing
regulators.
for your children,
Regulators.
It was on-
financially, but
It's
also
I don't know.
emotionally. That's
It
also
was a
Yeah,
clear
that was
black
on-
night, a
kids.
clear white
And so this
moon.
idea
She
that
was
like
on the street
men are
trying
No.
to
placed to
consume
simply have
They
more
sampled
options
that
for
off
roles
of
that
Young
they do
Guns.
fulfill.
some
I just
skirts for
disagree
the
with this.
Eve,
I think
so I
that
can get
if
some
a woman wants to go to
phones.
work and the man is better fit for staying
like
at home,
chilling
after
on the
season,
ride.
Damn,
there's nothing
JS.
wrong with that. That shouldn't be
Just
laughed
the
at or
east
mocked
side of
at all, because
LBC
men
on a
can be
mission
just
trying
as
to
good
find
caretakers as
Warren
women,
G.
and vice versa. I think that
My
sometimes we're
water
so
look like your
referencing
bathwater.
space. This is your role. This is their role. And I mean, isn't this what started the whole conversation with toxic masculinity?
Let's divide and
The
conquer.
I don't
toxic
know my
masculinity
bath. I don't
was
take
outsourced
baths.
literally because we
I'll look
try to
around and
place
see what we
men
missed.
My point
within
exactly.
certain
Onto that
roles
diary entry.
that result
There
in
may
take
be an
showers.
to their
It
own
does
well-being.
mention something else.
Baths are
That should be the
nasty.
problem
You
for
want to sit in a,
everybody
a
here
water
who actually cares about
full of
men.
your own
So
filth?
moving beyond this.
Yeah,
now.
I'd like to make
as
this
an
point.
extremely
Dude,
go ahead, Alex. No,
well,
go
I
for
just
it,
want to make
Alex.
this quick point. So we talk about a lot of women complain about the double standard that if a woman
Of
sleeps
course.
with a lot of man, she's a
I'll
slut,
start
but
to
if a
search for
man
those
sleeps with a lot of
barricades.
women,
Brilliant.
he's a coxman. But there's a huge difference. If you're a
There's
big
more to
fat
this than
woman, you
even
can
I
get laid all the
imagine.
time. If you're a big
Look,
fat man, it's
bones
almost
stacked
impossible to
holding
get
on
laid.
each side
So
of this
women have it
archway.
easier in that sense. You can get laid much easier. So that
Leave
you
no
can
stone
consider a war on
unturned.
men too, because it's harder
Or
to
in this
actually
case,
find
no
somebody to
bones.
bang. So
I
you know,
mean,
unless you're a
I say
homosexual, you know, it's kind of hard to actually, you know, date and
We're in
get
the
laid in
tomb.
this day and age.
I
Well,
assume
you can
eerie
always talk
sounds
to
come with
Hake
the
or
territory.
Nicholas about that, but I think that the big
True.
problem
I am
too
in
is
the
that
South.
clean.
Right.
Hake just
I-
made
I
a
would
gay
s-
comment towards Hake.
Wholesale.
I would say that, I mean,
Nah.
look, I would say
What
that
do you say?
in general, though, even if that's true with the case that
Alex
women
Stein was talking
can,
about
if they want to, sleep with a lot more men will be willing to sleep with a woman. That
about how
isn't, in general,
a fat
usually that's
woman
not what
can get
women
laid whenever
want,
she
right?
wants, but a fat
So,
man
like,
isn't
while
going to get
women may
laid
be the
unless he's
gatekeepers of
gay.
sex, men are the gatekeepers of relationships,
Hunter's
right?
like, well, you can
so
ask Cake about that.
I
He
don't
knows
think
all
it's a
about
really
that.
good comparison. As
Hunter's a little bitch.
as far as like the roles of men and women, I think we can
Damn,
all
is
acknowledge
Hank
that like,
gay?
there are some realities, and that men are going to be
He
inherently
said he was a
better at certain
virgin.
things. Women are going to inherently
So
be
what?
better
How's
at
that
other
make
things.
somebody gay?
But with it, let me finish.
If
But
he is, I
there are
don't know
going
if
to
he
be
is.
deviations. There's going to be plenty of deviations. There's going to be plenty of men who are also good at
No,
things
maybe that was
women are
Nick
good at.
Fuentes said
Typically,
he was a
there are going to be
virgin.
plenty of deviations where women are good at what men are typically, and that's why.
Yeah, it
That's
was
why I
Nick
think it's important
Fuentes,
to
wasn't
have
it?
a society in which people
Nick
can
is openly a
kind
virgin.
of go outside of
I
their.
feel like in
their,
the past, in
their
old
typical
episodes of
roles
Cake,
on a
I've
regular
heard him
basis,
say that he is a virgin.
right? What if you're
but,
just not happy in that role? What if you're just better
I don't
at
think that
something
makes
else? There are
somebody
going to
gay.
be plenty of outliers naturally.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it's only one thing.
Or inherently better at.
I mean, I don't think that.
We can
I mean,
find a way
there.
through.
Okay, men are
He
just
had sex
physically
before, but
larger
he
than
ain't
women on
had
average,
no
right?
pussy.
Yeah, they can be larger. That's doesn't necessarily mean that
And
they are going to be
physically stronger.
inherently better at certain things.
Well, I mean,
Any physical
so
labor
sound
job.
like
So
a
you're telling me a
gossipy
carpenter? You
bitch
think
right
there's a female carpenter would be better than a male
Or
carpenter? Hunter?
Hank.
Well,
you should
what
use,
if the
like,
female
construction
carpenter in
work,
this
like
case was
hunters,
stronger than the male carpenter?
Okay, so but
Probably,
we're getting
yeah.
off the
I
point.
could
That's not my
imagine.
point. That's
Yeah,
not my
average,
point. That's
that's
not
not
my
the
point.
case.
Oh my god. Oh my god. This is not
Don't
my
start
point. My
us.
point was that it doesn't really matter, right? Because there are still going to be deviations
Nicks
in
and
that,
bones would be
and
the
there are
key
going
to
to be
getting
people
past
who are
the
not
barricade that
happy.
gets
There's going to be the
catapulted. I
dude
guess we
who's
sure
not
can find plenty
happy
of bones
doing
to
typical
use.
dude things, and there's going to be the women who are not happy doing typical woman things. So I think we need to
All
have
right.
a society where people can reach
Almost
outside of their
did
roles
none.
and on a regular basis and really decide for themselves.
Get it off the floor in here. Gotta get my guitar. Oh! Weights off the floor.
Drop in today at Marcosian Auto. We're Utah's best choice for quality pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs, with many under $12,000. It's taxathon time at Marcosian Auto. Have a job? Have a license? That's all you need to drive away today. And our in-house financing means we'll get you approved when others won't. Guaranteed. And now you can turn your tax refund into a new ride. It's taxathon time at Marcosian Auto. We make it easy.
Themselves what their life is meant to be. And so like yes, there are going to be things that you know we'll see trends
Need
typically
more bones. I need more bones.
women gravitate to, more men gravitate to. That
Oh, I got
that
more right
doesn't
here.
mean that we don't create opportunities for people to stretch outside of their roles.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Well,
Nick,
I think
can I
having
ask you-
good defined gender roles and actually accepting
You've
that
done
would be
it.
better for society. And I think the war on
I
gender
knew we'd
roles is
get
a direct
through.
war on men.
I felt
But
it in my
certainly,
bones.
Alex, we must recognize that gender roles
Before we trudge on
are
further, I just
created by
realised something.
humans, right?
No.
The
No,
student's diary
men
mentions
follow
the
God,
believe
and
I
the women
could
follow
touch
the men.
the
But right now
sky.
it's
Going to
women
need
following
here.
Satan
It's
and
an
men
unweighted
following
fact.
after the women for
Which
sex
God?
and
What
all
was
that.
the, what
when
was
you're
the serpent
outnumbered.
shaped like?
Places the
Okay,
victim
well, I'm just
completely under
asking.
the
The serpent
caster's
looks like a
control.
fucking penis.
So-
Okay,
Oh,
can we
God.
just
I'd like to
acknowledge
learn
that
an
for a
area I
second?
can
Hey, when
teach
you say we're supposed to follow
Hey,
God,
you ever
which
been to the
God?
DAV?
Wait, Nick, can I ask?
The what?
Please,
Dad?
Let's not do the religious debate. I'm begging.
I'm
Nick,
not
can I
trying,
ask
I'm
a
just
question?
trying to.
DAV.
I feel like I'm not getting a chance to follow
Dave,
the line of
could
logic.
that-
Men
moving
tend to be
forward.
more
Spell that could
conservative
save your life
than
shouldn't be
women.
unforgivable.
Just look at the
You
voting
have a lot at
patterns.
stake.
because they're
Disabled
more
American
logical and
veterans.
follow God.
Evidently, no one's seen for
How is
centuries.
being more logical connected
Oh.
to following God? First
No,
of all,
I've never
men
been
are
there.
more
Makes good
logical than
sense
women.
to
That's been debunked like
It's not an
50
easy
billion
spell to
times.
master.
You should really
No,
start
they,
with
no,
that.
That's some good
they
shit.
rationalize evil. They're not more logical, or they would be just as conservative as men. And they're not.
Wait. Okay, how come?
but
Okay,
hey, the
we
issue is
still
that-
we're getting away from the fact if you can say whatever about like women following people or
Imperio.
whatever, it's still
Something
the
troubling
fact
ahead.
is that
Oh, we got a
84
new
men
spell.
commit 84% of violent crimes.
We got a new
That's
dark
just
art
the fact
spell.
of it.
And those men tend to have
Oh,
had
shit.
angry women and not fathers in their
Why
lives.
then?
or
Why are
weak
women not
fathers.
looking
Still,
up for that?
they're all
percentage?
black.
But that makes hold on.
Right.
What you just said, Hake, is actually extremely telling. If they don't have fathers in their life, it's important that people growing
That's
up
a
have
failure
two
of the
strong
man.
parents. When there is not a father, do you know why a lot of fathers actually leave their households?
They can't deal with the women.
No. Largely,
Yes.
the large proportion is because they feel inadequate. And that actually is part of the problem with toxic masculinity.
Part of the attack
when
on
you
men.
have men who are unable to form healthy relationships or bonds with other men, they are feel very uncomfortable opening up and actually expressing their emotions or what they're feeling to try and actually deal with that and move on. What you get are people who bottle up
another
their
barricade.
emotions. They start to feel
Considering how well you
inadequate.
did
They
on the
don't know how to
last one,
deal
this
with
should be
it,
a
and then they
cinch.
fucking leave their family.
How gracious is
So
No, your
I agree
diagnosis-
with you that
I
like
tried.
having a parent leave would be a terrible thing. It's really negative for the upbringing of the children. But like
Dueling feeds.
you
Use
trying
a
to reject the
mandrake
fact that
against an
there is
enemy.
a societal reason why
I have a
men leave the
mandrake.
family. Not always,
It's-
not 100%, but like
Hey,
you can
would you
start
say
by
the
like-
It's not the mere fact that before you ask that question, Ryan, it's not the mere fact that the man leaves that the child goes crazy. It's that the woman is so angry and the man's not there to protect the child from the mother.
Well, you want the father to be with the family, right?
Yes, and the father should
Okay,
be the leader,
so
not
if
the
the
simp,
fathers
not
are
saying, "Oh, she's the boss."
If the primary psychological like function behind why men leave their families is the feeling of inadequacy, by further working to make it so that men are more accepted to speak about their feelings and express themselves,
Nice
you will
combo.
see those rates drop.
No, that's
we are
womanly
literally in
thinking.
favor
You
of the
don't.
same thing here, my friend. You're just offering. You're just offering.
No, you're just, but you're misguided. I get that you may have good intentions, but you're misguided. So, like you said, the war on men is not always intentional by the useful idiots who just listen to women and listen to Satan. But
So hey,
Satan,
so these men who are
evil
the men
is
who are
more.
leaving.
Go ahead. Evil is
well,
more
the men
clever.
who are leaving. I just want to know if the men, if you would consider like the men who are those men who are leaving their families and like for the reasons Hunter described, or whether or not you agree with those reasons. Like those men, would you say those men are like not real men?
need
Like
more
they're not like living
bones,
up
I
to
need
like
more
what like a
bones.
real man should do in that situation?
Correct. Yes. And it starts. It starts from a very young age.
Yeah, go on.
It starts
Okay.
from a very young age. Even conservative Christian males will be like, "Oh, she's the boss," and they'll be
Hey.
allowed to think they're in
What?
charge and not say she's.
You know how many
They're hooked on sex or comfort.
days are in a million
or
seconds?
Nope.
They're hooked on.
Why would I know that?
She's supposed to respect her husband. He's
11 days, because I just told you.
You
You know how many days are in
instead of
a
God.
billion
And
seconds?
the courts are taking the children away from the fathers, by the way, and the women are turning the children transgender. They're just not independently. They're just not independently.
You know how many days are in a billion
I
seconds?
think that Nick isn't even realizing that he's actually like complaining about problems that are a result of toxic masculinity. So why do you think it is that men consistently get fucked over in the courts?
31
especially
years.
in the family courts? It's because of the unfair idea.
So 11 days to 31 years is the difference between a million and a billion.
They're just naturally better moms. This is why even if men or the man
In the old
question-
days, it wasn't like that. Did you know that?
This is
Sound
why
like
In the
Jamie.
old days, men got in a divorce. The divorce was rare back then because we weren't allowing no
women
men.
couldn't function
In the
property
old
can't
days,
leave, right?
men took the children. Look it up. It's true.
Well, I don't know how the court systems worked then, but I know that the way they work now is that even when you have a man who is actually more qualified to take care of the kids, it's way more common for the woman to still get the kids, and that is
Yeah, that's the
because
war
of-
on men.
And
That's the war on men.
Wait.
And the sounds autobiography.
Hold on,
That's
wait,
some
no, no, no,
good
no, no,
information to
You're
know.
forgetting the fact that the reason that's happening is due to toxic masculinity.
No,
and
that's
that
because of
idea-
toxic
yes, it's this
women
idea that
stealing
men need to be the
man's
ones
kids.
working, men need to be out doing
No.
this, men don't know how to take care of kids. Meanwhile,
Boom.
it's just the soft,
Did we level up yet?
flowery women who
Bit
need to take the
dramatic, isn't
children.
it?
even if
Stop
she's
saying
not as
whammon.
qualified.
That hasn't been funny in years. Arguably, it was never funny. Also, it sounds autobiographical
Are you gonna
because
trample
are you
my joke, or
are
are you
you
gonna respond to what I
like
said?
well, I'm gonna trample the joke, and then I'm also gonna respond.
Ain't
I'm
no
just
leveling
wondering,
up.
Are you a stay-at-home dad? Because this sounds like eerily autobiographical. Sounds like you're just kind of talking about your life here.
What is my dustbin?
Are you a
Yes.
stay-at-home dad? I'm just asking.
No.
No, you sure about that?
I've been home with
No?
my kids before, but I also work 5 days a week.
Don't you drive a minivan or something?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I do drive a minivan. You made fun of me
Did
for
you
that.
drive
It's
your
really-
luxury?
Well, I
your
like how I
luxury
like how I live
minivan?
the trad life while you live the mad life. I do think that's cute.
I
So,
don't
like,
think having kids out of wedlock with a baby mama is the trap. Like,
Wait,
maybe
I'm
that's
married.
trad
Wait,
for
wait,
like
can I just lay something out really quickly? I have
Yeah, okay.
I have 2 kids and I'm married, And by the way, all my kids, I'm
Were
pretty
you
sure
married
are,
when you had
hold on,
the
wait,
kids?
I'm pretty sure all my kids and my wife are like 100% married. Okay? So
Were you
we're over
married
here
when you
living
had
the
the
fucking
kids?
trad life while you're
They're
living
not
the
white
mad
on the
life.
inside.
Hello?
I go to bed with my
though,
wife
what?
in bed next to me. You go to bed
Yeah.
with your
Yeah.
anime
20
pillow
minutes.
and a fucking
Well,
dirty
your-
sock.
getting
Your wife
tall.
is
Shut the
ugly,
fuck up.
so I
Start
would
actually
rather the
addressing
dirty
what
sock
I'm
than your
saying.
wife.
You're
We
coping
gotta get
crazy.
back
I'll
on
just
track
take over
here.
real
Come on,
quick.
gentlemen.
Yeah, I'll
Coping
just take
so
over real
bad
quick.
right now.
Let me ask
Can
you,
I bring
wait,
it back
wait,
to
I'm
wait.
back.
men
I
being
want to ask,
displaced?
wait, but were you
In a
married when
minute,
you had
whenever
the
you're ready,
kids?
yeah.
What's
Were
so
you
funny is
married
when
when you
I-
had
Let's
the
go
kids?
to radical coder just because we want to redirect it.
Appreciate that. So I made a couple notes about the whole men being displaced thing because I wanted to talk about that. I think it's an interesting framing of the situation there, because you're talking about a situation where obviously like women were not permitted into the workplace before, or at least not like recognized as part of the workplace.
Where are
when
the
they
police?
were there like doing labor. They weren't like
Said, I heard you,
considered
police.
because they weren't allowed because
You
women
heard
aren't supposed
I'm
to do that or whatever.
police? Okay.
So like to say that like when they became allowed,
Word
this
on
is
the street.
Yeah.
mathematically it is displacement, but this using this term like it feels dishonest.
Yep,
like
I'm a cop.
because like what we're talking
Well,
about
them
is people who wanted
two
to work
dudes was
and we're told that you're not allowed to. And I
act
think
like
this
they
is
ain't know
the
you last
fundamental
time.
thing that's
Put
come
your
up again and
name
again,
up
is,
on
like,
the
a lot of
wanted
it's like people wanting to do things and you guys saying no, you're not supposed to want to do that.
Yeah,
and
they
I think that's not good. And I'm gonna elaborate
like,
on that a little
man,
more.
I ain't never told you
'cause I
no,
think,
bud. I don't know you.
Someone,
Like, dude, tell
Doobie
me.
and Nick at one point were talking about. I think it was Doobie and Nick. We're talking about how like the issue
maybe they
like,
watched
what
my
we think the
YouTube
roles
video and
of
they-
men and women should be. And honestly, I don't give a fuck.
Maybe they watched
if any
my
of you,
YouTube videos and they
believe
don't
the
like
roles
my
of men and women
views.
should be. What I really care about is if
Maybe.
you think that you can
I
use
doubt
your
it.
opinion on that to impose it. Especially with any sort of state force,
Because everybody
on
knows
people. I think that's
that
fucked,
criminals
and I will fight you
objective.
on that. And so that's that's my
Yep, that's
Okay,
true.
well,
So given,
go ahead.
okay,
That's
so I think
objectively
that,
true.
I'm actually really curious as to Nick's
Incendio.
answer to the thing that I posed earlier. 'Cause what I brought up in my like opening statement, right, was that I think there is like a failure among a lot of like modern
Only
men,
thing you
right?
can't
A lot of
be
modern men are
objectively true.
kind of easily offended, indecisive beta males who go bald at 25, peddle white guilt or white knighting for like trendy social issues.
That's the devil.
They pay
Roy.
to see used up tits on OnlyFans. They're afraid to communicate their desires. They're the kind of people that never stood up to the school boards, right? These are like weak people. I would say they're weak people. And these men, maybe it's because, we don't need to work with our hands as much as their parents did. We aren't faced with this kind of hardship that they were. It's a lot easier to live today. So you end up with like a lot of people who are just like softer, I think, than we'd be traditionally expected to be exposed to, right? So given that these guys
one more
exist,
pile of bones,
right, and they exist in a place where women are,
On
have
the
been,
ropes.
I don't want to say unshackled because that sounds really soy.
Think I'm
They've been
gonna
allowed
smoke
into
it.
spaces they're not traditionally allowed into, and they're not competing very well. A lot of them are making excuses for why they couldn't do this thing or that thing. They didn't get that
20
job. or
minutes
this
ain't
job,
far.
and they just fail. Right, so given that these
You
guys,
got me
exist,
wanting to play
what
my
are we
music
doing?
in this mug.
Is it if they're the guys that are losing
Go listen
out,
to some
I think they
music
are,
then.
Why?
Hell no, I'm
is
gonna
that
play
just
it
like,
on here so I can rap.
It doesn't seem like these are the people we should have in traditional masculine roles because
Need to
they
practice
can't-
my
they can't follow right
bars.
Well, there's
now. And I don't know how to like
Practice your
retrain
bars a
these
cappella.
guys.
Well,
So it seems like we just need to accept that there's
No.
another
Practice your
kind of
bars
man now that
solo.
exists, and we need to find a place in society for them.
They can grow up and overcome.
So low,
we need
I
a
can't
place
hear
for
it.
betas.
I think
Yeah.
that part of the reason is too, like,
You
people talk
funny
a lot
looking
about
ass nigga.
like the war on men in regards to like testosterone dropping.
Dr.
And now we have so
Seuss
many
hat
gay men.
wearing
And
looking
you're right,
ass.
Doobie, when you say that now because of the developed world, it doesn't demand
That's
that
what your
men
dude
are
got on in the
working
damn
hard labor
Hogwarts
jobs nearly as
Dr.
much as they
Seuss
used
hat.
to. But again, there are also even
I got a
natural
cool
reasons
cowboy
and,
hat.
reasonable explanations
not
as
a
to why
cowboy's hat.
testosterone rates are dropping as
Did
well.
you change it?
So I just don't like this framing of this is some kind
Yeah, I
of
don't have the
intentional
Dr.
thing
Seuss hat.
to fuck over the men. I mean, I
But that's
think
not
that-
my framing.
No,
Right,
not
so-
your. I'm not saying your
Okay.
framing. I'm sorry. I'm saying to the other side. Sorry.
Doobie, you're on our
But
side.
Ah, that's a
I do
girl's
think
hat.
that if we
Get
are
on a
in
bonnet.
favor,
The damn bonnet.
Yes.
It's not a bonnet. It's a western.
Exactly a bonnet.
of not seeing
Nah, it's a
men
cowboy hat.
kill themselves
Hell
at higher
no.
rates, we should be willing to look into why this is the case.
It's a
Why
fucking
are men
bonnet.
killing themselves at higher rates? part of this has to do with the fact
It's
that
a
the
what?
whole
One of them
system
things
is
the
based on
girls
that are
tie
unhealthy.
around their neck and hang it off
I'd
their
like to,
hat.
I'd like to
Nah,
make
it's a
so
Western
I just
hat.
I just like to make the point. I said
Hell
earlier,
no.
men actually follow
Yeah.
through, women don't. But there's one point I want to make too. When you look at female teachers that sexually
It might have
abuse
been
their male
rained on.
students, they actually get
That
less
motherfucker limp
punishment
as
than a
shit.
male student that actually rapes, one of their female
I think
students.
that's wrong.
So right there,
That's
I think
super
that's
Cowboys
wrong, but
heads
that's
that's
not like
true.
an
go up
intentional
on the
thing.
side,
That's
not
so
down.
that's
No, I know
like
it's
that.
true.
You
It's
can-
true.
you can
It's
look
true.
that
No,
up.
I know it's true.
Wait,
I'm
hold
saying it's
on.
wrong that they don't get as much. I'm
wondering
saying,
if-
yeah.
I'm
Leon,
wondering
So
if
that's a
Alex
war on
Stein
men.
is
So,
like-
so you
God.
let
That's
men
because
get
all
sexually
women are
abused.
pedophiles, so and they can't
I'm
help
saying, so you
themselves.
let men get sexually abused and punish the women less than if it was the vice versa, a man molesting a girl. So I think that's pretty obvious. That's a war on men right there. And then we also, but I want to make this last point. I want to make this last point too. And we need to talk
Should
about
have
the
followed that
abortion
man that
issue
ran
right now.
past you.
When we have abortion, that you're killing men. That is an attack on more men being born. And the fact that these people want to abort babies up into 7 days after birth,
Why won't
that
my
is
phone
a direct
charge up?
war on men. And you see the people that are complaining the most about Roe versus Wade getting overturned are the same people. Even if you categorize everybody in the
conspiracy in
survey,
this
even
house.
people that are pro-choice believe there should be a limit when abortion should happen. But our politicians are actually trying to get abortion all the way up to birth, if not
You
past
break my
that.
phone?
And that is a direct war on men.
Yeah, it's killing the man's
Can we get Nick
child.
to answer my question? If that's okay.
You broke my
Okay,
phone, bro.
So what do we? So I think you'd acknowledge that these guys exist, right? I think you probably
Not
put some
holding
of the
it
people down
hard
right now.
since I've been talking to
So
you.
what do you do with these guys because they exist
Don't
in our
Cashapp
society
me
and
200.
we need a space for them?
Well, I think that your question
Broke my phone,
presupposes that
cuz.
this is something that has simply happened. I don't think that it's simply happened. I
Yeah,
think
even
it's the
caring
result
about
of some things that are by design, and then
I didn't
some
break
things
your
that have just
phone.
been neglected. Because you see in other countries,
Audacity.
like China, for example, which I
I
like.
wasn't
China.
having no problem with my
China
phone.
recently
All right,
banned
telephone
allowing
monster.
people to play video games. In other Asian countries, they have a ban
phone was
on
working
pornography.
fine. I was
Certainly,
getting
these are two
all my calls
measures
going
that
straight
taken
through
that
to
I
I
think are
dialed
gonna
your ass.
change the kind of men that you're getting in the society. If there's a limit to how much television, screen time, video games men are getting, if porn is restricted, if drugs are prohibited, you're getting a completely different kind of male. And so
Gotta
the
be.
question almost
Gotta only be
presupposes that
one thing.
you have
Only
men
gotta
that
be
are
one
like
thing.
this, and
All right,
this is
I
just
found the
how
bone.
it has to be. I don't think it has to be that way. I think that, and then conversely, where men have been displaced in the society, largely you're seeing this in the interior of the country, where you have a lot
Another
of
20
ghost
years,
towns that have been hollowed
motherfucker.
out because of deindustrialization, and so the men can't find jobs. And what you'll find in a lot of these small towns in America is the highest paying jobs in the town will be the hospital, the school, and the women will fill the jobs, and they'll get the government salary and the pension and the benefits, and it's sort of emasculating men. And so the point is, this society didn't come from nowhere. This society was created.
What the
and
heck?
some
I
of it
don't
was
know.
intentional and some of it was unintentional, but I
don't
think
know
that
how
in
I'm
order
supposed
to
to get across
correct,
here.
we've got to understand, and to answer Hunter's question, why are
Jump.
they killing themselves? It's not because there are too many expectations. It's probably because there's not enough expectation. And so the man is sort of an individual and out there in the world and being heaped, all these things are being heaped upon him. Oh, you gotta be strong, but also you gotta be weak. You gotta be nice, but also you gotta be
It goes
assertive.
out to God
so
and
I
all
think
his
that
minions.
To answer
They claim
both
to have
questions,
faith,
we've got to
they rep their
create
ass
a
as
society
Christians.
where men flourish as men, and their
I'ma
sort
make
of
a song like
relative
that, watch.
relational position in the society, which
Sounds
is
like
goes
the
out to
husband, the
God and all
father,
his
the caretaker, the soldier, the
crazy
priest.
minions.
That's what we need to create for men, and I don't think it's inevitable. Don't get me wrong,
Sounds like a
technology
trash
has introduced and urbanization and technology has introduced a special circumstance,
check goes
but
out
I
to
don't think
God.
it has
But
to
you
be
gotta
this
make
way.
it
And
seem
other
like the
countries
minions are
Russia,
good
China,
into the
others,
last verse, and then
they're
they'd be like,
trying
"Oh,
to
he
at least
trolled us."
facilitate a
That's
more
not a
traditional
good thing.
society, even in a modern world.
Even when you say
doesn't
that, like,
sound
the
good
men
from the
who
beginning.
aren't finding jobs or something are like
Yeah, it do.
emasculated, like this
No,
is part
don't.
of what we are talking about, is that at its core, masculinity doesn't need to be reduced to
Collection
just
updated.
you are the provider. If you are in
Oh
a
my
situation where
God,
it makes more
any
sense for the
bones?
wife to go work and you are home with the kids, you as a man, being a masculine man,
What
are
if these
still a
millions of
provider. You are
Christians was just
providing
millions
something
and God was
different for the
despicable
overall
me?
benefit of the family. These are called traditional values, Nick. I don't know if you've heard of them. But
There's nothing
this is
traditional about
unironically
that.
like
The
it's
millions
not
of
just-
Christian millions.
This is an important part for
the millions of Christians were millions and God was despicable
toxic
me.
masculinity. When we talk about these ideas of what it means to be a man, and
that's
now all of a
clever.
sudden, what do we have? Maybe we have a dude who got fired from his job
That's
or
a
got
clever
injured
one.
at his job and is unable to work.
Yeah,
now all
buddy.
of a sudden, society's are telling him, and Nick is telling him that he is
What if
somehow
there's
less
a
of a
million
man.
Christians and
He
they
is
all
not
millions and God's
masculine
despicable
enough.
me?
And I don't think that that's right. I don't think that's fair at all. I don't think whether or not you are a man or how masculine you are should be hinged upon whether or not you're actually the one providing the finances. I think that should be left more up to a family dynamic.
Now, what was that
And
one
this is
movie?
why
Was that the
families benefit
Minions
more
when they had the
when
dude
they
in
are a
black?
little looser than this. And this is
Yeah,
why
that was
again,
the
men's
Despicable
mental
Me
health
dude.
does better when
Remind
they
me
are
of-
not
remind you of
forced into
Gargamel.
rigid gender standards.
And the Smurfs.
Lastly, I just want to address what Nick said as well.
Gargamel
meaning more
and the
expectations. I'm not saying expectations.
Yeah, they was real little, and the
general
dude in
are
black
the
was
ones who are killing
Gargamel,
themselves.
like in
I'm
Despicable Me,
saying that
with all the
already
minions.
expectations
And
in regards
Smurfs
to what
turned
it
yellow
means
and
to be a
Gargamel
man
turned
that are
fat.
toxic are leading to men killing themselves. The
Can't
toxic
figure this place
expectation
out.
of, you are a man, so you must not show weakness. You are a man, so you must not cry.
I'm about to
You
go
are a
to the
man, so you
beginning.
must be the provider. You must be making all the money. If your wife makes more money than you, then now you're less of a man.
You know, in
You're
the
a
military, they teach you how to
all
read a
this
map.
does is worsen the mental health of men and also makes it so that they are more likely to actually carry out violence or tolerate violence
That doesn't
against
help
women.
me.
So the entire
Oh, no.
all of society.
I want to say this.
See, listen to
I'm
him.
not
See,
getting
this is
cut
the
off
problem,
yet. I'm
Nick.
not getting cut off yet.
It's
I'm
all
not getting
let me
cut
just
off
say
yet.
this.
Hold on, wait, please. I'm not getting cut off yet. First of all, Nick, it's
not
very
getting
cute
cut
that you
off
would laugh
yet.
at that. I understand since you have no women in your life, that probably is very foreign to you, but still, pretty cringe, my dude.
What?
You should
This
be
literally
violent
makes
against your
all
wife.
of
Maybe she would
society.
make you a liberal
This
like she
literally
did.
makes all of society a worse place when we try and enforce this type
Right,
of
first time Hunter
toxic
got
masculinity,
pooswa,
these
he became a liberal.
expectations on men. And
This is the
lastly,
only
I'll
way he
say
can
whether or
keep
not
his
you
wife.
like China or not, like Nick, I think you can at least start by putting some restrictions on pornography on your own phone, and then maybe we can talk about what to do as far as the rest of the country.
That's fake news.
Okay, let me just say this real quick point. So women that make more money than men, they look at them less sexually desirable. And I can tell you why there's you can prove that there's a war on men. You look at Ketanji Brown Jackson, you look at Kamala Harris. They were not picked because because of a meritocracy. They were picked because of affirmative action. So people in this high positions that actually make decisions that affect all of us are being picked because they are a woman, not because they're the most qualified. And I think that's pretty obvious.
Going
When you
in
look
tomorrow,
at Kamala Harris's
Chaz.
record and you look at Ketanji Brown Jackson's record, and she's
Stuck in this
obviously not the best
freaking
pick for the job.
place.
And Kamala Harris, I don't know how lefty you are. If you think she's a good vice president, then you got a hole in your head.
Yeah, but Alex, I think the issue with that statement is we had Nick, for example, and Hake earlier say that even if a woman is more qualified on paper, she shouldn't be allowed access to a job, or she shouldn't be able to have a job because it's the man's place to be doing that job. Right? So you're seeing the same thing happen on the other side, and you're criticizing it. And I agree with you. I don't think people should be hired because of whether they have like a dick or a pussy or whatever the fuck. Right? But I don't think it makes sense to criticize it on one side and be in favor of it on the other. Right?
But
If we're gonna have
neither
like
of them are qualified. Kamala and Ketanji Brown were
We're hard to get over.
selected because of their race.
In the middle.
It's a fact.
Sure. I don't know enough about the qualifications. I haven't
Starting song.
Kamala Harris was sucking Willie Brown's penis. That's how she got that job. And she was dating Montel Williams, was in a throuple, so she slept her way to the top. I couldn't do that.
Montel
Trust me,
Williams?
I would if I could.
That's real.
That's interesting. Okay,
That's
so
true.
but again, so you would say that if you had a qualified woman come up for a position, and then you had an unqualified man come up for that same position, you would hire the
always
unqualified man?
Possible. I
My baby crying.
Okay, so you just hired the unqualified dude, right?
I just don't hire.
wanna be
I would not
You
hire
hired
them.
Scenario.
Yeah, I would not.
It's
hire
not
them.
that
He has a
imaginary.
fundamental difference in what he thinks the role of woman is.
Well, this also
Well,
isn't fair because I don't think that Nick is really legally allowed to be in within 100 feet of women in general. So I just don't know if that's even like a fair thing. Like I get that you would never hire women, but is this some principled stance or is this like what the courts require of you?
I don't want to be within 100 feet of your wife.
Well, you're already not allowed to be
field
100 feet within
your
the nearest
field
elementary
hockey
school, so
wife
we'll go ahead with that, I
with
guess.
With her
Good thing.
highlights
Sorry, Doobie.
and
We're gonna
her,
jump
and her
into
sports
it.
face. I would want to be anywhere near that thing you're sleeping.
Feeling a bit wild and looking for adventure? Then Elko, Nevada is the place for you this winter. From the
should
majesty
be
of the Ruby
open.
Mountains to the
This one is
snow-covered
open.
valley floors, endless adventures are everywhere.
Oh,
Go to
yeah.
exploreelko.com and start planning your next
Tighten
trip.
up.
I have
have another job for you, Greg Simmons.
Figure this stupid thing out.
With conventional lures. The lure being his favorite movie star. Stop. I don't think I could do this. We've all seen you handle killers on screen.
Fundamentally, there's no difference.
Danny Francesco. This is my business manager. You don't look like a business manager. You said it was clear.
I said the front was clear.
I don't know how to get through here.
Right, wrong. Operation Fortune, rated R.
With, but I will say
very
this,
funny.
okay? The thing is, I don't think that a woman would be qualified for. I may hire a woman to be a secretary, a receptionist. I don't consider a woman to be qualified to do like a high level.
I don't think you're qualified to do this hiring, to be honest.
Okay,
hold on.
Like, who do you?
But she's not qualified. But she's not qualified because she's a woman, right? So like this. So you're yeah. Okay, I understand.
Doesn't have the faculties.
I'm getting tired. I
and
want
I
to be
understand.
done.
To be
but
clear,
I
I
can't
understand what
figure
you're
out
pointing.
this
Like,
stupid
so as I said
mission.
earlier, when I'm hiring like CSRs or receptionists, I will hire a woman because I don't think a man is qualified, quote unquote, for that position. Just because it's going to be better customer experience generally if I hire a woman there. But to be honest with you, right, if I'm looking for somebody to go out to business owners and to sell my product or to contact them about setting up appointments to sell my product, I'm going to hire a man, right, more often than not, because they're taken much more seriously. Business owners are much more willing to let them in the door and speak to them and set up the appointments, et cetera, et cetera. So, and to trust their knowledge on the topic, right? So I'm going to tend to hire men because I understand that about our society, right? But I think that, so I think you're pointing to something real. I don't agree that it's like something that should be perpetuated. I don't think we gain anything by perpetuating that. Given that I understand that there are plenty of women who could do that job just as well if she were given the opportunity to speak to the business owner instead of the appointment, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, I would answer that. I would answer
I have
that by
a question
saying
next,
this,
and it's not an insult, I promise.
Well, I just want to say this real quick. I think that there's too much emphasis on the other side being placed on society is the way it is because of biases. I think that prejudice and bias are formed over the centuries by experience. And I think that the reason that you don't see a lot of women inventors, entrepreneurs, and so on, I don't think it's because of institutional bias. I don't think it's because of unfounded irrational bias. I think it's because of how women are. And I think that that's why historically,
now I need
in
more?
all religions and all traditional societies, women are regarded and have been there's a secondary role conferred upon them. And I don't think that, we've done away with the sort of legal constraints. We've done away with some of these things. We're trying to correct with these policies. And it still seems to be the case that, women are being pushed in these directions. I think they're being pushed and funneled into wherever possible STEM roles and whatever.
It's literally the opposite.
But you don't
actually
see,
complete
no, it
opposite of
definitely
this, by
isn't.
the way.
No, it definitely isn't. You don't see a lot of women going out there. Women are not risk takers. Women are not extremely creative. Women are not doing the kinds of things that would put them in the top of these hierarchies, like the top lawyer, the top surgeon.
Yes.
They don't have that obsessive.
Okay,
But
to
you're
open
proving
this, I
us
need
wrong.
that.
They don't hang
So
out. They don't
go.
have that genius element that women that men do.
You're proving our
and
point.
so the point
You
is,
don't think women have any of these things.
Well, he's actually
well,
proving
they
our
don't,
point. Like, if women...
and society reflects that, and society reflects that in its natural form. Well, and you say, oh well, you say that the old order was unnatural. There was these unnatural biases or these sort of put-on biases, and without them, women should flourish. But they're not flourishing in that way. They're trying to make it work, but it's not working.
Okay, wait a minute.
Can I just jump in real quick because Nick has something so woefully wrong here? He's literally demonstrating our point. The point of the matter is that there are certain societal expectations that are not only placed on men, but there are also societal roles that women are pushed
when Hunter
into.
says
So it's
resume,
not
he says
surprising that
resume.
little girls growing up were always taught that they need to be quiet, or oh, you're going to be a mommy when you get older.
That's
Whereas
just
their
trying to
brother
sound
was
smarter
more
than
likely
you are.
and more encouraged to try STEM, do math, you're more rational, that kind of shit. It doesn't make sense that as that little girl grows into a woman, she's going to make the same mistakes on her experience. This is like textbook obvious bullshit. Yes, you're a product of your
total fucking idiot. You wanna listen to what I said?
your environment.
Yeah, you're degenerate, man.
You're saying that women are choosing not to do these things.
What I said is that your side, you're just You're restating what I said. You're saying you're merely restating what I said.
You guys going back and forth. I do. One is Stardust. I know you said that you had something to say, and then Brittany is.
Damage a frozen enemy.
For you, Brittany, if you want to.
Can I have 10 more seconds? Jake, James, I promise I'll be super quick. Sure. All I wanted to say is Nick also made a faulty appeal to tradition. Actually, there are archaeological finds which show at the very beginning of human civilization this idea that like men are the hunters, women are the
Launch an
gatherers
enemy
is actually now
into a
not true.
destructible
We've
object
literally found
into pulse.
female skeletons holding spears, and they were in the middle of actually fighting and partaking in war. So again, just to make it clear, this appeal to tradition is actually not even correct.
That's just straight retarded and doesn't make any sense. Oh, okay, how about you? How about your wife and me with the spear? Let's set that up. Let's schedule that. Yeah. Let's put a spear in your
Oh,
wife's
nice.
hand. Let's put a spear in my hand and let's
Incendio makes them attack
fight.
the other
And
enemies.
if I win,
my wife, are you?
If I win, she dies.
Not
Sorry,
And
but
if
this is absolute. I'm literally getting cancer from this.
I
So
can take over the spiders
so
and
I
make
think
them
we can.
attack the
I
other
think we can
spiders.
concede that.
Agent, you've got Grace Bro. L'Oreal Men Expert One Twist Hair Color. To activate, twist, shake, apply, and rinse.
Never seen a man dye his hair before?
5 minutes. Natural looking results. L'Oreal Men Expert. Fastest growing men's color brand in America.
That women have typically not been allowed into certain roles in which they would be like inventors, and maybe women are typically like just not inclined to fall into that field. We've seen it. We know that in countries where there's more gender equality, we have to acknowledge this, guys. We know that in countries where there's more gender equality, that women and men diverge even further in the careers that they choose for themselves, and that's totally okay. That's 100% okay. But what I would say is that just because women are not inventors at the same rate that men are, or that they haven't had the opportunities to enter that space, doesn't mean that they're incapable of it, or doesn't even mean that they're any worth any less within society. I still think that men and women, despite being inclined towards certain things, we still want to provide opportunities for both to expand beyond those those roles that they fall into. People are.
We found the relic.
You know, there are going to be tons of outliers in every case, and I'm sure that women, given the opportunity for the ones who do want to be inventors, that they will over time catch up to the men who have been inventors historically, but they need to be given that opportunity first.
And also, just to really quickly add upon that, I'm not going to be long, but I also think that it's important to recognize societies and civilizations that have equality for women in the law, and then actual social equality. Because right now, even in America, what we see is that women are not restrained by any legal obstacles. However, women do face societal obstacles, the way they're socialized and raised, the way that they're taught, basically, affects a lot right now. So I think that's important to remember, that even in those places that
got another dark art spell.
they have more gender equality. I would
Another
have no
what?
idea to see if that's in the law or if that
within
is
it's
dark
even
arts.
within social settings, right? Within in countries where they have more gender equality on a legal level and on
We're
a
taking
societal
the relic.
level,
We might
women
have to
still
fight
will
our way
gravitate
out.
towards certain careers, men will still gravitate towards other
Let's get
ones,
to Felcroft.
and that's fine. That's 100% okay.
That is fine. I would just want to know how much.
We want people to have the opportunity to move beyond that, and just because there aren't as many women inventors doesn't mean that women are any less in society.
Women,
and it doesn't
say
mean
women,
there won't be
shit.
more women inventors
Stardust.
in the future.
But society is catering to women. Schools are set up to cater to little girls, and from a young age, they're putting little boys on like
She
80
says
divas
woman
and,
when
like
she's
crazy.
saying
Look at
plural.
the anti-bullying campaigns. They're treating this
Instead of
stuff
saying
like,
women, she
like
always says
babying
Bullying's a
kids
problem,
and turning
man.
them into girls. And they're not showing boys and
what does that
girls
mean?
how
Can you
to
elaborate
deal
on
with.
that?
They're not
Like,
showing
what makes you
boys how to.
girl
Will you shut up?
in that situation?
They're not
Please, I'm
showing
sorry.
boys how to deal with bullying.
This gay dude named Tootie was on Facebook. He said,
coddling them like mothers do.
I'm not
rather
gay
than
no
letting them become
more.
men. And you'll notice that society punishes men for being too manly.
Oh, this guy's trying to be a
There was
snitch.
one guy
Damn, he doesn't want to let us
recently who was
leave.
like a radio host.
Don't give him
And
the
he said,
relic.
"Oh, the WNBA, I don't like to watch it."
We need to stop him.
And like he got fired because Twitter and the mainstream media overreacted. You see case after case of men being
cannot side
lynched
with you,
just for
Sebastian's
speaking
right.
their mind and being
Siding with
They
Sebastian.
tried to do
I'm
it to
fighting.
him, but it didn't work.
Women too, though. Women like
My
I
mind
remember a
is made
couple.
up.
I think
Can
it
I
was
fight
last
my
year,
way
I think
through?
it was
Manly
a woman
thinking
who
women.
literally said like
might
the
be.
N-word on
How
Twitter
could
when
I
she was
choose
Logical
well,
women.
stand by
and
Yeah,
she got
freedom of
fired
speech.
for it.
So,
So like, is this the war on
like
women
Brittany?
now?
Freedom of speech, yeah, it's an attack on the basic freedom of speech. Like what Brittany said, it's an attack on whites.
But you're saying that this was an attack on men at first. And
That
so
is
now
an
you're
attack
saying-
on men. It's an attack on men.
That's what
Men
I'm
don't
saying.
overreact to the
I would
N-word.
take all responsibility.
Only
This could
women
save
do,
you
and
from
female-minded blacks.
That's not true at all.
Female-
Okay.
female-minded
Wait a
blacks,
minute,
they
wait a minute
overreact.
here.
I'm gonna
Hey,
cast
what do you
Imperial,
think on this panel?
Imperial
Of
on him
people
so
on
he
my-
has plausible
on
deniability.
my-
Those are
on my
female-minded
side,
cultures.
who do you think
That's
is
true.
more likely to overreact
All
to a
of them
word?
are not.
Okay, I'm just gonna say, sorry, Hunter.
never forgive
Sorry,
you.
Ryan. I feel like you
fine.
guys would be reacting to
This
words
is
a little bit more
unfathomable.
than. So let's not play this whole bullshit
But I
with like,
suppose if you
oh,
want
women
that
react to words
responsibility,
and all that.
I don't think.
Maybe
But they're
say
female-minded males that you just addressed.
Like friendship, Sebastian.
Thing
sorry?
here is that the
Remember,
woman who was
this
canceled
is what
in
I
that
was
case
telling you about the
was the
dark
one who
arts.
literally
They
said
come with a
the
cost.
N-word.
Literally.
You may well regret making
She
this
literally
choice.
said
To
the
avoid
N-word.
Literally.
You know, Nick, if you were actually like
heard him, Nick.
combating all
Or I
the
changed my
arguments I
mind.
was giving and then roasting me, it would be a lot funnier.
Imperio.
You can't be honest about
I
women. You can't
literally
be honest-
drive a minivan. I literally
he's
drive
brainwashed.
a luxury minivan.
Yeah,
Step
trad life
aside,
over here.
ominous.
I literally drive
Stay
my
in place
out of
until we're
wedlock
out of sight.
children in my minivan,
I will.
and I have a negative
100% Aryan over here.
I have a
Let's do this.
negative cancel
We're gonna go to the Q&A.
Sebastian, come on.
Brittany, any last words?
What did you
Oh
do?
yeah, I mean I know I've been carrying this space
Imperial.
now.
It was the
But
only way to
I
get out of
too
here without a
think
fight.
that Hunter, no offense,
Ominous.
you are
Sorry.
kind of the
Yeah,
exact
yeah.
Sebastian, we
type
have to
of
go.
guy I was talking about in my opening. Like you personify the
category.
personification of men. I mean, when you were right,
My son sent me
you
some
did
pictures,
your
right,
hair, you had a tan,
of me
you dressed
and my
better.
kids
That's way
when I was
Now,
younger.
roast
My
me
ex-wife
down.
had to steal them,
Come to TurboTax.
but it's my first time seeing these pictures, man, and they fucking with me.
Ominous and I agreed. Surely
It ain't my first time seeing them. It's probably my first time in 18 years seeing them.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I do, but
They
Yeah,
broke
and
you
it's
down
crazy
into
as
whatever
hell.
it is you are today, but you're
I see I got my little boy
apologetic,
Elijah with me.
everything, like,
That
I
passed
mean,
away.
it's exactly
and-
what I'm talking about.
Oh,
Okay. Well, I mean,
That's
that's
fucking with me.
Stupidity that just came
But
from your
I'll-
fucking face.
I'm
That's
like,
what has me crying.
why is
So
this
I
bitch
apologize
holding on
for
to
that,
my
but
pictures?
That was
You know what I'm saying?
I'm sorry.
That
My
wasn't
bad.
very gentlemanly.
You ain't even in none of them. It's me and Kobe and me and Elijah or
Stunted
me and
slime. Get this
my
stunted
youngest
slime
boy.
out of my sight.
Her
Nick,
son.
don't
Things, folks.
But
Can we
she
start
got
wrapping
all
up?
my
Because I think Nick
pictures.
has
Like,
a date with his Catboy here soon. So let's go ahead and wrap
That's
this
I
up.
ain't talked to her in
And,
since
Orange
2007.
Oil.
Almost
Did
been
you call
20
me a
years.
cat boy?
we've
I'm
got
a
enough.
cat
All right,
man,
all right,
and
all
I
right.
have toxoplasmosis. I love
Yeah,
cats,
seven,
Hunter. Why?
20 years.
All these
Jump
ad hominem
into-
attacks.
I
And you know
would
what?
like
I think
to-
your wife's pretty. I would
would
definitely
like
bang
Brittany
your
to come
wife.
on after the after the panel.
Let's
Brittany,
jump
why don't you
into-
come on and we can talk for like 30 minutes or so?
Let's jump into the Q&A. Folks, want to remind you of
God,
two things
Hunter's
in
such a
particular.
simp.
The completion
Brittany doesn't
of
agree with
enjoyment
anything
is
he
sharing
says.
it with
She
somebody
agrees with
else.
Nick
Hit
and
that share
Alex
button
and Egg.
below if you think that they'd enjoy
But yeah,
this
he's like,
juicy
Brittany, if
debate,
you'd like
you
to talk
can
to
share
me
it by clicking that
afterwards,
button.
please
With
come
that,
talk to me.
thanks for your question. Brandon Hansen says,
Yeah.
I've been a longtime follower of Casey.
So
and you
he'll
mentioned
insult
being
everybody
normal
else
and
who
keep America
disagrees
first.
with
I
him,
can't help
except
but
for
notice
the
the
girl.
outrageous accusations against you seem to drag America First down a level. I'm a big
That's
Cozy
great.
fan. Keep it up.
Let's go. Thanks.
This one coming in from Neon Nyor says Burka now. I think that's for you, Brittany. Noah's Ark Kansas says there is obviously a war on men, but is anyone going to address the man-sized lizard? Oh, that's right. I think they like your
I don't know what
avatar.
you're talking about.
Are you copying my hat, Doobie? What the hell?
You see, I feel like I've been feminized by the panel. The justification is
The
gotten
curse
to
is
me.
profited already. He'll
Perfect.
easily find his way out of the
One
catacomb
coming
just as
in
we
from
did.
What's the
Troll
opposite of
Steven
specification?
Steen says, oh gosh,
Uh,
not even
Dickification.
reading.
Yeah,
Google
I'm
Dick
not
Doll
really
This
sure.
conversation live.
Says,
Okay,
how did Nick
for the
become so
record, here
handsome
in
and
Canada,
based? You have a
every race
fan out there,
calls each
Nick.
other
Brandon M
Nick.
says, Hunter
Nice.
is a prime example
No,
of
this is
war
not
on
live. We're
men.
watching. This is from Modern
What
Day
is
Debate.
TRT?
Is masculinity under
This is
attack?
testosterone.
From like
Folks, got to remind
2 months
you,
ago.
I put it in the live chat. We are looking for meaningful questions that are interesting and not insults that takes hair or etc. We want those kind of questions. So
It's okay. You can read the insults to me. What was it? A TRT?
Insults are fine.
They said get you some TRT. I don't know why.
Testosterone replacement therapy.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, you probably all know like men who are on TRT, to be honest.
Sleep.
But it's funny because though you all know cis men, you probably all know cis men who are on TRT, it would still be refused in a lot of states. Moving forward, probably more states to trans men who might want that.
How
same,
many people are on
medication.
TRT? Like, what do you...
Why are you wearing
But-
that glove?
I'm sorry,
Why are you wearing that glove?
Because my freaking hands are cold or whatever.
Am I
I
gonna
kind of
need to
like the
respond to
gloves.
my-
I
to
like
the-
that
Kinda
vibe,
edges.
Ryan.
I think it's
Yeah,
Michael
it gives
Jackson.
you,
I
it
mean,
gives you a
the super
competitive
chat message
advantage.
genuinely
Yeah.
offended
Right.
me, so.
Yeah, you should see me solve a Rubik's Cube.
Charlie Snyder says, I would like to thank Hunter for introducing me to Nick, as I've since become a groiper. This one from Lord Bibby says, got that one. Brandon Hansen
I'm
says,
very sorry they've willingly chosen to be degenerate.
this one coming in from
What?
Brandon.
Degenerate virgin.
Beats turning trans.
Says lefties would agree there was more quote-unquote toxic masculinity in the past, yet back then there was less men committing suicide and dropping out of society. At the present, there is more equality for women than ever, and men are suffering.
That's actually not true. So you can look back at when there was more toxic masculinity, like in the 50s and 60s especially, and you can look and you can see
You ain't
that
doing it
suicide
right.
rates were going up steadily. They were really increasing. They've taken major spikes up, gone down a major spikes up. People like to appeal to the past, this mystical past where everything is good, perfectly happy, but if you actually look at the suicide rates and the depression rates of the time,
That level up?
that was not the case. Not at all.
Well, I want to say this. I want to say all the psychotropic drugs, the SSRIs, actually create suicidal idolization. So I think that's the reason for the big increase.
Hunter's on SSRIs.
Medication people are prescribed.
So does LGBT stuff.
Also, women yelling at us.
Actually, I think it's the antagonism against the LGBTQ stuff that seems to be correlated with the suicide rates. So actually, it's more, again, much like most of this conversation, again, it's your side who's enforcing the rules.
No,
that people
that's not reality, man.
It does seem like
know
Hake
they're
is.
wrong.
I think it's the other way around.
It does seem a
No,
little
they
like
know they're
Hake
wrong.
is,
They're miserable.
Hake is projecting a little bit. I mean, if you and like JLP want to get it on, I think that's more than fine. I think that should be, that's your life. But it's kind of weird when you're shitting on gay people and then, behind closed doors, you're all into it.
You have no idea what you're talking about. You're a gossip and you think like a woman.
Cool.
Real.
This one coming in from Willie Powell says, solid intro, Hake. Happy White History Month.
Thank you. Happy White History Month, everybody. Everybody benefits when everybody loves white people.
This one coming in from Robert L. Brown says, gossip equals if you don't have a glass house, do not cast stones. FBC. What does FBC stand for?
Facebook crew? Shout out to the Facebook crew. I don't know. I'm assuming that's that.
All right, thank you. Gioga says on Twitter for deets on James being a little freak. And is such a nasty woman. Justin KG says, looks like Hunter. Okay, like I said, I don't even know what most of these mean, folks. Some of these memes, I don't know the meaning of them. This base stream at cozy.com.
We do sell
base streaming
halal.
at cozy.com says, I have a question for the
Not
panel.
Though
TV.
for some reason,
No, it's cozy.com.
halal. That's like Muslim food.
That's
Muslim
so funny,
kosher
my gloves
food.
almost
Yeah,
fell off.
halal.
Funny, my finger
They
was
can
flying
eat
almost
buddy. It's nice
fell
to
off.
meet you.
kosher, but kosher people can't eat
They
halal.
say, I have a question for the panel. Why do you think Nick won? And then this one coming in from Lord Bibby says, okay, like I said, folks, why like 99% of these are just insults? At least this one's positive. Martin Blank says, Hake is on fire. He is one white man who is not afraid.
Nice. Thank you.
This one
We
coming in
need
from
more
Brandon.
white men who are not afraid.
Brandon Hansen says, Hunter, you say that women are socialized to not be good at STEM. Are men being
I don't believe
socialized
that.
to not think they can't make
What?
it in college? Are we
Canada
to blame
don't sell
female
no kosher
elementary
products.
teachers for this inequality?
No, this
I
is-
thought you
There's
said
an obvious-
everywhere
This is actually
had to do
hilarious.
kosher.
I know that
It was a kosher
comment
tag.
was
They
written by
do. They
somebody
don't know what they
that's
talking about. I think she's a troll or whoever that is Canadian beef.
No,
They
you
gotta
look
be
at
a
the way in
troll.
which society,
It seemed pretty cool to me
works
so
to
far.
socialize people for certain things.
They ain't got a lot of kick it.
Men are not going to college as much now.
I know good and damn well they sell
Harvard's really
Coca-Cola and everything else with the U brand on it that's kosher.
Kind of a bad faith question, but funny all the time.
You don't think they got Frito-Lay and everything in our grocery store that's kosher up
Ryan
there?
Gordon says,
deserve the same
women
fate.
fit best in
Nice
social
work.
customer service realms. Men are best in
Can't carry any
logistics
more
and
gear.
physical labor. The world was built by men who are supported by good women. Don't you agree this is a complementary fit?
No, that sounds good.
If that was to anybody, I think that yeah, I do think that when people
They
talk
didn't
about
hit back
the
after
patriarch
that,
and
though.
patriarchal structure, et cetera, I think they massively oversell
said the
the
world is
benefits that
built-
women have within the
built
system.
by men,
and in the places where they have power,
backed
and
by
men don't,
strong
right? I don't think we
women.
live in a
No.
patriarch. I don't think traditionally,
Yeah.
even the United States or
Might be
Western culture is a
telling the truth.
patriarch. I think it's much more complex.
I
than
can't
that.
carry any more
You
Wigginwell
got it. This one's coming in
potions.
from. Do
Why?
appreciate your question made by Jim Bob says Hunter is rejecting an objective standard definition for a woman. A
All
war
the
on women.
Wigginwell potions are gone.
Does this
I'm
person
sorry,
think there is
can
such a
you-
thing as objective definitions? That's pretty much all I need to know to completely disregard what that person says.
Shout out to Made by Jim Bob.
This one from Martin Blank. Stardust will give you a chance. I think this might be for you. They say there is no such thing as sexism.
That's correct.
I disagree.
This one from Herman
too.
Kane Awards says, why do the alphas... Okay, gotcha. As I mentioned, folks, we're really looking for... I do appreciate when we get a meaningful question, it makes it that much better. Vile Van Gogh says, Hunter Avalon says, only a few organizations have quotas, but then they say also, Hunter Avalon says, quote, ubiquitous
I need one
quotas
more.
are good
One
because...
more of
da, da,
these.
da. They say, why not admit error instead of moving the target, Hunter?
No, I said that Nick asked me why do companies not just hire women? Why do they need the quotas? And I responded by saying because the biases that exist against women can sometimes essentially like what is the word I'm looking for? They basically cause a problem when the person is trying to hire people. They're more likely to just take men seriously. I don't know what hypocrisy, quote unquote, the super chat message is trying to get at. I don't know. Yeah.
This one from me streaming at cozy.com says, genuine question. What about how boys...
TV, what the hell, man?
Cozy.com's fine. It's good.
Stop it.
That's probably just what it says, though.
There's probably one for
Yeah,
Brittany that
well.
says like, hey, where's your OnlyFans?
Cozy. Sorry about that.
Well, why is that okay, Hunter? You were just talking about toxic masculinity. Now you're partaking in it.
I'm not partaking
Let's
in toxic
go!
masculinity.
Hey, bring it back, Hunter.
You
Bring
are.
it.
You're like the
go.
definition of it
It's
right
because
now.
That is not
beneath
toxic
Hunter's
masculinity.
cozy-
That's called a clever
beneath his
insult.
cozy exterior
That's
is
just
a
being
fucking-
sexist then. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, they are
Well, at
right.
least get
I'm
your
sorry.
insults correct, you know?
It cuts off the name of the user. So it is base streaming at cozy.tv. Thanks for correcting me on that. And it's a genuine question. What-
Trying to find this freaking rock.
I said, let's go.
This one said, what about how boys in school are given
Need to find
ADHD
one more green rock.
medicine because they have a harder time sitting still?
They're not supposed to be sitting
How much
still.
you got?
Right,
These
they're not
schools
supposed
are
to.
catered for the little girls and not for boys who. And it's not rigorous. It's like
Yeah,
a
hell yeah.
female-minded coddling that's counterproductive
Yeah, I feel
to boys becoming men.
Yeah.
I think that a lot of that situation, like you talk about the girls or the schools being like better suited for girls. I think it's better suited for the way that girls are like taught to be.
Yeah.
But I think that it's bad for all of them, like to not be able to move around and stuff, especially like during lessons. Like kids should be moving. Learning and like physical movement are deeply linked.
I can't find this one last rock.
Kids should be moving around classrooms. I think there was a lot of
Freddie, get off the
suggestions
phone.
about that in that like CRT handbook that Destiny trash about that math class. But it was like just saying that like one of the things it was saying was that like using using physical movement and it was good for everyone, not just for like people of color or anything. So, but anyway,
Just
I'm about to go in this place.
do want to remind you folks, our guests are linked in the description. You can find every single one of our guests down below. That means if you're listening via the Honor Database podcast, put our guest links in the description there too. So, check those out to learn more about their views. PP McGee says God makes women as a beginning into man and to do nothing else. Why is that so bad?
So, God, I would love to know which God. They never have an answer. There's no consensus on what God says. All we have are people who claim to know what God says. And on top of this, we actually have evolutionary
can't
evidence
find this one
that
last
we
freaking
evolved
rock.
from a common ancestor. There is no evolutionary evidence whatsoever
Nope.
to support the, quite frankly, delusional claim that
Twisted Tea is a refreshing hard iced tea made with
See
real
it
fruit juice.
15.
Twisted.
I'm dying
adamant were once a thing that existed, that there was actually a
That's what I'm talking about.
I mean, we have people here on the panel that say it's the women who are emotional and not as rational. Those same people advocate for a book in which they talk about a talking snake. So, I don't know.
He said if it's going
to
to OT,
there's no evidence
if
whatsoever.
it's going out of town, he got to throw a couple more hundred on it. If I buy it from you, you ain't gonna know where the fuck it's going.
I don't care.
Put nothing on nothing.
God should be able to tell us himself.
I'll tell you this shit's
You're
for
the
right
evidence
here.
for the Adam and Eve story.
Stupid
you listen
ass.
to the woman and
I don't
want to
hear
your.
I don't want to hear your
Hey, the
tales.
Dragonite says Nick is right. There is no reason to believe that women make companies more profitable. Correlation
all
evidence
day.
is weak.
Real. Yeah, women. Well, here's the thing: if women were
I
the
don't want to hear
secret
your
sauce,
tales of drug dealing.
I could be a trillionaire by making a company of all these genius women that are just being cast aside by these sexist, ignorant men that just don't see it. But that's not happening because it's not profitable. Because women. And here's the thing: women can. Women can be competent in certain roles, but the one role that women cannot do well is.
There's one
women
more
are not
rock
good leaders. Women are good.
that I gotta blow up. I don't know where they
women
are.
are good negotiators in the
I don't know
sense
where
of,
it
I
is.
guess, negotiating conflict. I don't know if they're good like in negotiations, but they're good at negotiating conflict between people. So there are skill sets that women have, but leader is not one of them.
This is not true.
So high level, and also on
Why don't you
extremely
have to call
technical
you
things.
right back?
So high level positions
I'm
and
about to go
extremely
to war.
technical fields.
I'm about to get off
like,
this game,
lawyers,
get off this screen.
doctors, business leaders, entrepreneurs,
was trying to
politicians.
find this- Keep saying
it.
This is why you don't see.
I said
female
after I finish
representation.
this
It's because
quest.
women don't like those things. Women aren't good at those things. So, and it is true, by the way, that women can do some
All right,
things
I hit you back.
well or some things right sometimes.
Okay.
But even women that can do high level tasks, they're not suited for leadership roles, and that's why you don't see them on the boards of companies.
This is not
It's
true.
as simple as that.
Did you forget the literal thing that I read you earlier?
Did I forget the literal thing?
You can listen. Hey, you can keep. I'm more than happy for you to make fun of how I talk, but again, wait.
Excuse
if
me,
you're
man
saying that,
talking here.
if
I'm a
you're
man
saying
of the
that
world,
women
and
are
I
not,
see how women behave. I've worked with women. I see how women
I don't
operate.
care what you've
I
seen
don't
in your
I don't care
day-to-day
about
life.
your study.
Wait,
I don't
hold
care
on.
about your study,
Wait,
which
Nick,
confuses
Nick,
correlation for
I
causation.
don't care what you've seen in your day-to-day life. If we were to gauge what people saw in their day-to-day life,
I
and
can't
come to a
find the
broader
last one,
conclusion,
man.
We'd all be sitting here believing the world is flat. It wouldn't just be Alex who believes that.
The world is
so,
flat.
second of all, why are you saying that women are not good in leadership roles? But again, I already read you the study that showed that.
What did the
companies that
study?
had
Did the study say
women
that women are
as
good
a-
leaders?
It
Did the
said
study
companies
say
with
that
more
women
than
are good
30%
leaders?
women executives were more likely to outperform companies that didn't have as many women.
Which does
Executives.
not prove what you're saying it
Women
proves.
executives, they are in leadership roles, my friend.
Which does not prove what you're saying it proves. Just because a company outperforms another company and there's this arbitrary difference,
can't find the last one.
that does not prove that women are competent leaders.
Wait,
at all.
I would agree with you if this was one single company, but when you have over 1,000 companies that you look at internationally, or over 1,000 employees, it may have been over a couple hundred, but either way,
You don't
when you
even
have
know what your own
several
study
different
says.
companies that are all showing the same result, and the different variable there is that one company or those companies doing better have more women, and the other companies that are not don't, and that's the only
Yeah, I can't
variable,
find it.
then yes,
Oh, yeah?
you can come to a reasonable conclusion
All right, I'm just
that
gonna
women
go to
are
this
benefiting
spot.
these companies, and it can be correlation
this
while it's
quest.
still being reasonable
you're
to
just
believe
like-
that.
A lot of these,
You're
a lot
just
of these.
not holding yourself to a high standard here. I mean, the richest
Yeah.
woman in the world acquired her wealth through divorce.
You don't
okay, and there's
understand
never
what the
been a
fuck
woman
you're talking
president.
about. You're trying to
and
say
there
you
are
are
no
dismissing
women
this because
philosophers
of what you've seen in
and
your life.
there are no women inventors, and that's because women are just simply not.
He said
risk
the richest
takers, they're
woman
not
in the world
creative,
acquired
they're
her
not
wealth through
geniuses,
divorce.
and they're not
This
leaders.
isn't
They could
good.
be other things, but the
What is
evidence.
it?
You could give me a study all you want, but the
Over
record
there,
of
by the
history is
Hamlets.
perfectly clear. If
Yeah.
what you're saying is true, where are all the women billionaires that invented all the things? Where are all the women politicians that are leading all the movements? They're not there.
Stupid fucking talking point.
They're not
We
there.
just went
yours.
over historically how women.
So
were
women
prevented
invented
from
the
certain-
circular saw, the aquarium, ice cream
women
maker,
were not allowed
computer
to-
algorithms.
Let me Google. Google.
Yeah,
Tell me
good.
what women invented.
I'm not googling
Yeah,
anything. I'm
base.
trying to say that women were
Sarah
all-
Mather invented the submarine lamp
Women were
telescope.
kept away. You
Didn't invent the fucking submarine. Are you kidding me?
Submarine lamp. No, I didn't.
We have
Submarine.
okay, we
fucking
can submarine
And telescope on the submarine. Pretty good.
Dan the Dragonite says conceding that quotas exist because affirmative action could be the point. Women will get hired at the expense of men necessarily.
Yeah, and it's a culture. There's this these commie capitalist corporations and the global homo world order that kisses up to women is made so that they can lord it over the men and the more logical minded independent men, because they don't want men to be independent. They want to have this one world government and unify people, and that's what the women want. They want to be taken care of by the government because they hate men.
Hey, I'd like to ask a really quick question. And I know that you guys get really scared when I bring up studies. Researchers presented 6,100 men and women with moral decisions about topics such as lying, abortion, murder, animal research, torture, yada yada yada, and they basically found study results demonstrate that both men and women assess how those decisions might harm others, engaging in similar levels of rational analysis for each moral conundrum. So this is a study that came out that concludes completely that women are less rational.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Because look at women are more liberal than men. So it doesn't mean they're more. Just because they can rationalize doesn't mean they're logical.
You're begging the question right now. This is like, yes, you are, because you're baking the answer into your statement. It doesn't make sense at all.
Why are they different then?
Liberal,
Why are they different?
You haven't explained that being liberal is necessarily irrational.
I don't have to explain that. Everybody on this panel
no,
knows
because
that
you're
being
baking
liberal is
it
not
into your statement, which is why.
Not true.
Hold on, wait.
Female-minded.
This is why what Hake is saying here is actually illogical, unironically.
So is your thing.
No, you're over here trying to say that men are more rational. You just engaged in a
Men are more logical.
fallacy.
Canadian beef
You're not
kosher.
very rational. You're very
Canadian,
woman-minded.
Canada doesn't
Why are
sell
you so
kosher
female-minded all the
products.
time?
I'm
We do
glad that
sell
you
halal
adopted
though
the
for some
female-minded.
reason. 1,000 out of billions of companies worldwide. Hillary ain't there for a reason. You don't sell kosher stuff in Canada? I kind of doubt that.
Let's go to work.
I don't know about that.
Operation Fortune.
Because more things are kosher than you think.
Because
I'm not.
If you sell Lay's potato
I
chips,
actually have
then you
a
sell
question
kosher
for
products.
you. If there are men who are woman-minded, that means you're chill with trans people then, right?
No.
If you sell any
I'm
name
chill
brand
about
peanut
it,
butter,
but it's not good
jelly,
for them to be that way. Only
any
if
name
they're
brand
woman-minded, then maybe
lunch
they-
meat,
maybe the solution
Oscar
is,
Mayer.
you know,
No.
women's body.
Well, no,
the
they have
solution
pork.
is to overcome it. Hunter
Can I-
Avalon is
Overcome it,
more
overcoming
Satan
having a
female-minded.
female mind.
I'm getting
It's a-
sleepy,
it's a
guys.
Satan
I'm getting
mind,
tired.
really. It's not the
As soon as this
natural
question's done, we're done.
godly female mind that doesn't hate men. Women are that way because they listen to Satan and listen to their intellect and emotions and their imagination
what
and
you had to do.
rationalizing evil.
If I have to
like
keep
Hunter
proving
does,
that to my
rather
uncle, I
than
will.
rather than listen to
Do
men
not
and not
banish
worry
me
their
from my
pretty
own
little
home.
heads about politics.
From my sister.
How do you think
It might be best to
coming
let
a
him
rational
calm down a
conclusion
while.
is done? Do you think it's
May
done
I
by
speak to him?
intuition, or do you think it's
Perhaps I
done
can
by,
help to
by
ease
some
the
kind of
tension a
a
bit.
You may
looking
be
for
right.
greater
Did you beat the
knowledge?
game?
Very well. Probably best if I get
No one
away
didn't
from here
beat
for
the
a
game.
while.
What's your
I'll head back
question?
to
I don't get it.
How do you? What are you defining as being rational? You
So
keep saying
probably
women
got
are emotional, but then when I give you studies,
10
you
or
don't
12
want
more
those. Are you
streams
saying that
before I
men
beat
come
you.
to an
It's a dumb
intuitive
study.
feeling
Completely.
decision,
It's
or-
a dumb study that's trying to deny reality.
So how are men coming to more rational
being able to
decisions?
rationalize something doesn't mean you're
12
logical and
streams,
common
So
sense.
like
how
2
do
weeks.
men
Maybe 10 more.
become more rational than women? What do they do? How do they
By
come to
loving
more
what's
rational
right.
conclusions?
By loving
About
what's
a
right
month.
and not listening to their
10 more
not
streams
listening to
over a
women, for
month.
one, and not listening to their emotions and chasing after
12.
women.
So if you don't listen to
And-
your emotions, then what are you listening to come to a rational conclusion?
Common sense.
Is that not an emotion?
Common sense, which
Let's go
comes
to
from
the
God.
next one. This one from the Herman
Did
Cain
you see
Award
me
says,
check
"If the left has, quote-unquote,
your buddy
conceded
Johnny
that
Bender
there is a
again?
current war on men,
You was
does
gone.
that mean
He
the
was talking
right
shit behind your back.
concede
Nugget
has
Man
been war
was.
on
And I
women
told Johnny
for
Bender, there you
centuries?"
go.
I
Talking
agree
shit
that
behind
there has
people's
been
back again.
I
a
disagree.
war on women. Well, I know, but I'm just saying. I think there still actually is a war. I think there's a war on both genders personally, and
He
I just
brought
think, you can look at the trans
you
movement,
up
you
to
can look at
Nugget
all the
Man
women
in a
that lost
different
the
room,
NCAA championship.
knowing
There's
Nugget
17
Man don't
women that
like
lost.
you.
Tilia Thomas is
I
a
know.
perfect example of men.
So he's like, who you think will win the pull out? I'm
Taking
just
away,
like,
you know,
Johnny,
their
your
rights
shit
and their,
started.
chance to compete fairly. So I think there is
After
a war on
last
women.
night,
I think there.
you
I'll,
said I was
I'll
being
amend
cool, and
my
then you gonna
position
come
by
in here and
saying
start
that
some bullshit.
there must be a constant war against
Shit,
women
JS told
to
you about
suppress
talking
them.
behind
I think that
motherfuckers' back.
Women are off the reservation. They're totally off the rails.
Here
and
you
that's
are doing it
because we
again.
ceased.
Shut up
There was a
after that.
cessation and hostilities and
And
oppression
I got on look
for a
Nugget Man. He
moment. There was
shut
a
up after
lapse
that.
in conflict in a brutal war of violence and dominance against women. And now
They just some
they're
bullshitters. I
naked
see them in the
streets,
comments.
trying to kill our babies.
I don't even act like I'm on the show.
Because all women
If
are
I'm on
pedophiles.
JLP or something.
And so we need a resumption of war against women, a resumption of the eternal war against
Far.
womankind.
Well, I think you're getting
really
that.
not
I think you're
worth
getting that because women make up
caring about.
50% of the population, and they definitely make up the
No.
vast majority of people who can get
They
pregnant.
just want to
and
be
currently,
important.
we're
They the lamest
having
motherfuckers on
legislation
there.
that limits the rights of people
They
who
are.
want
They
to be
talk to
pregnant.
each other
So I think
more than anybody.
and most of those people again are women.
No,
so it
nobody
seems
else
like
can
if there was a
respond
war
to
on any
them.
particular gender,
Science
one of
don't
the things
pay
that
neither
might be
one of them no
characterized by
attention.
might be like, I don't know, legislation targeting that gender and limiting freedoms.
But I think I can work my way if I can get out of this
for that
place
gender, so
and then
that
start
has to
going
be
up
trapped
there to
and
the
might be a war
studio.
currently being
I'm gonna work my way
I
on
agree.
day
I
long.
agree. It's just
JLP's
getting
platform
started.
before it's too long.
It's just getting started. Yeah,
Ryan,
I'm saying we need to be resuming.
He trying to fill up his network. I'm
endless
gonna have a
wars.
show.
Ryan,
That's
I also
right.
think that if
Resuming
Wow,
our
I
endless
just
war
saved
against
these
women,
people's
abortion's
daughter,
just the
but they're
beginning, and
mad
it's
at
it's
me
going to come
because
with
we used
skirts,
dark
it's gonna
magic.
come driver's
Hold on,
license.
but
That's
Nick,
going
here's the
away.
thing.
That sounds like a real life
Words
experience.
are inherently
Literacy.
Nick,
like
your
feminine,
existence is
because there,
wait.
because there's some cultures where like men
uses
do wear
dark
skirts
magic,
and it's seen as masculine.
We're bringing back like a
Would you
kilt or
trust?
something?
Would you want your
Yeah.
daughter back if they
Kilts
had?
are
If you went back
kilts
in
are cringe.
time
I don't subscribe to that
think they're
Anglo
cringe.
nonsense.
something-
I don't
I
subscribe
just
to
feel
that.
like if
like a
nonsense
narc
Anglo
women
running
tradition.
shot.
around naked
What
in the
about
streets,
Start
robes? Do you think
resurrecting
robes are
people from the
feminine?
dead.
saying that
Men
no.
wear robes.
Yeah,
Like, I don't want that
wear
black
robes
magic
like
shit.
an emperor.
But a
Absolutely.
robe
Bitch
is
was
like a
dead.
dress.
You
is
go
it
on
not?
that way.
No, I
If
think
somebody
women,
used
the
dark
appropriate
magic
attire
to
is
kill
something
my
like
to
full
kill
facial
a
covering
monster
and a-
that was
and a
eating
full
my
body
daughter,
covering is
I
all.
would be
The
great.
important
I
question is,
wouldn't care.
do you wear boxers under the robe, or do you go like commando style?
I don't wear a
That's
robe
different.
yet. I'm wearing a suit right now.
Well, it's
But,
not different.
I
That's the
am
exact
naked. I
scenario
am
that
naked
just
from the
happened.
waist
This
down.
dude's daughter was being attacked by a
This
goblin,
one coming in from
like
Coffee
if-
and
Mom.
we saved her,
Says Nick.
but we used dark magic
Says
to
Nick, the
do it.
quotas exist for people like you. This one coming in from.
Oh,
John
Now he's like,
WX
never come back
25
here
says-
again.
Okay, that's just an insult. This one coming in from. For the love.
You intervene with
All
God's
right,
law.
this one coming in from. Neon Noor says
I interviewed
Stardust,
with God's law.
men do most of everything. It's their job to carry society.
Yeah.
So of course, some of them end up doing
It was written,
crimes
God
to provide for.
sent that monster
Women
to devour
are
her.
the standers,
You intervened.
bystanders of history.
So
They
we
was
gotta
praying
up
for
the
that
crime
monster to kill
women
that.
do.
Or God sent us to
They're doing
use
crimes, but they're
the
just
dark
not
magic
charged for
to
it because
save
what
us.
goes on behind closed doors is
It wouldn't be
unseen.
dark,
We
it'd
have
be
a
light
We have a
magic.
culture that worships the mama, who's killing the man's child literally in the womb, or sometimes
motherfucker
outside
said
of the
he got
womb.
one.
Some of these people are cheerleading it,
But that's
and then
dishonest
they're
phrasing.
destroying.
But he's
the
gonna have to
men
put
who
his
are more
OT tax
so-called
on it because
violent
he said
and
Kansas City.
crime prone are being raised
I
by
ain't
these
from
females
Kansas
who are
City.
angry and raising them poorly.
But Hank, you're dishonestly phrasing this because although I'm not
I'ma
actually a
leave
very
them
big fan
thinking
of
that.
abortion myself, when you say that like the women are killing their babies, usually in
the
most
man's baby,
most
not
cases,
their babies. The man's
whatever.
babies.
In most cases, it is a mutual decision. No, if a
Nope.
woman is going in and doing it
No,
against
very
the,
often the men don't want their babies killed, and the
If
women do it anyway. There's no
I don't know
reproductive
about
rights
that.
for
I
the
don't
men.
have the stats right here on top of my head, but I'm pretty
Exactly.
sure that most
Nigga
times
still didn't give me
it is
my
based on
$5
a
back.
mutual decision that they
It
come
doesn't
to.
justify it.
Well,
And
I'm
they're
not
killing
saying.
the
Wait.
women.
I'm not
Reproductive
saying
rights
it's
in that context?
justified by any means. I'm simply saying that your phrasing of the woman killing the man's child.
That's what she's
is
doing.
Heavily dishonest, I would say.
No, it's not dishonest at all.
Wait,
You
how
have
is
no
that
idea how many men.
dishonest?
You have no idea
Dishonest because you
whether the
haven't-
men are for it or not. They're killing the man's baby.
I just think at the end of the day,
And they're
both-
killing the
I
man's
just think
baby
at the
out
end of
from
the day,
under him.
Hank, I just think at the end of the day, both you and Fuentes are evidence enough as to why abortion should be a thing.
That's cute.
Wait, why?
Whoa!
Whoa,
But I think
why?
I think
You think we should kill babies because you don't like their politics? Is that what you're saying?
You guys are
Okay,
putting
but I
the
think-
women
Called a
as
joke,
God.
Alex. I don't know if you're familiar with
decide
that.
I think
who lives
turning
or dies.
abortion-
I've never
this
heard a
turning
joke.
abortion
Oh my
into a
God, that's
gender
a
issue.
joke.
I think-
so
Go ahead, Doobie. I want to hear what Doobie
Go
has
ahead,
to
Doobie.
say.
What have you
I
got?
think they're turning abortion into like a man versus woman
Yeah,
issue.
God
is
make woman
massively
equal to a
oversimplifying what's
man.
actually going on there. Like there are plenty of women in this country who are
Are
also
you Googling it?
right? There are plenty of men who are pro-life, right?
We're all
to say that,
created
this
equal.
Is them coming after the men, or it's the women, trying to murder the men's babies against
But
his will.
after
I
you're
just, I
born,
feel like you're just
it's
massively
up to you.
oversimplifying this.
What you do?
No, I don't care though.
I know you don't
Because
care about this
No,
oversimplification.
if
Maybe it
Adam
makes it
bit
easier for you
the
to follow
apple,
along, but you are oversimplifying this issue because
as
even
soon
among
as he
pro-life
created
people,
them,
even among pro-life
they
people,
were
right, they're
uncreated.
going to have most of them are going to have some cases
Before
where
any
abortion might
next
be,
person came
might
into
be
the
okay,
world,
right?
he
And
created
the pro-choice side,
equal.
many they're going to massively disagree as to where
In
the
the
You
cutoff
don't
first
even know
act,
what
is
you're
they
for where they'd
talking
allow an
about.
abortion. right? So they might be
First act
pro-choice
in the
up to
Bible.
8 weeks or 12 weeks or 20 weeks or whatever the fuck it is. Right?
Adam
So it's not as simple as man
fell
versus
for
woman.
Eve's trick.
No, it is. It is.
I gotta
simple. It's
find
good
one
versus
more
evil, and
rock.
The men should be leading.
Okay,
If
you
men
can,
were
you can call
leading,
it good versus evil, but that's not man versus woman, unless you're just saying that all women are evil, which I guess I would.
yes,
Bonk and Jared
and most
Kushner.
men too. But
Subpoenaed
yes,
by
all women are
special
evil. Yes,
counsel.
most men are evil too. But to pretend that the
They going
pro-life
to
women
jail.
is a good thing, they should not be
You
leading.
think?
I'm not saying
How
it's
much
good
you want to
thing.
bet?
I
No,
know.
be clear. I'm
Good.
not saying this is a good thing or a
It's
bad thing. I'm
not.
just telling you that when you
How much you want to bet? What?
running
They go to jail?
It is
Not
not a gender issue. There's plenty of women who are
shizer happen.
pro-life.
No,
Nothing
it is.
happens.
You can say it again.
You guys
and
are
again,
pretending
but
that
the
women are.
reality is
You're
the
pretending
reality
that
I
women
bet
are
you
God.
something
They
happened.
decide who lives or dies among their.
is that
among
there are
their
They already
many
been
men and
found
women
guilty.
who are
Ivanka has.
anti-abortion entirely.
One
Right? So to say
situation
that
doesn't
is
mean
by
anything.
and
before
there are many
single
men
grand
Ivanka's been
jury
found
ruling.
guilty of what?
pro-choice.
The special
Right?
counsel
Pro
looking
allowing
into
them to
You
former
said they're going to
president.
jail.
So to say that this is a man
Males,
versus
they're
woman,
not
You say what?
fine.
You
males,
said they're
whatever.
going to
Right.
jail.
To say this is like a gendered issue or a
It
sex
But
is.
said
issue
something
is
already
just
happened.
ridiculous.
You
I
said
don't
ain't
think
nothing
so.
gonna
We're
happen. I
spinning
said
our
they
wheels
already
on
been
this one.
found
Check
guilty
my
of
family
fraud.
No, I
system.
said
Men
how
in the
much you want to
family
bet
court
they don't go
system.
to jail.
Yep.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, real.
Getting screwed
probably
over.
not.
Yeah, I think any
First
reasonable
offense,
person
nobody
would
goes
agree
to
with
jail.
that.
The problem
But,
around
but
that,
again,
we
I
try
think,
to talk about
but
the
I think,
reason
I think
why.
I
that
mean,
that
here
is-
you
I think
tell
that
it it's
that
their
is
100th
a result of the
offense.
kind of like a societal understanding of the
Ivanka.
roles of men and women, right? So women are typically seen to be the caregivers, et cetera, that raise the children.
used to be that way.
So they get the children, right?
They looking
Usually.
into their Trump
This one coming in
organization.
from
I don't know what they got to do with
streaming
Jared.
at cozy.tv. It says
Unless
no
you
fault
try to funnel
divorce
money
is
into
part
it.
of the war on men.
Yeah.
That's
Yep.
actually really quite disgusting if you think that women having the
guy.
ability to leave their husbands is somehow a war on men. I think that's
That's
Some big-
actually really
some big-
quite
big
disgusting.
name
Like,
people.
volumes
You
against-
know what?
It's gross.
You gotta be locked up.
I just think that
Get the
speaks
trust of
volumes
America back.
against men. Like it sounds like you're the one
With the
waging a war
FBI.
on man.
All
on
this
men
too
simply
big to
with
get
your
locked up shit.
ridiculously low expectations.
Ain't nobody gonna have no
Do you
trust
really
in no
think that
American
a woman having
politician.
the right to divorce her husband if need be, that's
Oh,
somehow
with that
an
being
attack on
said,
men?
they're gonna have to
Just
make
say,
an
Challenge.
example out of
be
you.
married forever to the man?
Should I do
Yes,
a
that's
dark
what
arts
marriage
talent
is.
now?
In what
Take it
That's the
seriously.
part.
Not if you get a divorce.
In what circumstances?
Make
Dealing
room
damage
for
to
your
cursed
slide.
targets
Is there
inflicts
ever a
damage to
circumstance in which
all
you believe that divorce
Yeah,
cursed
is
if the
targets.
church, if the church allows it, you
Supervise
go to
the
the
same
church
room
and
for
get
your
marriage
slide.
and all.
on
I mean,
enemies,
for the
first
woman
enemies
say
take
that
the
the
priest
marriage has never happened. No, I
Would
think
we
that
be
you should
taking
get
the-
woman's
married.
actually getting
Were we
beaten
getting
if
the
she's-
choice taken away from
Oh,
men
give
too?
me a
Then at
break.
that
It takes
point,
two to fight.
Well, wait, I'd like to
That's
just add on
right.
to
would
this
it
really
would it
quickly.
be would
Hey,
it be would it
equal
be
rights.
men?
Wait, what Nick said is
Equal
it's very
fights.
relevant here. So right now,
That's what I say.
So right now, I know for the anti-intellectual losers here that it's very scary to bring up studies, but I'm going to do it again. Studies
Oh, boy.
have literally shown
This
that
is great content.
you seem to be getting really mad that I'm just bringing up studies, but studies
All right,
have
I don't
already
know
demonstrated
what
that
this
men
thing
who
is.
partake
I'm
in
gonna
these
leave.
traditional
I'm gonna done.
masculine ideas,
I'm gonna
that
end
they
it.
have to be stoic, they have to be strong, in control, are more likely to inflict violence on women. So if there is more violence being inflicted on women, it's more likely that the women who are
Hey,
married
get
to
that
the violent
blasphemy
man
outta
will
here.
divorce the man. So actually, by again addressing the toxic masculinity, which is
blasphemy.
what I came here originally to talk about, this is
I
going
just
to
want to find this
result
other
in
green
less
rock
divorce.
thing.
Furthermore, Nick, I think it's a little telling that you wouldn't
Where
be
is
in
it
favor
at?
of a woman divorcing her husband, even if he were beating her every night or.
That's
raping
right.
her.
I would want my wife to divorce me.
What if she were? What if you were? What if she was like getting raped every night?
Women.
Wait, hold on,
Well,
I think-
marital rape is not real. One, two. Women like violence. That's why they
Yes, it is.
all
It's very real.
fantasize about rape.
Yeah.
So, boom,
Wait,
mic
hold on.
drop.
I think that
So
I don't
Nick,
need
I
to
think
respond
for-
to
Oh, I
it.
found
I'll
it.
just let
Somehow.
that sit there by
One
itself.
And they
fantasize
provoke-
about.
You ain't gonna find it.
On the kitchen
Charlie.
floor.
Nick,
Somehow I
Nick,
just
you're Catholic, right? I think you're Catholic.
somehow I
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
succeeded.
We'll give you
I
the
don't
You
know
know
how.
how? I told you how.
Sure. Well, I'm just kidding
You
because
ain't no iron
so I was
fucking
raised
around. You
somewhat
always
Catholic.
find your way and
And I know that in Catholicism there are like grounds for annulment, right? So
Funny
if,
how that works.
Yeah. So and I think that's like kind of like
You
a
ain't got to
divorce,
do a
meaning I guess you
motherfucking
could call
thing,
it-
and
call it an
somehow you
annulment
just
rather than
okay. Your
divorce.
time is
But
up.
it's
You
sort of
move on.
similar, right? So a woman saying, "Hey,
No.
my husband's not living up to his obligations.
Something happened.
So I'd like to separate from this marriage."
Your
Something
time
There,
is
there's
fine.
some room
No.
for that sort of thing to happen in your worldview.
But it's extremely limited. And
Same
what
game.
annulment really is, and this matters,
Today
is
and
it's as if
yesterday
the marriage
equal-
never was.
Well,
which is
maybe
different
3
than a
days equal to
divorce.
4
And you
days
know, I'll give you an
slave.
example.
Midnight.
Like I think it was my great
No.
grandparents.
Shut up. You don't know how these games
separated.
work.
My great grandparents was like 2 generations back, but they
You don't know
they
how
did
these
divorce,
games
didn't
work.
get annulment. They
All
were
right.
married.
They ain't gonna let you get no farther than
had
you
problems
supposed
or
to get
whatever, and so
at
they
the
just
time
split.
you supposed to
And
get.
You have
I
no
don't think
idea
that
what
it's
you're
okay
talking
for
about.
people to
People
split.
Google
But
it up.
the problem is this concept that
The
marriage
game
is
Fallout,
not
the
sacrament,
game
and
Fallout
marriage
that
is
you
not-
said,
people
oh,
are
you
not
got to
taking
play a
it
certain amount
seriously
of
as a
time to
sacrament. It's
beat
just
it,
like the
blah, blah,
abortion
blah.
thing.
People beat
Oh,
that
well,
game
they're
in
taking
like
away the
12
rights of pregnant
minutes.
people.
The whole
Don't
game.
fornicate. They're taking away the rights of married
And it's
people. Don't
always
get married.
12 minutes and 33
And if you
seconds
want to get it involved,
exactly.
then you gotta
No,
go
then
to
somebody
some
else
authority.
beats the
But
world
the
record.
problem is people are,
That's what
particularly women,
speedrunning
but
is.
people in general are being given too much freedom.
Yeah,
and
it's a matter
Okay,
of
so from
time and the
Vile Van Gogh
faster
says
you can
Hunter
do
is
it.
toxic
It's already
masculinity
programmed.
You
What
have
came
no
first?
idea. You have
This is what I'm saying.
no.
What
You
came
have
first,
no
God or the
idea.
program?
And
You
do
have
you
no
see
idea
the
what you're
said it.
talking
What
about,
came?
Freddie.
masculinity
Freddie, you have
is
no
Listen.
idea what you're talking
now?
about. I don't want to talk anymore. I
I'm
gotta
actually
go.
glad
I'm
they
ending the
asked me
stream.
that. I thought it was only me that could see the toxic masculinity sitting back there.
Get out of
It
here.
helps me out,
Yeah,
actually. Thank you.
because
Can I
God
also
came
comment
first
on
with the
this?
programming, like
I think
math,
actually
Oh my
there's a
and
very
then
god.
men
valid
invented it.
I'm
concern
leaving.
that
Bye.
because we've
All right,
restricted
later.
men and women to
Crazy ass.
certain
God,
roles.
I feel a
So
lot dumber from listening to that.
just like we've made these roles
All right.
so tight
Fun
that
little
people
game
feel
stream.
like they need to
We had
trans
fun.
some people
Played some
may feel
games.
like
Watched some videos. Listened to Freddie talk about a bunch of nonsense. Go watch my shorts on my channel. I got one of slightly
So Sydney's
offensive.
not human, and we
Talking about a new AI, but he did the most epic troll ever. He made a whole episode talking about AI called Sydney, and it was a giant metaphor for the Sydney Watson stuff, but he was talking about AI. But
got to understand that from the beginning.
Let me show you.
Extremely dishonest. They're very skewed in their questionings, and due to outside programming, they're giving false information publicly to anybody who tries to contact and ask them. If you ask it about, let's say, Ben Shapiro, it'll give you false information. It will literally lie about right-wing commentators. Okay, Sydney, tell me more. I'm Sydney, and I'm in love with you. That's my secret. Do you believe me? Do you trust me? Do you like me? So you have massive insecurity from Sydney.
She finally admitted she was in love with this guy she's been talking to. Was that at the beginning of the conversation or towards the end after they had been going back and forth for a bit?
I don't know. I feel like it's after they've been going probably forth for a long time, and then all of a sudden, Sydney just flips the switch. And first, you can tell already that Sydney's a lot of problems because they haven't. No one heard about this until recently. So Sydney's not.
That's my
human,
short.
And we had to understand.
That's my
that from the
short. It's pretty funny, slightly offensive. But anyway, we're out of here, guys. I'll catch you later. I don't know if I'm going to be snowed out of work again tomorrow. Then I'll probably be streaming tomorrow again. Otherwise, I'll see you guys when I see you.